that play got nominated.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Olivier nomination was for last year and for two.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this version got nominated for stuff.
I think it was definitely called a couple of weeks ago. I think it was. So it might be for this one. So, but who knows? Depends on the.
Who knows? I don't pay attention anymore.
So have you sold to Andromeda yet?
I mean, when I come home tonight,
Mm.
assuming that it's still going, but it should still be going by 11, you will see something different in the spot.
Oh, okay.
But no, I still have it. Do you want it?
Well, I'll take it off your hands. Yeah, sure.
What financial transaction would have to occur? I
Oh,
don't think it's a value we could agree on.
I don't think I've got any bloody money left. I just bought one of those Mac Studios,
Uh,
and it's sort of like, and obviously spent a lot more on it than I initially intended. So, yeah. Thing is, I haven't seen a lot of demand for the Andromeda lately. At one time a day, there was people knocking the door down for them.
I mean, the Moog 1 exists, right? That's sort of basically is an Andromeda, one extra oscillator, and a lot of extra money.
Yeah,
You just take an Andromeda price and put a 1 in front of it.
yeah, mad, isn't it? I don't know. Mind you, I suppose it would suffer from. I mean, if a Moog One packed up one day, it'd be just as hard to get that going again.
Or, well, on the digital side, you'd probably be equally fucked. I mean, on the analog side, you'd be less fucked.
Yeah, yeah,
But then
yeah,
again, there's so many broken Andromedas with the digital board fucked that the analog side is no longer an issue.
yeah, yeah,
You just need to find somebody who can remove those ASICs properly. But
yeah,
I mean, if you'd really care, finding somebody who has that reflow equipment is not impossible.
yeah,
Because do you care enough? Is it financially worth it?
yeah. Yeah, it is a bit of an arse ache, isn't it, to get them off? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, so because I got this Mac Studio coming now, it means that everything I've done in here is completely pointless. I have to
See,
take, I have to take it all apart and do it again now.
you're going to use that as your main computer, switch over from Windows.
Mm.
Have fun.
Mm. Yeah, I've decided I'm going to make the leap. God help us all.
Members of the Black Boys Company, it's your 5 minute call. You have 5 minutes. Your 5 minute
have-
call. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
5 minutes? You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You have
Yeah, so
5
10 minutes. And it's not like the audience is going to be here. Well, I don't think we're going to go up before 1:45.
Yeah.
Went up 17 minutes late this afternoon. I was livid.
Mind you, I need one of them for the PSN show. I'm nearly always late to it. Sometimes I'm signing in while
Well, Robbie does the preamble.
Yeah, it does the preamble, and then I'm just getting in there, and he goes, and just go over to Kate and go like that, just as he does it. You know, I don't intend to be late. I don't know.
You just don't intend to be punctual either.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh shit, I forgot to feed the dogs, sort of thing, and it's like, I better feed the dogs quick. And suddenly, minutes fly by. So minutes become seconds all of a sudden. It was a lovely day today.
Yeah, well, I mean, just too many fucking people in central London.
True enough.
And long weekend. bank holiday Monday.
Yeah.
It'll be a right nightmare tomorrow. I can already tell that.
Got, and then we've got another kind of bank holiday the week after.
Yeah, got a fucking get out to deal with.
Yeah.
Sunday night until whatever hours on Monday morning that's going to take.
Some git's getting a new hat.
So I think it's slightly hilarious that we're doing full matinees on both days.
Really?
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday full work days, and fully sold out both. So,
Really?
yeah, we've been sold out for a few weeks now.
I might have trouble getting into town. Oh, mate.
Anyway, I think I've got to go. A message came up. Ugh. That's done. I have to quickly run upstairs. So,
Mm-hmm.
lovely seeing you. I will be back in like
All right, buddy.
4 hours. Saying that makes my head hurt.
Yeah, what's it like when you're watching, working through the same show every night?
I mean, we've occasionally had understudies. Now one of the guys has been really ill, and we've had like for a week and a half understudy on. So that was exciting for the start. And then it got routine. Afternoon, we had one of the other understudies doing the planned.
Greetings, Earth creature.
Greetings. Get back to work.
Yeah,
Where the fuck are you in, like a camper van or something?
No, I'm in the old drum booth from Everybody's Talking About Jamie.
Of course you are. It's instantly recognisable.
Yeah, it's a lovely room of carpet everywhere. But yeah,
How are
I
you, my
really got
friend?
to go now. So have fun.
Was it something I said?
No.
No, he's doing an Ian. He's back later.
I've had a message come up that I need to check something. It's just.
Good to see you
time
anyway.
It's not like we're gonna
Very
open
quickly, are you coming to Gearfest?
When is it? Is it 26th of June or something like that?
No, it's the middle week, the middle of July. So is it 13th,
Middle of-
14th?
Middle of July. Well, probably. I don't know.
Oh, don't force yourself or anything,
But
Just your friends want to see you.
If I am in London, then I will be there. If I'm not in London, then it's very likely I won't be there.
15th and 16th, they're the dates.
Well, I'm trying to not have the COVID this time, and
Do it.
but yeah, it should be fine. Currently, it's not looking like I'll be out of London, so
Cool.
I should be there.
Look forward
Anyway.
to it.
Yes, I'll be back in 4 hours anyway. So
All right, bye.
have fun. See you.
All right, take care. Oh, hello, dear.
Bit of Charlie.
I don't know what that was.
Bit of Charlie.
But, yeah. That's got rid of it. Yes, how are you, dear? I like your shoe rack. Do you know I was looking at shoe racks to do over here?
Well,
Funnily enough.
I saw your thing.
Yeah.
And I thought, I've actually got some, because temporarily
Yeah.
we had that thing as a shoe rack, but there was too many shoes, and certainly between me and my boy, we've got big feet, and so so it kind of got cast aside. And I stuck it up in the loft in the garage the other week and was putting things on it, and then it kind of dawned on me. I thought, actually, that might be just about the right size. I was actually thinking about putting it on my desk, like you've got yours on your desk, and I was like, maybe, I don't know, the microphone might, whatever. So I got it in, and it fits at the end of my desk. The door misses it by just a gnat's bollock. It's absolutely perfect.
Brilliant.
So I've put all my little tabletop synths all in there, and if I want one, I can just go quick. I'll have one of those, stick it on the desk, use it. Don't have to worry about keeping it on the desk all the time. Very happy. It's the little things. What on earth's that?
That is Fiona sanding the stairs.
She knows how to live on a Saturday night, doesn't she?
Yeah, I noticed her box box
Oh, really?
of wine. Yeah, a box of wine turned up.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. The delivery driver's going, he says, "Oh, I'm glad you win." I went, "Why?" He says, "Well," he says, it's age restrictive delivery. I went, "Yeah." He says, "But we're not allowed to take it to next door if you're not in, even if they're over 18. I went, "Okay." I said, "That's weird, isn't it?" He went, "Yeah." He says, "It's a pain in the arse. It's a pain in the arse." He's going. I says, But it doesn't matter that you're handing it over to me and I didn't order it." "No, that don't matter." I said, "You could leave wood next door. We're not going to tell anybody."
Yeah. That reminds me, I need to order some grappa. I drunk the last of it before we moved. It was just one less bottle to pack. There wasn't much left in there, but yeah, that's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Yeah, so I need to order some of that.
I was most upset. Apparently, 12 Krusty Kreme donuts now cost 20 quid.
Jesus.
It's like, what? Are you serious?
I haven't had one of those in years. I daren't.
Man, I just love all the chemicals. I really do.
I remember when it was, what must have been about 12 years ago. I was working in Bury St Edmunds. I used to work in an office, and there was a Krusty Kreme concession in the local Sainsbury's, I think it was. It just opened, and so every day somebody would go and buy a box of donuts, and I was like,
Oh, miss you.
and they're fucking everywhere now. Those those units. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
But no, I've been very good. I haven't. I've had lots of other bad things, but I haven't had Krispy Kreme.
Well, they've been quite sneaky with their marketing because they're doing this thing where it's £8 something for 4, and they've now dropped the 6 box, and the next one's the 12 box. So it's 4 or 12. Yeah. And you look at 4 for £8 something, you go, well, hang on a minute, it's a lot cheaper. Works out cheaper to buy a 12 box.
Yeah,
so
per donut,
people buy a 12 box.
Yeah.
So
my daughter, she works at the local co-op, and they have a bakery, and at least 2 shifts a week she is in the bakery. I mean, they call it a bakery basically. It all comes in boxes, and you at the most you probably sprinkle some sugar on it, and then you stick it in the oven for the pre-approved temperature, and it comes out, and you bag it up and you stick it on the shelf. But every day she comes home with freshly baked cookies, freshly baked donuts, freshly baked apple pie.
nice.
And then she says to me, because I had my diabetic eye scan the other week, because apparently they detect tiny bulges in your blood vessels in your eyes, and that means that your diabetes isn't going anywhere at the moment. It's still there, and it's not good. And they detected some, and she's like, oh, "Dad, you got to do something. You got to do something." And then in the next breath, she says, "But you're not eating the donuts I brought you from."
Yeah.
Yes,
but I think we all live by double standards if we can possibly help it.
Yeah. So yes, I've got, what was it? Background retinopathy, which is where they've detected slight increases in size of the blood vessels on the back of me. It doesn't affect anything, and it's not like a it's not damaged or anything. It's just it's a symptom.
It's just an indicator.
Yeah, it's an early warning system.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's time. It's always been time. It's been time for a long while, but it is time to properly take this seriously. And I have tried, but clearly I'm not trying hard enough. So yes, it doesn't help that I spend most of my time here because this is where my job is.
Yeah.
But now we're sort of within walking distance of the town centre. Rather than jump in the car to go and get something, I can walk or cycle. And we live at the top of a hill, so going is going to be easy. Coming back is going to be the problem.
Yeah. But you have to come back, so there's your
But you have to come
motivation.
back. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Whereas going, not so much.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
don't get old, kids. And don't mess your body up,
Yeah.
because it will come back to haunt you.
I'll tell you what, there's a huge bank of dark cloud on the horizon working its way over here.
Yeah. It's been lovely here all day.
Oh, it's been absolutely gorgeous out here, no. But I think we might be in for a colder, darker night. Well, darker than usual anyway.
What's the weather for the week? I haven't even looked at the weather for the weekend, because I'm not going anywhere or doing anything.
Oh, you sad git. Oh, wait a minute, that's my every weekend. There he is.
Matthew.
Evening.
Oh, look at him all sorted out.
Oh, it's going to be 16 degrees and bright sunshine tomorrow. Oh, that. And then on Monday, it's light rain showers. Oh, of course, it's a bank holiday. Couldn't keep that. Oh, actually, the following Monday, when we plonked that jewel encrusted hat on his head. Is that Monday? No, that's on the 6th, isn't it? Saturday. Is the coronation on the 6th? Oh, I don't know. Oh, well.
Well, whatever that Monday works out at.
Yeah, it's going to be shit. Oh, well. Never mind.
Hmm.
How's Matt?
Not bad. Not bad.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Fucking
good.
avoiding all the pirates. About 3,000 of them this morning when I went into Brixham. Brixham has an annual pirate festival,
It does.
and they've landed world records for the most pirates. Hence,
Uh-huh.
Oh, right, okay.
oh fucking hell, no. Yeah,
You
So
don't go in
when-
for all of that then?
no. Even the kids don't fucking like it. They're like, nah, sod this. Went down, did what we need to do, fucking come back home.
Yeah.
And she's moving house tomorrow, so
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
so they're all here tonight
Nice.
in a 4-room flat.
Yay.
Bundle.
Oh, it's going to be like Tetris, for fuck's sake. Yeah. But yeah, so all is well. DX is still in bits
Oh, God.
Why is it still in bits?
because it was all the black keys that were knackered,
All right.
and 2 of the white keys have got fractures in them that have gone. So I've had to order 2 new white keys, C and an F. C and a G. So can't put it back together till I get those.
Oh.
Ball ache.
Hmm.
But never mind. I mean, the cable's getting there.
There you go.
Oh, and it feels lovely. It really does. It's the nicest out of all of the keyboards I've got. So
Yeah, they are good
Yes.
keyboards.
Yeah, they are sweet.
yeah.
Oh,
I
So how we-
Go
Go on.
Need a little
We're
red
all too
light.
fucking polite.
Little
aren't
red
we?
light in each window. You may speak.
Ladies first.
Go on then, Ken.
Well, my darlings. Do I mind being called a lady? No. No, not at all. I don't give a shit at all. Put together the JD800 that Fiona killed, destroyed and
Oh,
ruined.
yes.
Oh, man. It has about like 900 screws hold this plastic thing onto the front panel. And so you have these little like stems where the screws will, cut in. And every single one of these stems is snapped off. So you're turning screws and nothing's happening. So I had to take it off with a hammer. It's awfully good fun. Fucking giving it some of that. Breaking it up. So got it all back together, tested it. She's all super duper.
Nice.
So I thought, right, making some serious headway here. And Profit 5 Rev 2 that I did yesterday failed again today. Got a new fault in one of the voices that didn't have a problem. And this is why I hate Profit 5 Rev 2s. because you can break them simply by opening it or turning it on
Or looking at it.
or looking at it. Yeah. Or considering buying one. Oh, it's broken. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, I got that sorted out now. I'm on a CS80 now.
Nice.
God, big fucking bastard. I didn't think that one out clearly because what I did was we set it up in the garden. I'll work in the garden. It's a lovely, lovely day. And so I'm working away on this 80. I've got Siri trying to sleep on my lap. Siri, mind, I'm trying, so she's got various cables and things dragging across her head. She's not giving a shit. She's just going, no, I'm going to go to sleep here. And so by the end of the day, I'm pretty fucking knackered. And then I realised I've got to take everything back into the workshop and bring an 80 in. And I was like, why did I bring this out? So, yeah.
Another go at this. Got rid of a few more boxes.
Ooh.
So it's actually looking now. I've even got a rug in here now. Got a rug down there.
Good God.
Bought some, because these are like, it's laminate flooring here and in the hallway. So every rug we've put down there just. So I bought these corner things. And I just, the little gripper things, and you just stick them on the carpet, and then they've got a sort of a, it's not a sticky, but it's a tacky kind of thing.
Mm.
And I put some on a rug out there, and it stayed exactly where we wanted it to stay. And then the missus said, "Oh, can we move it?" Bloody hell, these things. I mean, talk about grip. I might as well have glued the fucking thing down. They'd stuck so well that one of them actually came off the carpet. The carpet gave way first before the bloody.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah, they're quite good. So nobody's going to go and get any visitors come in and go, and then insurance claim.
What kind of visitors do you get?
Well, it's funny because back at the old house we had these bar stools that were sort of like a round wooden seat, and then sort of like tubular, whatever it was, metal legs and stuff. And they weren't the prettiest of things, but they served a purpose. And the missus and her friend were sat on these things in the conservatory. All of a sudden, Kat starts just going backwards like this, and Jack's like, "Where you go?" She's, "I don't know. I can't stop myself." This whole thing just collapsed, and she went for a right burn. Luckily, nothing broken, just a bruised bum or something like that. But some years before that, at the other house, my daughter had her friend round. She was only about, I don't know, 5, 6 at the time, and she just fell off the chair. The chair was fine. She fell off the chair. This is, my daughter's friend, and she's like, "Oh, my arm!" And like Jackie's like, "Oh, let's have a look." And she's getting, "Could you move it?" Yeah, she moved it and all that.
Yeah.
"Oh, I want my mum." So we, Jackie took her back to her mum's, and her mum said, "Oh, thank you ever so much." Blah. We get a phone call late that night. She's broken her elbow. But she was moving it, and it was all fine. And now it's broken. I mean, it felt mortified. Now I'm thinking, shit, they're the sort of people that would probably put in a fucking insurance claim. So hurriedly checked my my insurance, and luckily I was covered. But they didn't put in a claim. But funnily enough, they weren't sort of friends with us anymore after that. I'm like, your fucking daughter can't sit on a fucking chair properly. Yeah. It's nothing to do with me.
Why didn't you teach her how to do that? Fundamental stuff.
That's it. Anyway, so yeah, it's almost finished.
Already?
And I put my turntable up in the lounge. Haven't connected it. I put the PlayStation up. Haven't connected that. That means more cables, and she doesn't like cables.
Oh dear.
I might have to, I don't know. Ooh. Might have to get... I know it kind of goes against all my audiophile sort of leanings, but I might have to get a Bluetooth connection for the record player. because the only place it can kind of go at the moment is to the other side of the fireplace. It's a defunct fireplace. There's no fire in there. It's just a fireplace with a mantelpiece. It's a place because there's no fire. It's just a place. And it just wouldn't look very pretty to have a big audio cable running across there. So I think I'll just have to use a Bluetooth thing. Because I think my amp's got Bluetooth on it, so I could do that.
Robbie looks so despondent at that.
Well, it's not awful. Let's be honest. And you're listening to vinyl, which is, it's not like I'm transmitting, high resolution, 192, K audio files. Actually, that's not a bad idea. That's what I think that's what I'll do. But the kids are like, get the PlayStation. So I've got to do that. I think I'll do that tomorrow. And I've also got to make the spare bed. Actually, make it.
Build it.
Okay.
Put it back together again. It's an IKEA thing. Because I've got Ben coming, haven't I? So.
Oh, of course, yes.
He's going to need somebody to get.
It was good to see him last night.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I might see him again. Maybe.
Yeah.
Possibly.
What, tonight?
Yeah, he said he
Oh,
might
that'd be
pop in.
funny.
He might pop in.
Fucking hell. How's Ty? Have we heard from him?
No.
No.
Oh, Jesus. Hang on.
No, but I've been mentally busy this week, so I haven't been near the phone anyway.
That's better. That's bright.
Oh, come on, that's big enough.
That's what she said.
No, so you've got this little tiger spider living in the on the window ledge, and they're weird because they sit in their webs upside down, and they build these sort of like flat webs, right? But he's now built it right across the entire length of the window. I go, it's like, mate, you take the piss now.
I had this little one I noticed a few days ago. It's a tiny little thing, but it's a very nippy little fucker, very compact, and two little white dots on the top. I don't know what. I'm not a arachnid expert, but
Yeah, it's got a weird name, if I remember rightly.
yeah. But it was just I'd see it on the wall, and then the next thing it was like it would be hanging from the light, and then it would come onto the top of my Mac, and just run backwards and forwards across the top of my Mac. So I'm thinking, well, let's see if I can help you out here. So I tried to coax it onto a bit of paper, and eventually did. And I thought, I'll put you out the front door into the bushes, and then you can go and be spider happy outside, and not have to worry about getting stood on or freaking out the missus because she hates anything like that. And I thought I'd got it, and because the cats, we've still got the cats in. We've not let the cats out yet. And so I was trying to open the door very sort of gingerly and just get this bloody spider out. And I thought it got out, and then I went back about half an hour later, and he's fucking climbing up the hallway wall. He wants to stay.
Oh, I go outside my front door, and there are two tube web spiders. You know, the black ones with the green fangs. Got two of them buggers living out there. And they're fucking big. They're like that. And they come out and they're like, fuck off.
We used to get a lot of those wispy, the big ones. They're sort of like this sort of big, but they're tiny little bodies and sort of very long. I don't know what they're
The long, they look like
harvest?
they're harvesters. Yeah, they look like they're walking on roller skates.
Yeah, there's just weird little. They just happily live in the corner, and I'm quite happy to leave them there.
Do you know what? Out of all the species of spiders in the UK, they're the most vicious.
Really?
If you have one of them in a room, you'll never get any other type of spider turn up in your room.
Oh right,
They really don't get on.
very territorial.
Very, apparently. It's quite bizarre when you think about it, because they look so ridiculous.
I'd get a scream from upstairs, and it would be my daughter. She'd say, "Dad, there's a spider, come and get rid of it." And I'd go, where is it? And you can't hardly see it, because, against the sort of pale wall, all you can see is a tiny little spot, which is the body. and then these sort of wispy legs. And I'm
Yeah.
like, for fuck's sake, it's not doing. It's more scared of you than you are of it. And
No, I used to be horribly terrified of spiders, and then decided to, I had this one living in the bedroom, and I just used to watch it every day, and just got used to it.
Yeah, see, I can't stand them.
And then fascinated by watching it, and what it did and stuff like that.
the ones I take most offence to, are the ones that are sort of like the size, well, sort of like maybe an inch or two across, and they're real sort of like, they look like they're
Muscly.
wearing suit armour, and they come scuttering out. And those ones are, I think, I don't like the look of you. Whack!
Yeah.
I won't even try and bother saving you.
Yeah.
No, well, yeah. But as I've gotten older, especially since I had kids, so the last 20 years, I've become more and more tolerant and less willing to extinguish the life of something, whether it's an insect or a spider. Just I think like when you have kids, you begin to value life in all its forms.
Yeah, in all its
And
forms.
especially as you get older and people start popping off, you think, no, I know it's only a tiny little insect, and me squishing it probably won't have any effect on anything. But I resent.
Well, it's kind of an
I'm almost
empathy.
a vegetarian.
Yeah, it's an empathy thing,
Yeah, it is.
I must admit, although I'm quite tolerant of spiders now. I mean, I was working in a wooden shed in the garden, for God's sake. Hello, there was one in there. I must admit, there is a limit. But when you see one coming across the floor of the workshop and you can hear it on the lino tiles,
Yeah,
yeah.
you don't deserve to live.
I'm going out. Let me know when you're finished, then I'll come back in. And I've had them where they've dropped out the ceiling.
Ooh.
And this is why I always. It's funny because a friend of mine who said, she goes, "Oh, we're going to stay in this lovely thatched cottage down in the Cotswolds." And I went, "Thatched cottage roof?" She went, "Yeah." I went, "Oh, good luck with that." And she went, "Why?" I said, "Well, you're terrified of spiders." She went, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, they're constantly falling out of the thatched roofs. Big mothers, right?" And she goes, "Oh, shut up, stop it." And she did. Got one was it about the third night she was down there? And it fell out of the ceiling straight in the butter and couldn't get out on the table where they're trying to have toast, and it just went like that. She's screaming, running around the room hysterically. I'm not going in. No more thatched roof cottages for me, thank you. I mean, yeah, you learn these things as you go along, darling. So.
No, the ones we get down here, most prevalent ones we get down here are the false widows. A lot of those here. A lot of those. They're all right if you leave them alone, but you go near them and piss them off, they'll bite you. Yeah, you don't want one of them biting you.
Yeah. They also try to sell you things that don't exist. There was a post going around Facebook today about a competition to win a Yamaha piano. And apparently it's a fake competition. Answer 3 simple questions and all this sort of thing. I'm thinking, well, the giveaway here is 3 simple questions to win a £135,000 piano.
Well, strange things have happened.
Well, agreed, but just think, well, does that mean you answer the 3 questions and then... Because they were relatively easy questions, apparently.
What colour are the keys of a piano?
Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. And, yeah, and somebody said, no, there's something... They entered it or something and it ended up all being fake, because suddenly you had to pay money to enter. Once you've answered the 3 questions, you're taken to a page, and then you pay to submit your 3 question answers and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, that doesn't sound.
Well, a lot of these
straightforward.
competitions, like the ones you get on TV, where you you'll be charged £2 for your text, or whatever. That's how they fund the prizes. They get so many people ring up at £2 a pop. They can easily afford to give away
fine, but that's all up
£50,000
front.
car.
They tell you that up
yeah,
front.
exactly. Yeah,
There was nothing about this,
nothing
and,
about
and
it,
you're a page in, 2 pages in, and suddenly you're going, wait a minute, what money?
Yeah. It's like every now and again, if I'm feeling lucky, and I never am lucky, but those Omaze contests where you buy a ticket. It's all for charity, mate. But you buy you buy a £10 ticket and you get put into the draw to win a £1.5 million house, and it's all completely genuine and above board, and everything goes to charity. So especially if it's a charity that I generally do support, I'll stick a tenner in, and then I think, there, I've done my bit, and I might win a house. No, I won't, but I might.
Yeah, well.
Oh, the missus does one down here. Hang on a minute. I think it was last week. 300 quid she won. Just fucking 20B tickets or something. 300 quid. Which was nice.
Yeah, but I think there are people who win things, and there are people who never win things.
Oh yeah, she did a thing on Heart Radio. Oh fuck me, 2 years ago, and won $3,000.
Wow.
It's just, like, okay.
I went on Radio 1, this must have been early 90s, Gary Davis, lunchtime show or something, and there was, it was one of those contests where if, I can't remember what the question, they'd ask a question, you had to give the answer, and if you didn't get it, they go to the next caller, and so on. And it was something to do with Saddam Hussein. It was an anagram of something, or anyway, of Saddam, and the answer was Alita Adams.
Right.
And I got it. I thought, that's it, and nobody's getting it. What the fuck is? So I'm at work. This is when I was working at Argos. So I'm upstairs in the stockroom. I forget that the girls downstairs have got Radio 1 on downstairs. So I ring up and I get fucking through. Right, you're next up. And I could hear the previous call and they didn't get it right. And I get through to Gary Davis. And I'm like, it's Alita Adams. We have a winner. Oh, I can't remember. I think I won a record or something. I don't know. And I could hear the girls downstairs all go, oh, Robbie's on the radio. So, in Argos, in the warehouse, you've got a conveyor belt, so the orders come through, you send everything down the belt. So I was at the top of the belt, the girls are all down the bottom of the belt, and Gary Davis says, oh, can you, he's like, who's that in the background? I said, oh, it's all the girls at work. Can you say hello to all the girls at Argos in Stowe Market? Oh, yeah, no, they loved it. It was great. Put the phone down. I was like, a little superstar for 10 minutes. Next day, phone call from the area manager.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got a bollocking for using company phones because this, obviously, it's in the 90s. People, we're still paying through the nose for a phone. I'm thinking, fuck off, come on, you're Argos, mate. But yeah, I got hauled over the coals for that one. Luckily, nothing serious happened. Not until for a few years later, and when I got a friend, a friend of mine who worked at another branch. I got them a job at my branch. I was running Cambridge store, which is one of the sort of busiest stores in the country. And I got her the job as what they call the chief cashier. So basically, she was in charge of cashing all the tills up and balancing them, and doing all the money stuff. And she was quite young. She was still learning her stuff. And so our manager gave her this little diary to make notes in, and so she didn't forget things. She was just, and everyone was taking the piss out of her and her having to have this little diary thing. So I went in the office one day when she wasn't there, and I started writing things in the book. So it was just like, make everyone a cup of tea, and then she'd find these things and chuckle, and then I'd write something else. It was just a silly little thing between friends. And then one day I pushed it a little bit too far, and it was 8:30, give Rob a blowjob. And she read that and she pissed herself laughing because that's we were friends, and that was that. It was never anything more than that. So anyway, she's got this thing in her office, and the HR lady comes in for a sort of quarterly sort of visit, and she walks into the cashier's office, and she's curious to see how Rebecca is using her diary, and so she's flicking through. And of course, she gets to 8:30. You're wrong. Ooh, caught it for that one. Hauled up in front, like Rebecca's there going, honestly, I wasn't offended. This is a joke. We're friends. There's nothing. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Those happy days. I got done for. It's a wonder I was there for 10 years. I got done at Argos for borrowing a set of jump leads. So we'd shut the shop up, and there was me and there was 2 other ladies, and we'd all parked our cars down the back of the shop, and so we all like locked up, set the alarms, everything, and we go around to the back. We're all getting in our cars. All right, see you tomorrow. Getting in, and one of them goes, and the other one is going. Car won't start. So I get out and I said, "Is everything all right?" She goes, "The bloody car won't start." I said, "Well, let's pop the hood. Let's have a look." Couldn't see anything. And then, when I got in the car and looked at the thing, it was quite obvious that the battery was low. I said, "Well, look, let's jump start it off mine. Have you got any jump leads?" "No." "Oh, okay. I don't think I have." So what am I going to do? Am I going to fuck off home and leave a single lady at 6 o'clock at night in Cambridge city centre? No, of course I'm not. So I work for a fucking shop that sells jump leads. $9.99 a pack. I mean, come on. So I go back into the store, I unset the alarm, I go into the warehouse, I get the jump leads, reset the alarm, put them on the car, get the car starts up, she's fine, she goes home. I put the jump leads in my boot, and the next day I just took them out of my boot. I went to one of my management colleagues and said, "By the way, this happened last night. Here are the jump leads. They're a little bit grubby, so let's send them back as a return. It'll go through a process, whatever." And it did, and that's it. That was it. And then a week later, I get a phone call from the area manager saying, I need to come and see you. I'm bringing security with us. I was, right, okay. Apparently, you re-entered the store after hours. And I said, "Did I?" "Oh, yes, yeah." So I told him. I said, it told me exactly what I just told you. I said, it had a lady member of staff, car wouldn't start, use the jump leads. "Oh, you didn't think to tell us that you did that?" "Well, I didn't think I had to." And he said, "Well, no, you should have done." So security come down, and I get a fucking grilling. She gets a grilling. Everybody that was there gets a grilling. I get put on a warning because apparently it's just it's a dismissible offence. It all kind of blew over in the end. But he turned around to me after this all done. The area manager, who was actually a really decent bloke, and he said, "If you'd have just fucking phoned me up," and I said, "I've got to go back in the shop. Is that okay?" I said yes, and none of this would have happened. And I'm like, oh, okay, lesson learned. And yes, Steve, I can remember the catalogue number for jump leads. It began with 745.
I was waiting for the story to finish before I was going to ask that.
If you could phone up Matey Boy from head office and say, "Look, I'm going to re-enter the shop," and he go, "Yeah, that's okay," then clearly it isn't much of a big deal. So why was he making such a fucking big deal?
Because I didn't say anything about it, and so therefore it's suspicious. And
Somebody did.
Yeah. Well, the reason. So basically, the reason why it's such a big deal, or was such a big deal back then anyway, was that there's a track record of bent managers going back into the store after everyone else has gone to skim off the tills or take some stock or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it's a common MO of people doing that. And so what the company had done was it said to the alarm company, if there's an activation
log,
and then there's a deactivation and a reactivation at some point, between the hours of say 6 and 6 the next morning, and there's not a call out, it's not like the front window's been put in or there's been a genuine burglary. It reports. So that's what happened. I got reported by the entry had been reported by the alarm company, and so there you go. But like you say,
Best one of those I had. I was I used to do deliveries for a store of boots in Torquay. And I used to go in at 5 a.m. to get the delivery, put it all out, all that shit. And I got a phone call at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Oh, your alarm's gone off. Right, okay, I'll meet the police down there. Gets down there, and what had happened was whoever had locked up the night before hadn't locked up. They'd set the alarm, and because it's Torquay seafront, loads of pubs, loads of bars, all that sort of shit. And a pisshead had leant against the front door, fallen in through it, set all the fucking alarms off. This guy's like that when the police turned up, snoring his head off. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. Oh God, that was one of the first things I didn't miss when I left retail was the early morning or late night call outs, especially when you've had a skinful. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't come in because I'm drunk. Well, your manager's not there. Can you get somebody to drive you? I said, yeah, but I might not be in a fit state. Oh, Jesus.
Well, they paid me 250 quid to stay sober on Millennium New Year's Eve.
Yeah. No, it was always a bane, especially when I was managing like the store here, because I used to run the store here in Stowmarket. That was my first one. Never got a call out there. Never. As soon as you go to somewhere like Cambridge or Ipswich, every other fucking night, somebody's put the front window in or trying to get in the back door, because there's a shit ton of stuff in one of those places, you know.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, because back then they had the jewellery. That was always the first target. That's why every night, every single fucking... We had to literally strip. Every day, you'd strip the entire... Even the counter was way back in the store. Wasn't, you know, we didn't have anything in the front windows, but literally the whole... Everything. Every night would go into a safe, and then every morning, they'd have to come out again. Fucking bane of my life.
That's why they're all in Sainsbury's now, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the same as it was, but it survived. It survived the whole high street revolution because it was able to adapt, because the business model of Argos from 1973 onwards was warehouse based. An Argos store was just a warehouse with a counter.
Yeah.
That's all it ever was. And you go, it's like going to a tool station or anything like that. You know, you're basically going into a warehouse with a counter and a catalogue. And that business model adapted perfectly to the internet. And now they don't even make the bloody catalogues anymore. Don't need to. It's all, you know, you walk into a store, it's digital screens.
Yeah.
Well, you order online, you order on your phone.
Yeah.
You basically, it's just always a warehouse. Clever. I mean, fuck me, the guy that came up with the concept, what was his name? Richard. Oh, Jesus. Richard. Because Elizabeth Duke, you know, the jewellery
bit.
Yeah, that was the name of his mistress, I believe.
I bet that went down well with his wife.
Yeah. What was his name? Richard something or other. Excuse you. But yeah, I mean, he went over to America and saw a very similar sort of thing, because he was the same guy that did Green Shield stamps. So he started Green Shield stamps, and you could exchange those, and then he started Argos, and the two things kind of ran side by side. And for a while, you could actually buy things in Argos using Green Shield stamps.
Using stamps, yeah.
And then eventually they phased the stamps out. But
God, we used to have a Green Shield stamp shop in the Elephant and Castle in the 70s. Fucking hell. Remember that?
I
My
remember
nan
collecting them.
my nan used to collect them, and
Those and the co-op stamps.
she was saving up enough stamps to get a Mini Cooper pedal car for me.
Excellent.
And by the time she got enough to do it, I wouldn't have fitted in it.
He was 6 foot tall. He would have been 32.
But now I'm going to university. You know, because
I arrived in my pedal car.
yeah, because I think it was for 4 to 8 or something. So you know, I know I shot up when I was a kid anyway. So I would have been too big to get in it. So she had all these green shield stamps that she'd been collecting for donkeys. So she got a dartboard, and that's when the whole
Yeah.
blind darts started off. That's hilarious. It was.
Love it.
No, the
Yeah,
dog
the-
used to run for its life.
The ratio of stamps to the quality of what you bought
Oh.
with them was incredibly.
It was. Yeah, you literally had to collect them for so long.
It's like if you go to the seafront nowadays and you play all those games and they spit out the tickets every time you win something. Like you gazillion to get a lollipop or something like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like my kids go there. When we go to Felixstowe, they're obsessed with going to these things and playing the games and getting all the stamps. And they're like this with stamps. And they go up to the counter. What can we have? Or you can have that plastic ring, or that bag of jelly sweets. Isn't
There's
that
dog
right,
shit
darling?
out on the pavement you can have. Book and a half.
Hang on a sec. I've got my daughter begging me here. Hang on.
Oh dear. Yeah, it still makes me smile thinking about her playing darts. I'll tell you what, there's some big black clouds rolling in.
Not too bad down here. It's just cold. You know, it's cold and sort of misty and
Oh yeah.
fucking freezing out there at the minute.
No, it's been absolutely delish up here, but
It's not been too bad today.
the foxes have decided to use the school playing fields out the front here now. They go wandering about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we used to get the Canadian Air Force used to land in the backfield, and now they've built that housing estate. They fly over and go right down to the big pond down in the park, a mile or so up the road here.
Fucking hell.
But I think there was about, what, 30, 35, maybe 40 Canada geese used to come over and used to land in that field for a bit of a breather and then oink over. Now they just fly straight over now.
Should have sent Fiona out to deal with them the other day when those builders were moaning about the dogs. Fucking cheeky bastards.
Yeah, I know. Well, what it was Siri was doing her very aggressive bark, even though, she wouldn't say boo to a goose, that dog. And but it's because she got this huge chest on her, she's got such a deep, roaring bark. And I think they felt intimidated on the roof of a house.
Silly fuckers.
I did want to say something else to them actually, but I just reminded myself that, they're just workmen building the houses. They didn't sell the land or come up with the plans to build 171 ugly fucking houses in the back garden. It's not their fault. So,
Yeah.
but nonetheless, they're going to bark at you. You're standing on a roof over their garden. They're just warning you. Stay away.
I got off. Has he fucked off, has he?
Yes. He's bugged out.
Just wondering who's at the front door. So did you manage to get your issues with the Hydra and the CS sorted, or are you not going to bother?
I'm not going to bother.
No.
No. It's just there. I'll walk over there and play it. It's much better to play the actual keyboard anyway.
Yeah.
So, but all this has got to come out again anyway now. So it's all going to...
Just to put the computer in.
Well, because it's going to be the main computer, the main computer isn't going to be the main computer anymore. So all the priorities change around.
That's going to be a ball like shifting everything across as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, everything's going to come out of here.
I
Completely.
meant software and all that shit. That's going to be in.
I can do it as I go along. I mean,
Yeah.
basically, what I'm going to do, I'll use the PC can be sort of like a co-pro in the background, basically, while the Mac Studio slowly builds up. So I'll have
Comes up.
VSTs on that, but I'll have the libraries on the big one.
That's fair enough.
Because she's still a stonking great big cow.
Yes.
So that'll work out fine.
Oh, hang on. I've got a business. Come on, darling. Hang on a second. Excuse me.
Oh, what's she got?
Do you want to show the boys what you've done?
Go on, show us. Yeah. Well done.
Laughing at you.
Keep up the good work.
Bless her.
Oh, well. Up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning then.
Oh
That's
dear.
my daughter. We
I thought she was going to be making. Oh no, yeah.
5 a.m. You don't want her out, do you?
that's the only thing. That's the only reason I'm doing it. But it's
Yeah.
light and it's well, it's light and it's not cold, and it's only a 15-minute walk, and it's like, you know,
But it's your daughter, and you don't want her out that time of the morning on a Jack Jones, do you? Really?
not really. And I don't mind terribly on this. You know, it means that I have to go to bed early on a Saturday night, which is, you know, at my age is not an unusual thing. But it also, because it's on a Sunday, it means as soon as I get home, I can go back to bed and I can stay there until I want to wake up. Whereas Jackie does the one on the Tuesday, because she does the shift on the Tuesday as well.
Yeah.
So she does it rather than me, because I don't fancy getting up at 5, taking her to work, going back to bed for like an hour or two to then get up again and do my own shit. So,
Oh yes.
but we had a discussion. We said, look, you know, if we move where we're going to move, it's within walking distance. As soon as it's light at 5 o'clock, you can walk yourself there. Oh yeah, I'll do that. And then we get here, it's like, can you take me?
Yeah.
Oh, the joys.
You know, just wanted to find a different job now.
Yeah.
Yeah, change your job so I don't have to get up.
But yeah. Yes.
Right.
Ah, well. Oh, dear me. So I haven't used my polybrute for a long while, and it's moved around and been boxed up and been stored and then been brought out and plugged in again. I put it in today and just checked all the tuning and everything. Absolutely bob on. Hasn't shifted a look. I was quite pleased with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it to have moved too much, to be honest.
It did once or twice when it got particularly cold overnight, and I turned it on, and it tells you might want to recalibrate. It's been a while since you've used it. But no, it's absolutely bob on.
Just leave it in a room with a DX1. That'll keep it warm, won't it?
Yeah.
So it's smart enough to tell you that, but not smart enough to just do it anyway.
Well, no, you might want it out of tune.
Trust me.
Authentic.
In
analog thing.
30 years, I haven't found anybody who's wanted a polysynth out of tune.
Yeah. But it's a lovely thing. It actually goes well with that Mask 1,
Yeah.
sonically.
Oh, Mr. Hilton's rather partial to getting one of them.
What, the Mask?
No, the polybrute.
Oh, the polybrute. Yeah, no, the polybrute's fantastic. Manny's got one. He got the polybrute noir.
Oh, very nice. Well, at least you got your stereo back now.
Yes. Program that all myself. Name the original instrument that phrase was played on. Kent's favourite.
Was it? It's not quite right though, is it? Is that first? Do the first bit again. There. I don't think it's quite right. I don't think so. Or at least,
painstakingly studied.
yeah, but still, it's something. It's like it's something. Well, that's much better.
Prophet 5. Because it's, and the reason you know it's a Prophet 5 is because it steals a note.
Ah.
She's got Marty Feldman eyes. Oh, fucking hell.
That's good. I like it. I like it. So where's the usual suspects tonight?
I don't know. Very
Saturday,
quiet.
isn't it? Maybe they've got lives.
Well, Saturdays
Oh, yeah.
normally. Saturday's what normally brings them in. It's like the smell of warm tea.
Speaking of which, I think I'm going to go make coffee. I will be
Steady
back.
on now.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Oh, do you know, that's, if there's one thing that Arturia really need to sort out, it's the Polybrute plugin, because it requires the instrument to be connected, and even when it is connected, it tells you it's not connected.
Well, that's always useful.
Yeah. Okay, doesn't want to know. Try this. Oops. And one more. Connect your Polybrute. Well, fucking like this. Oh no, it's not. I unplugged it. That's fine.
That explains that then.
That explains. Yeah, problem in
Yeah.
chair, not in computer.
Yeah. It can be forgiven that.
No, I still need to. I've just ordered myself a 6-meter USB 3 cable, so that I can stick a hub over there and then plug all the USB stuff in. To that.
Right, yeah.
Yes. And I hope I don't have the same bloody shenanigans I did. Do you remember that time I unplugged? Well, I put in a second USB 3 hub, but I think I was using a USB 2 cable, and so everything went and shat its pants.
Mm.
And it took me ages to get everything back online, so I'm hoping that doesn't do it again.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I'm expecting some of that at some point. Myself here.
Yes. All good fun.
It's been a bit. You have to increase the resolution. It's not so much playing as polishing a car. That's what it feels like sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, there was a guy on the because I went onto the. I think I was invited onto the Osmos Facebook group,
All right.
and there was a chappie on there saying he goes, "Oh, well," he says, "I've just ordered an Osmos from some company, a music shop, but sort of more like a Bentle's would be, you know, so it was a big department store in the States, and he got an email saying your Osmos has been dispatched the following day." So I'm watching this post with interest, because a lot of people were going, "Nah, mate, that's not happening." And from what I've heard from the Osmos people themselves, I don't think that's happening either. But it would be interesting to see. You never know. You never know.
Osmosis being sold through distributor, or through retail.
As far as I knew, no.
I thought it was all through direct.
So it's all very, very whatnot. Dewberry. Here he is.
Hey.
Good evening,
With
gentlemen
his
and
new
ladies
internet connection.
and others. How are we doing?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Not bad.
Yeah.
And he's
Convinced.
Okay. Am I- did I
Yeah,
just crap
you've-
there?
Yes. And again.
The scourge of BT.
Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
To answer Neil Wharton's question in the chat, yes, I'll be there, and at the moment the provisional date for it is the 1st and the 2nd of July.
Hello? Am I actually here now?
You're
Yeah,
back.
Yeah.
again. Yeah. Don't know for how long.
No, exactly. I might have to.
The joys of BT again, huh?
Must be. But I have done some tests, and it said it was okay. But it's been fine the last couple of days. But there we go again. Oh no, it's Matt.
Yeah, but you've caused it. That's
You've
what it is.
contaminated him.
yeah,
You've
yeah.
contaminated him now. No.
Yeah. So I did some. I ran some tests after the last. Was it Thursday? Wednesday, Thursday. I ran some tests and it seemed fine. But actually, what I think's happening is I think it is BT. But so it's fine, but then there's a dropout. So when they test it, when I run my little test, it's running fine. And I've checked the computer over, and there's nothing there that's I've got no malware or anything.
You're not
that's
using a
crept in.
VPN or anything,
No.
are you?
No.
Restarted the hub and all that.
Yeah, did all of
malarkey.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn it off and on again.
Yeah. The professional way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wait. Count to 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Let the power dissipate.
Yeah.
Unplug it from the mains. Turn it on. Turn it off. Turn it on. Turn it off. Oh dear.
Bury it
I
in
had
the
this
soft
problem with
peat.
my work computer. It was booting up, and Dell have this pre-boot test. I need to turn it off because it's not. I think it's the test that's at fault. But it does this pre-boot test to make sure that all your bits are what they should be. And it was reporting that my RAM had got some dodgy bits on it. So I reported it to IT. IT said call Dell. So I called Dell. They said ran me through some tests, and they said we'll send an engineer out. And the engineer comes on with 2 boxes,
Oh, the camera's working.
1 stick of RAM in each box, and just swaps the RAM out. I said, why don't you just post it? I can do that. And anyway, puts it all in, boots it up, everything's fine. Of course, the engineer fucks off, goes away. Next day, I turn the computer on, and I get an even worse message. This time, it's not yellow, it's red. So I've got that to look forward to next week. Bloody Dell shite.
Dell shite. I can't.
Shell catchment.
I can't get over that monitor box.
Oh yeah.
Like as tall as me.
I was looking at widescreen, ultra widescreen curved monitors today, thinking, I might treat myself. Nah,
No.
not at those prices.
What prices?
Anything between £500 and £1,000
Oh dear.
for a decent make and a decent size, So, nah.
It's like the ultra wide ones.
Yeah, the curved things.
Big
So at the
numbers.
moment, I'm looking at 2 screens. Basically, I've got an extension over to that one. Why not just have one?
I like that separation though. I like the 2 screens.
I see. I do too. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like the 2 screens.
Yeah, but
Personally,
you can have that with the widescreens as well.
I know. Yeah. It's. I think it's just in my head. I just like the idea of separating the screens.
Yeah.
I used to know when I was heavily into the Reason world, there's a lot of people that would have 2 screens, and they'd have the second screen rotated 90 degrees, and they'd put the Reason rack in there, and it was just,
Yeah.
it was
Right.
what
Yeah.
a brilliant concept. Worked really well.
There's a lot of streamers on Twitch that do that for the chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
okay,
have
yeah.
a separate screen for their chat window.
He's back. A hater of pirates.
I like the idea of a like super widescreen for a DAW, but like it's like how much of the timeline do you really need to see at any one go?
Ben swears by it, doesn't he? He loves it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still feel I need a second monitor.
Yeah.
You'll soon be in this circle of curved monitors.
So what type of pirates are you getting there, Matt? You getting
All of them.
Robert Newton types and Jack Sparrow types.
Everything. Everything. You name it, it's here. There was even a
Oh,
woman,
he's gone.
even a woman on a fucking mobility scooter that she'd wrapped round with cardboard to make it look like a bloody galleon.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Oh, it's a huge thing. I mean, it brings a fuck ton of money into the town. Absolute. Yeah. So
Or doubloons, anyway.
Pieces of bait.
Yeah, it's a real big thing. It's a 3-day event. But, yeah, it just goes nuts. Absolutely. I mean, they've even brought a full-size Spanish galleon over.
Jesus.
One we haven't sunk.
Yeah. 3 days ago, it left Spain somewhere and arrived yesterday. So, yeah, they're charging fucking 10 quid to go and look round it.
That's not bad, really, when you think about it.
Well, no, I suppose, you know.
After my Krusty Kreme donuts revelation today. Couldn't believe that.
But yeah, no, it's like I say, it's great for the town, but I just don't go anywhere near it. I just can't. So, too many people.
Desperately trying to think of a pirate joke here, but I can't.
Oh, there must be loads. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm not doing any.
Something that goes "R." No.
Yeah, there's probably a few of them. Hang on.
Yeah. I'm just not. Yeah, it's too late in the day now. Ah, well. Oh, do you know what I'm going to do? Because I was going to do this earlier, but now he's here.
Has Ian gone again? Shit.
Yeah, I think so. It's looking very dark in there, Robbie.
That's because, Alexa, lights blue.
Oh, it's time for your purple rinse. Like this.
Oh, I know
Again.
what this is. And I bet
Oh
I did
yeah,
that. Arturia Pirates.
still in the box. Are you going to keep the box on these?
I can't believe Ben threw all these boxes.
Yeah, wow.
He could have actually sold those boxes, like stuff for the profit. Someone would buy a profit box, definitely.
I typed pirate jokes into Google, but I forgot to leave out the word good. Crap.
Jesus.
Right, Chat GPT. Oh yeah, no, it's yeah. I think there's a whole roll of tape on that.
Well, you've got to keep the sniffer dogs off of it.
Exactly.
While Rob is doing that,
Bloody hell.
check what I've got.
What you got?
Is that a tape machine?
Tape,
A Sony tape machine.
Good God, man.
I know. It's awesome. Well, it is now. It wasn't when I got it. It didn't work at all when I got it. Just sort of kind of
Was
went.
it capstan seized up?
Yeah, capstan. Basically, there's on these Sonys. There's like this pulley sort of lever underneath part of the mechanism that just gets completely gunked up, seizes
Yeah.
up. So you
Engages
basically
the
got
head.
to take it all. Yeah, that's the one. The
Yeah.
elbow joint on
Robbie,
there. That
Robbie,
seizes.
look,
Oh, yeah.
you can tell she's come here for the evening, nicking my
Looking good.
fucking t-shirts.
Hey!
Cool.
Jesus, Ollie. What the actual... It's like Christmas, isn't it?
That box isn't big enough for a banjo.
It's
Or a
got a great
cheese-
big hamburger in it.
Big enough for a cheese.
yeah,
finger.
it is. Yeah.
Is it donuts?
Ollie's going to get really pissed off with that joke by the end of this. Yeah. fucking burger.
I should do a Photoshop on it. It's just for the.
Can you tell what it is yet?
You'll have padding for the rest of the year.
Just checking there's no special surprises. No
Couple of
boxes.
spiders.
Yeah.
Has the film finished? Or
There'll be
something?
Irish spiders.
Suddenly everybody's here.
It's like pass the parcel, except I'm the only person playing.
So you might win then.
A little battle crowd there.
It's a PlayStation 6.
But the best is yet to come. And any ideas?
It's bubble wrap.
Just do
What do I
bell
win?
noises.
I would say DX7 programmer, but it's far too small.
Oh, suit you, sir. Oh,
Oh, do you want it?
do you want it, sir? Oh,
CX5M.
Keys are nice on it, isn't it?
It's. Thank you, darling.
Oh, look at his little face, look.
Rebel sandwich maker. No,
Ah,
no.
wow.
My God.
Blast from the past.
Yeah.
I got a while back. I got a pile of them, like for about 50 quid, and they're all broken. So I just spent, I just wanted to get a few videos, like restoration videos out
Yeah,
of them.
and
Yeah.
fleece Robbie a bit. Yeah.
And yeah. So yeah, no. So I've been sending those to people.
Hey,
here and
buddy.
there, 'cause I
Hello.
Greetings.
Hey, Andy.
you only need so many, obviously.
Yes, I need to sort out some bits like that. Oh, that's Oh yeah, okay. Well, that's another box out of the way.
Love it.
That brings back some memories. Another bit of FM.
Any excuse.
Because you know what I've still got for this? I've still got the FM expander module.
Oh, for the C64. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one works. I had this one. I'd made a little kind of Arduino-based MIDI controller for it,
Okay.
so it could actually control the synth card with an external pots on it. I used that for a while, but it was just too awkward and bulky, really.
That was probably my second synthesizer. Was a Commodore 64 with the SFX sound, FM sound expander, and the 61 note controller, which is in the garage somewhere. I wonder if that still works. I used to have that on a music stand, like a $14.99 music stand from Argos. You know, the little sheet music holder. It would be a piece of sort of wire, black coated wire that would sit in, and I'd put my VSS 200. I'd bent the thing back so it looked like I had a 2-tier keyboard stand, but I put the VSS 200 on the. Every now and again, it would just go. Oh,
There's something
Howard Jones.
super nostalgic about that SID chip filter. It's just,
Oh yeah,
it's horrible and dirty, but it's
in a nice way.
yeah,
A bit like
Not
a
my
tape
wife.
machine.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that tape machine's wicked. It's got this echo function on it when you record it onto tape. It's like, yeah, seriously weird.
Jim's going down the Marta Salogni route.
Next time I come on, there'll be like bits of tape strewn all over it.
Yeah.
Is that a new purchase, that reel to reel?
It is indeed. So
Which reel to reel is it?
it's a Sony TC630.
Okay.
So it's 4-track, but it's quite unusual. It's got this echo function on it. So it basically does sort of tape echo. It sort of replays into the record head what's coming off the play head. You get different times depending on your tape speed. It's like 3-speed deck, so it'll do 7.5 IPS at the top end, and like 1 3/4 at the bottom or something.
So you say it's 4-track. You say
Yeah.
it's 4-track, Jim. Is it actually 4 tracks in the same way, or is it twin stereo?
It's I don't know. I've not used it as
So
a 4-track yet.
Right. Okay.
But I think you have, I think you've got to flip it over to do the other 2 tracks.
Right,
Not,
so
it's
it's
a
like a
2-track
standard-
head, but yeah.
It's a standard stereo.
Yeah.
Standard stereo. Yeah.
Mm.
Great. I mean, it's
Yeah.
brilliant.
And it works now.
Well, did it not work when you got it?
No. Basically, it wouldn't really sort of play anything, and yeah.
Did you do it yourself, or did you take it somewhere that repairs them?
This is me you're talking to, Andy. Of course, I took it apart myself.
Okay.
Just
Sorry,
watch.
that was a stupid question.
If only to figure out how it works. You know.
Yeah,
But,
the thing to
but
do
yeah,
is watch the pinch roller, because if you're cleaning the pinch roller and it starts to get black, then the rubber's coming off.
yeah. I mean,
So stop.
the trickiest thing I've had with it was basically the left-hand channel wasn't quite as bright or as loud.
Right. Sounds like a head.
Alignment.
No, none of those things. It was the brake on the supply reel
Really?
wasn't slowing it down enough, so it wasn't pulling the tape taut
Oh,
enough
right,
to
yeah.
force it against the head properly. So yeah,
Oh, brilliant. Well done.
thank you.
You're
It's really
clever.
cool. No, just good at googling shit.
It's not necessarily mutually exclusive. Yeah, Asio Ed's just said Revox A77. I'd still love one of those.
I'd love one of those.
If only just the
B-
price
the
have gone
B7
up and up and up, haven't they? Ooh. The B
B77
is a wider one. It's 1/2 inch, isn't it? Whereas the A77 is 1/4 inch.
B77 is a 1/4 inch as well.
Yeah.
I used to sell them. I used to be in a past life before I was a hi-fi, before I sold.
You
music
didn't keep one?
instruments. No, do you know? I wish I did. We were a Revox deal. When I had the audio, what was a company called the Audio Study back in the 80s? We were a Revox dealer. So, and we did
I'll
sell.
see what that is, Robbie.
It's a picture of somebody.
Me too.
Oh, right.
I'll get you.
So
Sorry,
yeah,
Ian, I rudely interrupted.
No, the B77 was just a later version of an A77.
Oh, I thought it was a higher spec. I thought it was
It's the Studer one. The Studer Revox ones are the ones that were 4-track and 8-track.
Did the B77 have the Dolby C
No, it didn't have
or
any
Dolby
noise
B?
Didn't have any noise reduction at all. Didn't need
So
it.
it wasn't the standard Revox
No,
B77 then. Oh, okay.
15 inch and 7.5.
Does the A77 not go to 15 IPS then?
I can't remember.
Not all of them.
Right. Okay.
There's 2 versions, I think.
Right.
I think there's one that does and one that tops out at 7.5.
7. It was 7 and 3 3/4, isn't it?
I was madly in love with the Fostex B16.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I ever.
And then I
Seen
got
it.
one, and it was like, oh, I didn't know it was this fucking heavy.
Oh, this way's like, I mean, this comes with speakers that go in, you know, in the lid that attach on the front. I think it's about 26 kilos or something. And it's a 24.
So like 1/3 of the weight of your flight case then.
Yeah. The one
Would
that
you lift
kills
with one finger and do a ballet with it?
How do you work with one of those? Can you pass through stuff in real time, or do you have to just post process?
Yeah, you can do. I mean, I'm not sure how I can do that because I've sort of downsized my interface now. But yeah, you can. Yeah, I should still be able to do it even with 2 in, 2 out on headphones, and do it that way. But yeah, I've just literally at the minute just got one set of leads going over there, so I'll just like rig them up one way to record into it and just patch it over to get playback. But yeah.
I'm just looking at, because I mean, I've got me doubting myself about the B77 now. Standard B77 was 3 and 3/3 and 7.5, and then there was a higher speed version, 7.5 and 15.
Yeah.
But there's still no
That's it,
noise
yeah.
reduction. It may,
Who needs noise reduction? This thing's
Well,
got noise
but-
reduction, but
but
I
then
don't think
again,
it does anything.
there's something about DBX. Remember? And
Oh God,
this-
no, they didn't. No, they surely
this-
went Dolby
No, but it was well,
because DBX is dog
oh,
shit.
DBX was terrible. But I
God.
thought it was there's
I
an
actually-
external.
DBX I actually liked on my Yamaha MT120. It worked really well on that. Because it only sort of, it only really sort of cut in on the quieter bits, didn't it? So
It sort of, but you could tell it was sort of this breathing effect, which
Yeah.
was really, really irritating.
Yeah, you just get whomp effects with drum
Yeah,
machines and
that's
stuff
it.
like that. Ugh.
Anyway, there's a B77 on eBay for £975.
No.
that cheap.
That cheap. I'd want to have a look at the heads for that. For a
Yeah.
start.
Yeah.
They aren't showing. Actually, interestingly, they're not showing the heads,
Oh, okay.
which I have to. Oh no, I'm lying to you. I've just seen a picture further down. There's a head there somewhere. Oh, they've taken the back off it. All right, okay.
Can you get replacements, or are they like?
Yeah, you can. You get them from Rasuda. The
Student, right?
yeah.
Probably pretty expensive.
Oh God, yeah. This looks like it's had its head replaced at some point. That does not look like a standard Revox head.
I mean, I picked this up for non-working, but I knew I could get it working because of the fact it was working. It just been mothballed, so I thought it will be okay. So I got this for 165 and fully working. They're like 400 and some quid on eBay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I bought. I've got down here. I've got it must be 50, 60 years old. An old Philips. It's mono output, but it's got a stereo head, so it will play stereo tapes. And all I wanted to do was to copy some tapes.
is that transistor or valve?
Push valve.
Nice.
It's noisy when you first switch it on. The guy said it had been serviced. I think he's maybe serviced it himself. It's bloody noisy when you first switch it on, but then when it warms up, it's great.
He meant that he cleaned the heads.
Well, yeah, no, he didn't. He didn't because I cleaned the heads when I got
Dusted
and
it.
they were absolutely bloody disgusting.
The heads on this, I looked at them and thought, oh god, they look really worn. I was just like, but I think it's just oxide that was really crusted on there, like hard.
Yeah.
I think I got what was it called? It's a Magnavox.
Oh, I remember Magnavox.
Yeah, it got this big beige Magnavox up in the attic, which has got lots of recordings of me mum and dad singing.
Oh wow!
From oh my god, 59, 60.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Well, I had this literally a massive box of tapes, and I thought because my dad used to be a guitarist in a band back in the sort of it would have been before I was born, so it was probably mid-50s, early 50s, dance band, and I thought there might have been some recordings of him in there. But like a twat, at some point in the past when I was a kid, messing around with tape machines, I've obviously taped over them. I know, and they've gone forever. And and I went through all these tapes, and there's actually some stuff of me from the 80s on there, which I sort of I've digitized. Me doing some gigs, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, it was like how many wedding videos fell foul of an ITV premiere of a James Bond film over Christmas?
Exactly. Yeah. In fact, I've just sold one.
For the better.
For the better, yeah. Do you take this man to be your lawful wedding? Yeah, oh yeah.
Anybody remember that Tascam Porter Studio, which had a reel-to-reel, 8-track reel-to-reel built into it?
It's the TAC 388.
388.
Did you know?
I got one in the garage.
Have you?
Yeah.
Is it like a real? Is it like a real trail, or is it like a Porter studio, a small one?
Can I see if I can get it going, Kent?
It's an 8-channel.
Yeah, help yourself, mate.
Cool.
It's
Yeah,
an
honestly.
8-channel mixer with a, I think eight-channel mixer with an 8-channel reel-to-reel tape in it.
Yeah.
I'm sure I remember that right. It's a 388.
Yeah, 3.8 Tascam 3.8.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just looking it up now.
and it's big. It's a big thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you
call
need
it
a
a Porter
trolley to
studio.
move it. You need a
Oh,
trolley.
right, yeah. All right, no. God, they're worth a bit, aren't they?
They used to
3.5
sell
$3.5
them.
grand.
Yeah, they used to sell them as a. That's pretty much what they cost back in the day.
Yeah.
But they used to
Pretty
do
much
them as
what
a
they-
bundle
what they weigh.
with a Allen and Heath 816 mixer.
All right.
Done in. I don't feel well. Poo brown.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the one you mean. Yeah.
Because when we still had the bricks and mortar shop, I bought a TIAC A3340, which is a studio 4-track recorder, and it was all in perfectly working order.
That's the one that's on the cover of Craig Anderson's Craig Anderson's book on home recording. That's the one that's on the front cover.
Yeah. Anyway, it ended up I sent it to France in the end. Guy in France bought it.
They're really quite well regarded, they are.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
And the heads were in good nick. It was. I'd serviced it, not to Kent's quality, but I.
Have you seen Kent's quality?
Yeah.
I checked it all over and made sure that everything was working on it. And that
Hammers, chainsaws, and WD-40. It's all you need.
Yeah. Fuck it, that works.
I can't get over the WD-40, to be fair.
Oh man.
After everything we've been told all our lives, and you
I
guys
know,
say, "Fuck it, it works,
I
mate."
know.
Yeah. No, because I love going onto these forums sometimes when they're talking about, oh yes, well I took this out and you do it like this and you take these out and you do this and use deoxys. You never use WD-40. We're gonna blah blah blah. And I'm there going, you're a wanker. You're a wanker. You flat cunt. Yeah, WD-40 is the dog's nuts. It really does.
See, I was told never to put WD-40 in a lock.
Really?
So I bought some proper stuff, some lock lubricant for our locks. And it works
Snake
great.
oil, mate.
It works. But,
Yeah.
I mean,
Kent is the same stuff in the arcade community as well. Like every time you use WD-40 for anything, people will scream at you.
Yeah, it's like
I've been doing it for years and never had. It's just
exactly because they do this thing like, for instance, the guys go, yeah, I got this mini Moog and I'm going to restore it, so I'm replacing every single cap in it before we do anything. Don't even turn it on, just replace every single cap.
Yeah.
And then go, why doesn't it sound right? Asshole.
Same with Deoxit D5, which I always find does what I need it to do. And yet,
Deoxit is expensive gear, mate.
Yeah, I had to get mine from America.
Well, I used Deoxit on a 2600, up 2600. It was an early tonus one. So it'd be early 70s. Because, literally the hand was thrust into my hand. Right, and the guy who owns this, and he goes, "No, please use Deoxit on the sliders." I mean, okay, because they were all this business. So we do the bids on these sliders, and the following day, again. So I go, right, watch this. And I just went, and it's been absolutely fucking silent ever since. And he goes, "Oh, you're right. WD-40 actually does work." I said, "Yeah, because it's cheap. Everybody's got a finger up their arse about it." But it is the stuff to use. Drives me fucking batshit, it does.
Ollie,
yeah.
Pourquoi 80? Est-ce que Jean-Michel Jarre a 80 ans?
No.
Le CS80.
Yeah, there was something Robbie posted.
Some
have I
Synfest
missed something?
France.
All right, I see.
And there was a guy, got
Somebody got really
CS80,
upset.
and he got CS8, he got DX1 behind, he got a whole bunch of other stuff, and he was just going on, in French and
going on in
French,
as they do over there.
No offense,
they
Ollie.
do. Well,
Deal over
and,
there.
well, no, he was going on, and he was in French. I mean, it was, and he said CS80, and I was like, oh yeah,
CS80.
yeah. So it's
Yeah,
CS, it's a CS420.
Yeah. Because 420. Because
Yeah,
Fiona was
please don't
talking about
introduce
this when
French
she goes,
numbering
90
systems over
is 420s and 10. And I went,
Yeah.
what?
Why
99,
don't they have
four
an-
times-
numbering was fucked.
99, 4 times 20, 10 and 9. You've got to have a bloody maths degree to actually
I know.
count properly in French. It's ridiculous.
420 means something completely different.
Exactly.
I know.
That's the thing, though. It's just the sound that number makes. Like, in French, you don't think about it. You don't
Yeah.
actually think 420, 10 for 90. You just think that's 90. Like, it's just the sound it makes. You don't think in those terms. I think somebody got really upset in the chat, in the comments.
Setting maths problems in school must
No.
take for fucking ever.
No, I think the fascinating thing is whoever came up with that. Like, what was the rationale behind it?
Oh, Fiona
their
said
head.
something about that.
Well,
They
most
more than made
peasants
up
Something
don't
about
count
the
beyond
origin.
20.
Something
With the
about
wine
the
and the
origin.
Mm.
Some influenced from somewhere.
I mean, there's not many.
Mars. Or something.
There's not many
That's
languages
actually one
where
for me. That's one for me. I have to go and find out about that because there'll be an absolute perler of a reason where
there's-
that's
Yeah.
come from.
there's
Yeah.
not many languages where there is a singular word for a number. So that. If you look, say for
do you
Italian,
mean?
if you want to say 1980 in Italian, it's 1980,
See.
which is 1980. You don't say 1980. You just say 1980. So it's not just the French that do it, but other countries. There's lots of other languages where that the kind of the numbering is such and such multiplied by such, or something to add this. Whereas in English it tends to be
Well, there's that word in French. What is it? Tat. But the way it sounds, but it can have many, many different meanings. And there was a video, I think it was on YouTube, where somebody had put in into Google where this sentence you put in, and then when you ask it to say it in French, it says tet, even though it's all different words.
Oh right, yeah.
So, Andrew, the origin was from in Old French. A lot of the way they were counting was actually in 20, so it wasn't decimals. It was whatever 20 symbols
based.
or something. Yeah, 20 based.
Or was it 16? Because you have a different French word right up until 16 or 15 or 16, and then it changes.
That's Latin.
Oh, here we go.
No, because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Romans, they go
Romans,
into
Blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And then it goes.
It's
19,
Latin.
18.
Spanish is the same.
Yeah. So
It
you
goes
got
up
that.
to 15, then it goes 16, 17, 18.
Yeah.
So it's the same.
So it goes up
So
to
that's
16,
Latin.
and then it has the same start to each word, like we have with teen at the end of each word
Yeah.
in the teens, for instance.
But we don't say 10 teen, 2 teen, 3 teen.
Why don't we say
No.
1 teen, 2 teen, 3 teen?
Not yet.
Somebody's not listening.
Weirdos.
No.
But yeah, in
Variety is the spice of life.
Old French, like 50 would have been 220, 10,
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff. Yeah, because they instead of counting
Was that
base 10,
40-20? I'm confused now.
it was base 20 counted their toes as well. Yeah, it's a weird system. Yeah, but it was.
Oh, it's like doing clock time in German. Really freaks them out because it's just so like English until you get to half, and then you're trying to explain to them that in German, halb in clock time doesn't mean half past. It means half to.
Oh yeah.
So So halb eins isn't 1:30. It's halfway to 1. Oh my god! And it does take you ages to get your head around it.
Yeah.
But actually, I think Dutch is the same, and the Scandinavian languages are the same.
I think I've got a good chance of missing my flight back from Super Bowl.
Honestly, Jim,
Thanks for time, mate.
I've missed trains because of it. Honestly, you know, I was thinking that honestly, my second year when I was in my second year in Germany, I'd actually got my degree. So I'd done O level, A level, got my degree, and I still couldn't do the bloody clock time and missed the train. You know, I turn up at the station, getting ready, plenty of time for my train, only to find that it had gone. Oh, tit head. You know?
To be honest, Andy, I'm surprised you haven't picked up on my Latin title for the show yet.
I have.
I thought you had. There you go.
It's under there. Look.
Yeah, and
it's Calpurnia. Is the Latin for pub?
That's what you give babies when they're ill, isn't it?
Yes. Just take
write
it
it again.
Yeah.
Project.
Yeah. Romanes, Aeon Domus. Oh, come on.
Ain't the house.
Come on. What have you? What does that say? It says Romans go up. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Now write it out 100 times, or I'll cut your balls off.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
I love that's one of the funniest scenes ever. I love it.
It's brilliant. Oh man.
Well, should we get back to something musical now? We've got off on a linguistic tangent, and it's all my fault. I'm sorry, everybody.
Ed Sheeran.
Oh, I like it.
Ed Sheeran.
That's why I
Said
said
musical.
That's not musical.
No,
No, but the point is,
that's just 4 chords.
yeah, exactly. Now, can you really copyright a chord
No.
progression?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the 4 chord song, haven't you?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, literally every big hit song is like using those same 4 chords. It's ridiculous.
I don't mean to defend the
The only
ginger,
thing.
but
Sorry, go on.
he did say that if I was going to rip off somebody, why would I do that in front of 20,000 people? You know, I'd give you evidence of me pinching "Let's Get It On" or whatever. Yeah, ridiculous.
It's melodies and lyrics that can be copyrighted. It's not chords.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but
tell
you,
Marvin
you,
Gaye to
That-
state
that's
that.
where- and that's
you
where
shouldn't
all
be able
the-
to
that's where all
copyright
the problems
progressions
are.
either. You know,
No.
They
I
should
mean,
be able to, yeah.
yeah, I mean, you know, Mozart's family's going to start suing everybody.
Well, I was watching something the other day, one of these YouTube rabbit hole things, and it was a clip of Paul McCartney saying how he came up with Blackbird, and that's basically a rip-off of Bach. They used to play this Bach thing, and then from that he extrapolated and went on to that ding ding ding.
That's Bachbird.
Bachbird, yes. I'll be Bach. Yeah.
But that's
Hey, everybody.
You could have.
Hi, darling.
Hey, buddy.
Veni Vidi
Hello,
Stinti.
Viney, what?
Well, sometimes, right? So
Yeah, well,
Waney weedy.
ooh,
is that the Indian pronunciation of it?
No, that's a phonetic pronunciation. Bollocks to church. Waney.
Well, there you go. Actually, I heard that about the star Vega is actually pronounced Ouiga.
says
So
who?
there you go. Well, the same
Yeah.
people that said what he said. So,
No, just that letter V in Latin, in classical Latin, was a w sound, not a v sound. It was only later that it became a v.
What?
Yeah.
you silly bunt.
Ah, man.
And when did IKEA become IKEA?
Well, it was always IKEA. It's only IKEA over here because we've got our vowels all arse over it because of the great English vowel shift.
Bowel shift.
Sorry, vowel shift.
Oh.
I got confused.
Same thing.
There it is.
Yeah.
Well, there'll always be IKEA as far as I'm concerned.
It's all right.
Yeah.
IKEA.
IKEA.
Yeah.
You see, they've
IKEA.
started doing it in the adverts, haven't they? IKEA.
IKEA.
Yeah, that's what he was saying French as well, IKEA.
Yeah, because your vowels are right, ours are all wrong. They're all arse over tit.
No, we're always right. We're English.
If you're loud enough, you're always right.
Yeah.
Robbie, you weren't tempted by that CX1?
Oh, the CSO one, no.
CSO1 there.
Although I've still got it saved, but no.
It's analog. It's an analog with a filter. It would just confuse him. Sorry, Robbie. Sorry, Robbie. Sorry.
Cold.
If Rob could reach into the
The
screen,
gauntlet
I'll
is
save it
thrown
soon enough.
down.
I will
No,
save it
no, he
We'll
will.
keep missing the delivery drivers then.
yeah.
dear. No, there was was it 150 euros, wasn't it?
250.
CSO1.
250, sorry.
Oh,
200,
even
yeah,
that's a
CSO was
decent price
250.
these days.
Yeah.
isn't it?
That's a really decent price. You wouldn't be able to buy the VCO chip on its own for that.
Exactly.
I was tempted for ages. Like, I think every second week, it's been sitting here for ages. Every second week, I'm like, would I just press the button? If I'd like drunk enough tonight, I might. But
Right, okay. Challenge accepted.
Oh, here we go.
No,
Oh,
I'm
12 points.
trying to save.
yeah,
I've been.
I know you can MIDI mod it. It's an extra thing to do. Because unless it has MIDI, I'm not really
I
interested.
don't mind so much about that, but it's handy, yeah, for sure. No, I've got back into trying to complete my collection of, and I know I'm going to get grief for this, Genesis albums, and on Super Audio.
Wanker. Sorry.
Jeremy Clarkson has arrived.
But yeah, because I was when they released they reissued all the albums in 2007 on Super Audio CD with 5.1 mixes on them, and I was just too poor then to buy. They did them in box sets or individually. I just couldn't afford to buy them, so I pick them up every now and again when they pop up when they're reasonably priced, but most of them aren't. But the British Heart Foundation, who have a great shop on eBay, have got one up for sale at the moment, and it's at £49.50 for the box, the first box, which has got 6 albums in it. Each of those would probably get £50 to £80 each if you were to sell them individually. So,
They're super audio, you say?
yeah, Super Audio CD with dual layer, so you got 5.1 and high res stereo. So
Sorry, Robbie. Which artist were you talking about? I was getting a beer.
Genesis.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Hey, Robbie, do you collect Super Audio CD and DVD?
Mhm.
Wow, that's a lot of shit.
And Blu-ray audio, and whichever format.
Reel to reel.
No, not really. I'd love to, but yeah, no. I got sort of heavily into the whole high res
God, I used to have an
5.1
8-track
stuff.
cartridge machine.
My dad had an 8-track in his
Prime
Cortina
Stag.
3 GXL.
I had one in my. I had an old Maurice Townsend van that was hand painted. I didn't paint it; it was already painted with a Bolton, and that had an 8-track.
Yeah, I used to remember
And
this.
I had-
Worth a
I
few
had
quid
3
now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it have the wooden panels on the wooden strip bits?
No,
on the
That's the
side?
Traveller.
That's a travelling
Oh,
van, and I think he'd been a plumber's van, and he painted it black, so you had little brush strokes on the outside, and inside he'd put loads of carpet. So, and the back seat, which
A shagging wagon.
it was really, yeah.
Technically, carpet jack.
But I slept in it because you could pull the seat.
There you
down.
go.
But
I'll tell you what-
I only had 3 8-track tapes. One was Paranoid.
Rumours.
No, I didn't have Rumours. What was the other one?
ABBA's greatest hits.
No.
Neil Sedaka sings for you.
Simon and Garfunkel was another one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my dad had bookends on 8-track.
Tito 20
love
and
that
his ass trumpet.
I can't remember what the other two were, but Paranoid album by that was a big hit.
Well, you just remind me. I went down one of those YouTube rabbit holes as well, and I found. Remember on the Fast Show, the guy used to do the watercolours.
Black as hell.
We all die. We all die.
What's the Flash show?
We
No,
rot
no,
away.
Johnny, it's more of a grey.
Charlie Higson's a genius.
Yeah, it was brilliant. And I went, oh my God, I remember this. And even though you knew exactly what was coming, you're just sitting there like an idiot, waiting for it to happen. I just love the blues over there of the sea and the red.
And you can just see
of
the night
houses.
coming in. That's
Yes.
kind of so. No, Johnny. It's kind of blue.
Yeah.
My missus can't hear any of this, and she's just heard me going black, and she just texted me and said, "Are you all right?"
Has this fallen into some sort of racial triad?
Oh, fucking
Yes,
hell.
and the shading there, which is very...
Probably worried you're having another stroke, Matt.
Not on
Gone
camera.
black.
It must have been a parody of the guy that's always been shown on BBC Four. What was he called?
Bob. Really, Bob somebody, innit? Yeah.
Bob.
Really gentle voice.
Yeah.
Not Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. Make
Yeah.
the trees your own. Make them your own. Just make the brush. Make
Happy
the
little
tree.
accidents,
Make
and
the
for
tree-
everything else, there's Tenor Lady. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Can you see what it is yet?
Oh, don't.
No.
You're not allowed to do it. Jasper Carrot LP. Yeah.
Oh, that was brilliant.
First Jasper Carrot LP.
Yeah.
And then there was the...
Hey, Robbie, how about wax cylinders? Do you have any of those? I have one, actually.
I used to have a couple of them, but nothing to play them on.
I still love that video of that guy showing off.
Where he breaks it. Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's there
And it's,
going,
shit.
Oh, dear.
What is that?
Oh, God. He's got this rare wax cylinder. It was the first recording of something or other.
I'll find it and
was,
repost it.
it was
It's classic.
priceless. And he's
Edison
showing
having
it to
shit
the
or
camera
something.
and it just goes like that, breaks into 1,000 bits on the floor.
Well, he's an older guy and doesn't want to totally swear on the air because it's a live TV thing. So he says, shit. The guy's like, well, I guess I'm not playing that one.
I do have some of my dad's old 78s. When he came over from Italy, I don't know, he bought or was given a gramophone, and he used to learn English by listening to and he'd go to the local record store in Norwich and buy these old 78s that nobody wanted. But he wouldn't buy like music. He'd buy these little dramas. They're almost like little radio plays that played across two sides of a 78.
Yeah.
And there's one particular one called "When Sally Left the Alley," and I used to listen to this when I was a little boy, so like in the early 70s, and I'd put this thing on, and it was the story about a woman who was the victim of domestic abuse.
Yeah.
And it was, the side A was, the story of how she kind of got married to this guy, and it's all being acted out, and you could hear the fighting, and she's crying and all this. And you flip the other side over, she murders the fucker, and that's when Sally left the alley, and that was the thing. And it was when my dad passed away, my stepmom said, "Here you go. I know you used to like. You can have this." And I put it on, and it's just like, oh my god, no wonder I'm so fucked up.
So is this how your dad learnt to argue in English?
Exactly. Yeah. He beat my mother. No.
Well, my Thorrence turntable has got a 78 setting on it, so I can play 78s. And in fact, I used to have a stylus that would, because you to be fair, you shouldn't really play.
A thicker, heavier stylus.
You do. You need an actual, And I used to have the actual stylus, but
I've been through all this with my dad because my dad's done exactly the same thing. He's digitized his 78s collection, and he's been out and bought loads of other 78s off eBay. So we've had loads of conversations. As always, expects me to know what the bloody styluses should be, but he's talked about, using software so I put him in the right direction of Audacity and just said, just download Audacity. You're not going to get, and just start cleaning them. You can clean them up. There's even a way of getting rid of the clicks and pops if you want to. So.
In fact,
he's been doing that. He said, I'm going to leave all the clicks and the pops because that's part of it. So, but he's just been digitizing all of this stuff, which I think is amazing. My dad's like that. He goes from one project to the next, and he goes at it hammer and tongs, then gets bored, and it will remain half finished. But what it will be is there'll be a sort of 50% archive of what he's got.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing, you know.
I've still got me Nan's Clockwork gramophone.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Dad's
With the horn.
is a wind-up
Yeah.
one, and it doesn't have a horn. It comes out of the where the stylus is. There's a little speaker in there.
Yeah,
It just
yeah.
comes through that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. I'm
There's
just
a
sorry.
HMV.
I'm just looking up because I have because I worked in hi-fi shops in the past. I know that Pickering cartridges used to do a mono 78 stylus, and somebody wants a new one, 114 quid for a mono stylus.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but you say
But
stylus, I
because
say
it's-
needle.
Well, same thing. Yeah.
It's
Put the needle on the record. Put
Yeah.
the needle on the record.
big,
But actually,
big piece
Andy,
of steel that you just rammed up and did up the screw. There you go, mate. Sorted.
Because I've
That's
got
what
this.
this. Yeah.
I've got this album to digitize and then put out later on this year, and I thought actually it's really quite a good idea to actually go through the whole process of me digitizing it properly and then using RX and all the whole thing. So I'm gonna do a series of videos on that at some point. You know, I've just checked me because I don't use my turntable very much, but I've just checked it and I've just bought a new belt for it. Because it's running slightly slow.
Because I think one of the shellacks up there is it My Boy Lollipop by Minnie the Minx? Something
My
like
Boy Lollipop was by Minnie the Minx. Oh,
I think it was called Lollipop.
My Boy Lollipop was by. Can't remember her name.
There was, if I've mentioned this already on here, then tell me to shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
The other day on Radio 6, there was a thing where they were talking about great. I'll hold it. Great tracks which sound great when played at 33 RPM. When they should play
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they played Jolene.
Yeah,
Dolly
that's
Parton,
amazing. Yeah, slowed down.
Jolene at 33, and it was
Brilliant.
stunning.
It's so
It
good.
was like it was like this indefinable, can't work out whether it's male or female voice in a contralto or tenor.
It's on
And
YouTube. It's really good.
It sounded amazing, absolutely amazing. Anyway, just stop.
Yeah.
Well, there was that conspiracy theory back in the 80s that Kylie Minogue and
yeah.
Rick
Yes,
Astley
we have
were
had
the
this
same
conversation.
people.
So sorry. Yeah,
Because
we
if you speed Rick Astley up, he sounds like Kylie, and you slow Kylie down, so he sounds like Rick Astley.
However, as
Never
cool as
seen-
those
never
things
seen
are,
in
the
the
trend
same
of
room.
putting lower voices in modern like dance songs is quite annoying. Have you ever noticed that? There's someone will be singing along, and all of a sudden will go down to the way lower octaves, and then back up again. It's all over pop music and dance music and stuff.
Timberland started that off, didn't he?
Holy shit!
Did a lot of that.
Yeah. Oh, well. So, what's the best stuff we've heard this week?
Music-wise.
Music-wise, yeah.
Oh, music-wise.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in.
The theme from Man on Fire again. I think probably is the best thing I've heard this week.
I Shazammed a load of stuff at
Everything but the girl.
friends like DJ
Is it
night
any
he does
good?
on the
Get
Thursday.
Robbie.
Right, I'll have a look at that then.
Yeah, knew everything but the girl. It's gorgeous.
It's fantastic. Really good.
Sorry,
And
Jim. What were you
Masters is the
Shazamming?
best thing I've heard.
I was
But I can't say what it
Shazamming
is.
loads of stuff. I don't know if you... Do you remember White Town?
Yes.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
their first
Joji
album.
Mishra. Yeah,
Oh, right,
he's-
yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, he basically does a monthly night at Dubrek around the corner.
Does
where
he?
He DJs, yeah, and absolutely brilliant.
Is he from Derby?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. Hence White Town, you know.
Yeah.
It's like kind of what
He
it
put
felt
something
like.
out on Record Store Day last week.
Oh, my suggestion was going to be a track that was played by Lauren Laverne on Radio 6 Music early in the morning. Ulrich Schnaus.
Ulrich
And I
Schnaus,
can't remember the name of the track now, but it was absolutely stunning. This 7-minute track. She played the whole thing.
Yeah.
Stars?
It was called what?
Stars?
It might have been.
On My Own. That's a quite famous one. It's
Yeah.
Lush.
It was from 2011, I think she said.
Yeah.
All right. No, the album I've got is much earlier.
Oh, no. It was 2003, wasn't it? Because they were doing the 2003 day.
It might be On My Own, Ulrich Schnaus.
Might have been on. Yeah, it might have been on my own. Yeah.
Yeah, we were real good buddies back then, and then he joined Tangerine Dream, and
Yeah.
haven't seen him or heard from him again since.
Well, he's still in Tangerine Dream, isn't
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, he is.
he? With whatever lineup it is these days, it's
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
God,
Oh, that second guy in TD right now is him? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he used to be round here like every other day.
Yeah, 2003. Strangely isolated.
Thorsten's
Places
still the
album.
main guy.
Strangely isolated place. Yeah.
Tell you what I've just been listening to recently. It was Roger Lyons that pointed me in the direction. There's a guy called Iron Monkey who takes a cappella raps and puts them over his own beats and stuff. And he's just done one. Well, not just done one. He did it a little while ago. I just found out it's called Rock the Cowbells, which is all Beastie Boys. So it's all these sort of like, you know, all these Beastie Boys songs that you're really familiar with, but with completely different music. But it really works. It really fits. So that's quite cool. And it's like $5 on Bandcamp.
I've been listening to an album by somebody called Chillage People.
Have you? Really?
Seriously, yes, on there. Whoops, where are we?
Oh my giddy aunt! What is
Right,
it on
Andy.
Spotify? Is it on Spotify without permission?
It's Apple Music.
It's on Apple Music. Oh, actually, no. There was
It's
because
Solid Water.
Solid Water. It was put up. It was put up there by Paul Bauer, God rest his soul, who ran Artists Without a Label as a means of getting things up. And yes, that was put up on Apple Music. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's good, actually.
What on earth do you make of Solid Water?
That's
Does
great.
I listen to it and I can't tell whether it's dated or not. I really don't.
It didn't sound dated to me.
All right, that's lovely because we put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of anger, a lot of angst, a lot of laughs, everything into making that album. And it's a great sadness to me that it never got picked up. Nobody really wanted to do anything with it. And because I thought it was fantastic, you know, at the time, because it came out in 2000. 2000.
Yeah, this was 2005 when it came on, when it was put on here.
Yeah, it came out later.
But 2001 is when.
Was it
it's the original
2001?
Copyright. 2001 is the original
Right.
copyright. Yeah.
Speaking of making albums, that's what I'm actually supposed to be doing right now. So I better go and
bollocks!
do some. Yeah, no. I need to get this done before I die. You know. Just one of those things.
Bit drastic.
Well, it'd be nice. You know, I'd like to get things that way round if possible. Be a bit.
I also
difficult
recognise that chord progression, Ian.
Which one?
That chord progression. Whoever played that chord
It wasn't
progression.
me.
It was just CGF.
Watch out, you'll end up in court like Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still important.
Right, I'm going to duck off for a bit anyway.
Right, okay.
And be
You
productive.
get your album done.
Yeah.
I should be over there.
See you later.
Cheers, Jim.
Now,
See you
pal.
later.
In a few
Cheers.
minutes.
Bye.
Yeah, take care, Jim.
I'm going to go and do an Ian in 10 minutes anyway.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned Solid Water.
No,
Oh, my.
I have been listening to it for the last 10 days or so, actually.
What's your favourite track on it?
It's really good. In between other things.
No, yeah, I've just found
Actually, just out of interest, me and Grace and
Grace
Michael
and I.
E.
Sorry, I'm just being facetious.
I missed that.
You are absolutely right. Grace and I. Grace and I, along with Steve Rutherford from Hardware Jams and Michael Eden, who sings the song Burn on Solid Water, are going to be doing a sesh on Monday the 8th, a Hardware Jams meetup here in Sheffield. So it'll almost be a sort of, with Mike joining us, it's a slight Chillage People reunion. We should really try and get Rupert Till to join us again, because that would be that would, but Rupert doesn't want to go there, which is fine. Which absolutely cool. So that I'm really looking forward to that. It'll be an interesting thing to see what comes out, because Mike's got a ridiculous collection of oddball, off the wall, antique drum machines. Wow. So he might bring a few of those along with him, and he's also into his modular stuff as well. So there'll be sorry, Robbie, you'll go to sleep now, but there'll be modular stuff going on.
And I've got a proper gig. I'm playing, and I'm playing in Gritby.
Blimey!
Next month. Yeah, I know. They've got an electronic club there. Is it Wavelength? I think it's called. But there was a Wonky Stuff night in York a couple of weeks ago. And one of the guys from a York band, they're called TRS2, I think, said, "Oh, you should get Ian to come and play." And I'm going, "Oh, right, okay." So I'm doing half an hour with visuals.
With your little box?
No, I'm not. I thought about using the IZ, but I'm not actually. I'm actually doing proper video.
All right.
That's me planning it. Well, I've got 2 weeks, haven't I? So ask me near at the time.
I did the maths the other day. I haven't played a live venue in 16 years at this stage. It's mad that used to be all I was doing.
Mm.
It's mad to think you can shift the way you approach music drastically like that.
I'm looking forward to June the 1st.
What's happening on June the 1st?
I'll take the rest of the year off.
Oh, great.
Why is that?
I'm going to do things that doesn't involve having to stick my head inside fucking old keyboards.
Fucking old keyboards. That's probably where you're going wrong.
Well, technically, most of them I don't, but some of them I have in the past. Fucked it well and truly, in fact. So, yeah, and so I'm going to do everything that I keep procrastinating that I'm going to do, but never have the time to do it.
Ken, I'm really pleased to hear you say that, because I think you do need to have a break from it.
Yeah,
and that's really good to hear.
Honest to God,
you and Fee, really, I would say.
Yeah, well, we've got some decorating to do, we've got some tidying up to do, we've got some clearing out to do. I've got a Mustang to do. I've got so much other things to do that I can never ever get near. Do in here, sit down and play some music, do some writing, but actually have a decent length of time to do it, rather than try to squeeze it into 10 minutes every now and again, which is no bloody good to me. So, so by the time the Mac's here, which is end of May, I think they're proclaiming, Osmosis round about first, second week of June, according to the email. We'll see. That may get longer, but yeah, and then just concentrate on now getting all this stuff out of the house.
Brilliant.
Done with it.
Yeah.
Fair play. So have you put a stop on orders?
Yeah, and this one guy phoned up. He goes, "Oh, I've got what was it again? I can't remember what it was. It was some sense anyway. Some sense. You go, oh, it's there's two voices not working, and this isn't doing this, and this isn't doing that, and all the rest of it." And Fiona's gone, "Well, we won't be taking anything in until maybe just before Christmas." He went, "Oh, okay. Do I call you then, and make the booking then instead?" Yeah.
Bless.
Oh, okay. Nobody, not one person has gone, "Oh, well, I'll see if I can find somebody else that can do it." Not one. They'll go, "Okay, we'll wait." What? Unbelievable.
this could be the future then, Ken. You could do it for 2 or 3 months at a time, and then 9 months of doing whatever you want to do.
Yeah, and then we found out this week that this Ulease expansion goes either side of us. It's not here at all.
All right.
We're in between the legs of Ulease, as it were.
And clipped and saved.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I'll be able to take the Chrysler out without it costing £12.50. But I can't go down to the Bonesgate pub just down the road here because the Ulease starts there, or that leg of it. And if we go over that way towards Kingston, then you go into the Ulease again there. Which means if you're driving from Chessington Worlds of Adventures and you're going to Kingston, you cross the Ulease twice. So that road's going to be clear. Time to go drag racing. So so we're in the crutch of Ulease, as it were. So,
and we're back to the clitoris patch.
Yeah, we are absolutely, yeah. So, because people were saying, oh yeah, no, it's going to cost £12.50 to come down and drop that off, or come and pick that up. I mean, yeah. If you're in London, if you're outside London, if you come around the M25 and come up through Junction 9 or Junction 10, you come up through a corridor of non-Ulease. So there you go. So we'll see how that pans out. Because you never know, that wanker Khan might change stuff. The thing about Sadiq Khan, right? Every time his name is mentioned on the news, and I just can't help going, Khan! Right. I can't help it. I just can't help it. Yes. And that's how he should really deliver his speeches about, Ulease expansion. Going to leave you buried in a city. Buried alive. Waka! Yeah. So, I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, actually get some time off. Because I don't think straight. I can't find anything now. That's the problem. Because I don't allocate myself enough time to tidy up the workshop. Because the workshop was never quite fully set up before I had to start going back to work again. So there'll be things like, palm sander. I don't know, where the fuck is the palm sander? I don't know, it's in one of the stack boxes. Fiona, you look over in those stack of boxes. I'll look over here. Found it? No. I'm spending 2 hours finding a palm sander before I can start working on it. I could have had the case done by the time I find it.
Yeah.
And it's just, no. I've got to stop. I've got to regroup. Really do. And,
Good plan.
like I said, an indication that I need a break is when I get up in the morning and I go into the workshop and I just break down and cry, is an indication that I should probably have a break. Because you just look at the line of shit keyboards along the wall and just go, oh, fuck. Yeah. So, enough already.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to that. We'll be broke. We'll have no money to be buying toys and stuff like that, but that's fine. The idea of not having the phone going every 5 minutes going, where's my bloody keyboard? Would be brilliant. Not having that hanging over me for the first time in 30 years. So
because the other problem is, you work where you live, and that in itself, that in itself is a challenge.
Yeah.
The fact that your workshop's in your premises and you live there, so you never probably really switch off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I can be sitting watching a film or something in the front room. I sort of like do this and look over, and there's 5 keyboards that I've got to do tomorrow. Yeah. And it's sort of like, leave me alone. I'm trying to watch a film. Just leaning over me, So yeah, it'd be nice to just not have no other, no keyboards belonging to other people all over the house and the garden and under the stairs and the office.
It's not funny, is it? Really?
Yeah. It sounds like fun, but I tell you, after 20 years, it's not fun anymore.
It's one of the dangers of working where you live as well.
Yeah. So, but you know, when you get people like, you know, they drop off the CS80 and then it takes them 15 years to come and fucking collect it again.
That's just they're taking the piss, really, doing that.
We go, oh, well, I was very ill. Why? What happened? Did you die? 15 years? Fuck off. Yeah. How ill do you have to be? You know?
Charge them rent.
Yeah, you've got to.
Well, now that's in place now because legally they have to be informed that there is a storage charge and they have to know what the storage charge is. And there never was back then.
No. I followed that as well.
So Fiona's there. She's talking to the chappie that does our website, Fishman. Bloke brings our what's he get? He works for Chef Nemo, but he also builds websites as part time. But he's really, really good. It's a beautiful website. And
it is actually,
yeah, and we wanted to update it. And I said, yeah, you know, I don't know, £1 a day. Fiona's going, £10 a day. I went, £10, that's a bit steep, isn't it? £10 a day? She goes, yeah, £10 a day. She goes, we want to make sure they come and collect their fucking shit.
Yeah.
No, that's right. Yeah.
I said, it just sounds a bit aggressive. And she went, no, that's... I went, okay.
But it's if you want it out, you have to be aggressive. It's not about making the money. It's more about getting it out.
I mean, I know it's not. You know, if you got to drive down from North London, you know, to pick up a stylophone or something like that, it's sort of like, oh, fucking hell, no, I'll do it next week. You know, I mean, it's understandable. But there again, if it's a stylophone, I can put that in a drawer. You know. When it's a fucking YC45 dual manual organ, fucking hell. So, and the worst ones, I tell you what the worst one is when you find out and say, look, I've done everything I can with this, it's just not going to work. They want it back because they're going to sell it for parts or spares or whatever. But then they've got to find that, you know, sort of like the motivation to drive down and come and collect it because it's a broken keyboard. And sometimes they can hang around a while. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the state of this room is a recurring motif in most of the rooms in this entire house. Yeah. Where there's loads of stuff in it that shouldn't be there. I mean, there's been a CS80 in the front room for... it's been 3 weeks now. The guy was supposed to pick it up. And that's not including the GS1 that's in there, set up, you know. So, I mean, after a while, you know, we don't notice them. The robot Hoover has a fucking panic attack because it comes out and goes, this wasn't here yesterday, what the fuck? Oh, trying to work its way around stuff that wasn't there the day before. But, yeah, it's... You know, you say, oh yeah, no, it's great. You know, you've got all these keyboards. You can take that PPG Wave 2.3, take it upstairs and play it in the studio. Yeah, that was fun the first few years, and now it's just like, oh, fucking, will you take it and get it out of my house?
Bring it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when we had the audio clinic and we were doing lots of repairs, and obviously it was all hi-fi repairs really, but we had to buy extra storage. Luckily, our landlord had a unit at the back of the shop, and we then rented that because literally people were same problem. People were not collecting them, you know. Yeah. And in those days, because we used to take we used to literally write to them because it's before the internet, and we would write to them and say, look, you know, if you don't come and collect it within 30 days, we will dispose of it, and we'd send a registered letter in those days. And that's exactly what we would do. You know, if it was repaired and fixed, we'd put it on the shelf and then sell it. Yeah. You know, but we had absolutely tons of stuff. And loads of spares.
How often did that happen, Ian? Where people didn't collect and you could sell it or dispose of it?
Well, we were going for 10 years. So the first few years we didn't really know, like Kent, we didn't know what to do with it. So we just held on to them. And then we found out that legally we could sell it after, we used to tell people then, wait, if you don't collect it after 6 months, we will dispose of it.
Yeah, it's recouping your costs.
Yeah.
Sorry,
go on.
No, sorry, Ian. No, go on.
And then what we would do is we would fix it, and we would we'd ring them first of all, because we always took a phone number, and we'd say, look, you need to come and collect it. And then if they didn't collect it after a month, we would then say, look, if you don't come and collect it in the next month, we will dispose of it, but we will be writing to you today and telling you that we will disposing of it. And sometimes they came and picked it up. Other times, if it wasn't repaired and it was they were meant to come and collect it anyway, just to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Occasionally they would say, "Oh, we'll just get rid of it."
Yeah.
Well, it did happen fairly. We were a business that were doing. How many repairs a week were we doing? Probably at peak 100 repairs a week.
Oh, that's a lot, isn't it?
We had at one point. I employed 4 people. Two of them were in the shop. Me and another person in the shop, and another 2 people. We had a fully trained engineer and an apprentice doing repairs.
Yeah,
it was all hi-fi. It was mainly hi-fi, but we did also do bits of like guitar amps and that, because there weren't that many people around York doing that. So we would do, a few of those sort of things as well.
Well, I average out about 40 keyboards a week.
Yeah, I can
That's
believe it.
mad workload.
Which is
man on your own.
It's too much,
and
it's trying to remember everything as well. I need to order 4 coils and fucking this, that, and the other, and all this, and a bottle of this and a can of that.
Jeez.
But since Fiona took that all over, that's taken a lot of it off. But it's still too much.
Bless her.
But
it is too much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but to her it's a walk in the park, because, like I said, when she used to do the British Airways warehouses. But the thing that I've suffered from over the last 24 months or so is, like, from a classic example here. I had a bloke dropped off a Korg PS 3200. It must be 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
12 years ago, something like that. It got repaired, but it's a big old lump. And after a while, I couldn't store it in the workshop anymore. And then I couldn't store it in the shed anymore. So it had to go into the garage.
And then it needs repairing again.
Well, after all that amount of time, it is going to. So you think, well, this guy isn't going to come back for this. But yes, he will, because now he knows that the thing's worth about 15k. Suddenly he's interested in coming and picking up the fucker. And then he asked to come and collect it, and I've got to try and put that back into my work schedule and sort of like squeeze it in between a couple of jobs. So my work schedule keeps changing its severity from one day to the next. And over the last, over the last 24 months, it's got to me now. And the real problem now is somebody will phone me up and say, "Oh, I've got a Polymoog that needs repairing," and instead of going, "Yeah, sure, bring it in," or what's wrong with it or whatever, or even saying, "Well, I can't take it in at the moment. Give us a call in about 4 weeks." Now it's a Polymoog, really. Do you know what I mean? Because it's the whole business face thing has like dropped away, and there's this sort of like raw nerved tech that's just about ready to fucking shoot somebody in the face with a nail gun. So like, how dare you try to make my life worse than it is? To fuck off, kind of thing. Well, I only found it was an only inquiry. Hence why Fiona now mans the phones, but even then she'll be talking away and she'll say, "Oh, okay, right, bye. All right, so it's a Moog Prodigy. Okay, right. Oh, VCO2's not working. Okay, right, okay. Does it need anything else done to it? Okay. Right, let me check and I'll see." And she'll look and she'll go, "We could book you in May." Looks at me. I'm going, "June." No, perhaps June. Like this sort of thing. And I'm there working, going, Or I'll go, well, it's a little one, isn't it? There is a space in the toilet. We could stand it for 8 weeks while I get round to it. So, and so one of the big things I needed to get sorted out was this GS1 thing. And because you can't find a card reader for love nor money because of this particular Yamaha custom chip that I had in it. And then I find this guy who does memory upgrades for them, where you don't need the card reader anymore, and you can just put the entire GS1 library into RAM inside the keyboard, and you just turn it on and pick what sound you want, right? We're going, I can have some of that. Well, ordered it on the 14th, shipped on the 15th, arrived at Heathrow 16th. Nothing. Okay, I need to get this fucking thing gone. Where is it? You know? We got what's her name? Who is it? Here, Robbie, you remind me. Who owns this thing?
Oh, the GS1.
Yeah.
Isn't that one?
Dire Straits, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dire Straits. Right, it's Dire
Oh,
Straits.
smash it to bits with a fucking hammer.
Marks, isn't it?
It is Marks, yes.
Really? Wow.
It doesn't deserve it with the crap he produced on it.
Right. So, I mean, even now and again, I'll get Mark phoning saying, he goes, how's the GS1 going? I go, take a wild fucking guess. He goes, oh, okay. He goes, when do you reckon it will be ready? I go, well, if I
Long
was
after
running
you're
the world,
dead.
Yeah, if I was
That
running
won't
the
be a
world
day too
last
bloody
week.
soon. Sorry.
So,
You can handle the love here.
yeah, you can feel it from here. It's the warm glow.
Yeah.
And
Take a walk, Andy. Take a walk of life.
The walk of
so,
Kent storage fees are money for nothing.
Got another beer.
yeah. Oh,
Nice one.
oh.
On that note, I am going to disappear because it's time for me to go. I'll see you guys later.
All right, see you later, bud.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, so it's just like, you know, because according to the guy who bought it up, he says, yeah, what you do is you just slot the ICs in, you run these couple of wires, and then you fit a clicky pot on the front to do the bank selection. That's all you have to do. I'm going, brilliant, the thing will be fucking done in an hour. Then give it a test, fuck off, right? And I'm sitting here, and it's what, 2 weeks? Over 2 weeks now, waiting for it to go from Heathrow to the Royal Mail. And the tracking number says, you know, dispatched, and Royal Mail's going, we haven't got it.
So you haven't a time like for collection, a time limit for them to collect stuff.
No, none of this stuff ever has time limits. It's literally a case of when it's done, come and collect it kind of thing.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
no, like once it's done, as in once it's done,
Well, I mean,
you
no,
have
there's
15
no.
seconds to pick it up.
Yes, you have 1 day to collect it, and it has a 6-foot warranty. So by the time you get to the driveway, you're on your fucking own, kind of thing. But no, what it is that like, we'll phone them up, go, look, it's ready. Oh, and they say, oh well, we're on holiday at the moment. We'll be back in about 2 weeks' time. Can I call you then? Yeah, that's fine. Because there's a departure point there at some point, right? It's when you call the guy and it's
And
hello.
10 years later, I mean,
yeah. This this CS80 you just bought for £17,500. Are you coming to collect it?
Yeah, I don't get that.
No. This needs to go. You know, and then you're emailing them for the next 7.5 years, and you can't sell it. You know,
So
can't
you
break
give
it
it to
up for
me.
spares. Yeah, I can lend it out for sure. And you know, well, look what happened to Ben. That CS60 was here for fucking ever. So I pull it out, I get it all going again, and let Ben borrow it. What was it? 2 weeks, 3 weeks,
Yeah.
and the guy pops out of fucking nowhere because he's seen they're going for 10 grand. Oh, come get me CS60 back. So fucking Ben has to fucking go and bring it back again. Poor bastard. But
It's
I
amazing that
swear
these guys
blind.
have valuable things that they don't really care much about, and they obviously wanted it fixed. So why the fuck is it
Yeah.
sitting there for years?
Because while
Yeah.
it's at Kent's, it's not their problem.
Yeah,
They obviously wanted it fixed. They wanted to use it, right?
yeah.
Yeah, in the first place, yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm almost convinced, fingers crossed, that the guy that owns the DX1's dead.
With a bit of luck.
With a bit of luck, yeah. He did like parajumping. Was it paragliding or something? Because you know what they say: if at first you don't succeed, paragliding's not for you. So you never know, mate.
From
Yeah.
my cold, dead hands.
Exactly. So
So you're saying he's a DX fan because of head trauma, probably, right? Is that?
yeah.
Oh,
Bitch.
Oh,
Low blow.
and of course I love him too. So I'm just joking.
Don't think distance will save you.
Just remember, I work for an American company.
And
He
he's
knows-
Italian.
And
He
I'm
knows
Italian.
people.
You gonna do the Jay and Silent Bob thing, where you fly and attack all your people talking shit about you online?
Yeah. Funny you should say that. I just dug out all my Kevin Smith DVDs because we were talking about watching We were telling my boy about Dogma, right?
Yeah.
Which is just one of the best films ever. And he said, we said, "Have you ever seen Dogma?" He says, "No, you've got to see it. It's absolutely brilliant. Alanis Morissette is God." And he's like, "What?" I think that's how the conversation started because the wife was playing Alanis Morissette, and I said, "Oh, you're listening to God?" And he goes, "What?" And so I had to explain.
Yeah.
So I said, "Oh, well, it must be on one of the streaming things that we've got. We'll put it on." No, Dogma and a lot of other Kevin Smith films, as well as other films that were produced by a certain company that was owned by Mr. Harvey Weinstein,
Yes.
are holding all of these things to ransom. And Kevin Smith and his lawyers and other directors and producers are trying to wrest them from the sick pervert's hands. But, so you can't watch Dogma anywhere. So we had to, because I boxed all my DVDs up ages ago, even before we moved, because most of them are on, Netflix or whatever. So we actually had to dig into like half a dozen boxes of DVDs, and luckily I'd stored them alphabetically so I could find them. But once we got Dogma out, then we got Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, then we got Mallrats, then we got Chasing Amy, Clark's 1, Clark's 2, haven't got Clark's 3 yet. I love a bit of Kevin Smith. So,
Well, some of his best stuff are those evening things, evening with Kevin Smith, like the Prince story and all that stuff.
Oh, the Prince story is utterly brilliant. If you've never seen Kevin Smith telling... Prince hired Kevin Smith to make a documentary about Prince. And so he got like access to all areas to Prince's life, mostly. And the story... He spent some time at Paisley Park, and Prince started giving Kevin Smith directions as to what he wanted from this thing, and Kevin Smith, well, I'm the director, But he tells, he's the most amazing. This is why he's a brilliant filmmaker, because he's a brilliant storyteller, and the Prince story is utterly fantastic. It's just you got to. It's on YouTube. It's so funny. So fun, and even as a Prince fan, I mean, he's not dissing Prince, but he's kind of just calling Prince out for what he was, which is he was a little odd. You could afford to be. He was a creative genius, and he had issues. But even as a diehard Prince fan, you can't help but find yourself laughing at this and thinking, yeah, that sounds about right.
Tiny's worked with Prince. So there was a lot of talk to the hand.
Well, you've heard Mark Doty's story.
Well, yeah.
Where he didn't want, mustn't make eye contact, run the other way.
Oh, really?
But Tiny was one of those sort of like old school cockneys who didn't take that kind of shit too well.
I've got a friend who worked at Paisley Park and worked in the studio with Prince as a Fairlight programme and other bits and bobs. And he said, actually, in the working environment, when you're working for him, you're actually, he's hired you to do jobs. It's the most incredible creative experience you'll ever imagine. And you've got to be on call 24/7. because when Prince wants to record, you got to be there. 10 minutes, you got to be there. And if you're not, somebody else will be. So
Yeah. Instead, yeah.
crazy, but yeah. I missed that bastard. When was it? Was it just over a week ago? 7th anniversary, wasn't it?
2016, was it? 2017?
2016. 21st of April, 2016.
Great lives on Radio 4 this week was Frank Zappa.
Oh, yeah.
It was really fascinating. Yeah, loads of stuff I didn't know.
Yeah, well, I think nobody will ever really know everything.
No,
about
no,
him.
indeed. I think even the people that were on it, the sort of experts, were saying something very similar.
Did you see his early days, the John Cage type stuff, where he's like on the Steve Allen show playing a bicycle and stuff? He's like running around tapping a bicycle and yeah.
Went through it all.
Yeah.
The thing is, as I had, you won't see Tiny on the show. I've asked him if he'd come on.
He's too small.
He's too small. You won't see him. Yeah.
Press the button.
He does. He's worked with everybody.
What a wanker.
And he knows, as he says, he knows too much.
He knows where the bodies are buried.
He knows where all the bodies are buried. And he knows weird things like I think it was the drummer of the Kinks can get 3 golf balls in his mouth at once.
For a split second there.
He started a food fight with Hans Zimmer backstage somewhere. And Tiny, in the end, went for a big lump of trifle stuff and threw it at Hans and got him all over his jacket. And he copped the strop and everything. He's going, well, you fucking started it. He goes, I didn't start it. You invaded Poland, mate. So, mate. But he worked a lot with Emerson. Did a lot of work with Emerson because he used to supply all the Hammond B3s.
You got to be seriously good at what you do, though, to get away with stuff like that.
Yeah, but Tiny's the sort of guy who just didn't give a shit anyway.
I suppose, yeah.
He's getting. He goes, like he says, he goes, well, by the time I get there, I've already been paid, so I don't give a shit, mate.
Right, gentlemen, I've got to duck out because Little is getting tired and she wants to go to bed. So I'm afraid I've got to leave.
All right, darling.
All right,
Take care, Matty Poos.
Daddy Georgie's back, and good to see you all. I'll see you later.
Likewise.
Take care, Matt. Try.
Davo.
Won't be long myself because I've got to be up. Take my little girl to work.
Yeah, I've got to get back on this CS80 tomorrow morning, bright and early. It was supposed to go today, and it all went horribly wrong. It was nearly fixed, and the power supply failed. So I've got to pull that fucker out and then redo her. Her minus, I think it's the minus 6.5 volt line, is producing 6 volt. Positive 6 volt.
That's not good.
No, you don't want that.
CSA, what it means is everything works, but it won't make any. You can hear it in the background. You can play it. It's ever so quiet, but it's also a little askew as well at the same time. Fucking thing. I was hoping that was going to go tonight.
6.9 minus 6.9 line.
Yeah, it's got a minus 6.5 and a
5.
plus 8.5 line, which runs the LSI ICs and the.
What are they?
After it does the one does the keys, the other one does the octaves, and the big ceramic ICs with lovely gold legs.
Were there specific design choices at the time or limitation in power supply?
Was it available?
When Yamaha designed the chips, they decided they were going to do minus 6.5 plus 8.5. And then because it's nearly all custom IC Yamaha chips in it, it fell within that design criteria.
Sure.
But it also has a plus and minus 15, which runs the CMOS logic, which is all off the shelf CMOS logic. But it's a fucking balanced power supply. Bastards. So if one line goes down, the other line will bleed into the other line.
So has it one of those big, like, massive ISO transformer in it as well, or?
Yeah, it's a big. You got like it's massive coil.
Yeah,
I mean, it's fucking huge thing. And then the power conditioner board coming off that.
Jeez.
Loads of regulators and FETs. And
That's half the weight right there.
yeah, it does weigh quite a bit actually. Yeah, it is quite a massive lump, all in this big, sort of like anodized steel frame, holds it all together.
Wow.
I think that's about 6 giant bolts hold it down to the bottom of the case.
Yeah. Well, wasn't a good part of the VP1 that giant power supply? Wasn't that? Didn't have some massive power supply?
Yeah, but that's not too big.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Somebody posted in the Yamaha VPVL Facebook group, is anybody interested in buying a VP1? It's like everyone. But the thing is, he didn't say how much. He didn't post any pictures of it. Didn't sort of describe the condition of it. Where it was.
That is the guy who was saying that said. I said I think it was a VP1. He was thinking of selling in the next couple of weeks.
What was it that Manny's just sold?
I've got a good line of credit actually. Manny. Oh no, he shipped Reinhold's VP1 back to Reinhold in Hawaii. Okay. Yeah. Because Manny and a couple of other guys have been servicing and rebuilding it.
Sorry, Manny, got the wrong end of the stick.
Is he there?
No, I don't think so, but I'm just saying in case he hears me saying the wrong thing.
No, it's they've done a fantastic job on that, and to find the bits that they needed to find, which are rare as rocking horse shit. It just happened to be that Manny spoke to somebody at Yamaha that he knew, and they said, "Well, we'll go and have a look, but don't hold your breath." And they came back and said, "You're not going to believe this. We found however many voice boards, which they wanted 2 of, and we've even found was it the end cheek? I think that cracked as well."
Wow. This is why I always inquire, regardless of the fact that I go, they're not going to have this, because you just never know.
Yeah.
But like I said to you about the guy that I found that did this memory upgrade for the GS1 does a DX7 controller programmer.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
But it's really small.
Okay.
Not like the big blue one.
Yeah.
The Yelling House.
Yeah.
Yelling House.
This was sort of like Eurorack size, but I think several of them that made up a Eurorack unit sort of thing.
Oh, the guy's just replied. Well, just replied to me. Just seen a reply. I asked him about images, price, location, etc. on the VP1. He doesn't have any images at the moment. He will take them next month. Okay.
So images because he just stole it.
It's located in Paris.
Oh, that's handy.
Price, I don't know.
All useful answers.
All very useful answers. The chances of...
does sound like it was nicked.
Hey,
Rob's put stolen to order in the chat.
Don't care.
I must admit, it does sound like selling it is not his priority.
You have to buy an old Mac, Robbie, and get that software so you can program the damn thing. And
Ben's got a whole stash of old Macs.
So do I.
Oh, so...
I have almost every Mac ever made.
Ben's nearer. Ben's nearer.
I know a dirty old man who lives down the road. He might have a lot of old Macs.
Trench coat. It's got a nice trench coat.
I think the last one that came up was the one that was discovered in the basement of a Japanese university a few years ago, and he popped up on the Yamaha musicians forum and said, "I've just found this in the basement of the university that I'm currently working." I think he's American, but he's at this university in Japan. looks like the floppy disk drive doesn't work. Any idea what it's worth? You post this picture of this just mint VP1 on the original stand that they made for it, with the leather band manuals, all the operating system discs and sound discs, and like it was just like.
So Yamaha grabbed that for Innovation Road?
No, it sold to a guy called Thor.
Wow.
In America.
Oh, John Mickle Thorchestra.
Yeah. Thor Zillinger. If you look for Thor Zillinger online, he's got a brilliant little website. It's not the most eye-catching website, but he has a thing about, a bit like me, he's got a thing about sort of Yamaha. He's got the VP1, he's got the FS1R, and he does some really cool stuff with them.
A bit of a thing.
Did anybody have the tenacity to answer the guy and say, probably about $100? I'll take it off your hands.
Yeah, I think most people in that group would like. Yeah. But well, we'll see what it's like. One of my credit cards just had its credit limit up. No, I can't do that. I mustn't do that. Where would? Oh,
you barely found room for the DX1. Where the hell are you going to put that?
Exactly. I might have to sell Andy my KX88.
Sell?
Yeah.
Sell?
There has to be some financial transaction. Let's call it just, I don't know.
Exchange of DNA.
Permanent rent.
So how can I get rid of that? It's a great controller, right?
It's mine anyway.
How many do you want?
I've got a thing about the KX88.
Because
it's just me.
It's still holding hands up, by the way.
Yeah, well, one day I'll get down there. I will, but I'm still trying to work out how on earth I'm going to get one of those in a Kia Picanto. I look at my honestly. The other day I walked around it and I thought, there's no way an 88 note keyboard's going to fit into this thing.
You got a sunroof.
A sunroof?
You put it in the car and then you have to push the car.
It's a Kia Picanto. It's a nice Kia Picanto. Is
it a 2-seater or a 4-seater?
No, the Kia Picanto. It's a really little car. It's only got a 1 liter engine. Mine's a nice snazzy sporty one. It's got it's great little car, but it's a little car. You're not gonna get an answer. I don't think I can get an 88 note keyboard in here. I just look at it and go, I can't see how that's going to work. The only way to find out is to drive around to Kent to see if we can get it in, and then we won't be able to get it in. And I look like an
it'll go in that.
Oh, all right then, Kent. If you
it'll
say
go
so.
in. What you do is you put it into your passenger footwell and up the seat. That'll go in.
Honestly, if you put the front seat forward all the way, you should have room toward the back, right? Because I had a friend who had to put a 13-inch reflector telescope in a BMW once. It is possible.
Actually, hey, Neil Wharton's just put a solution in there. He said, I'll take you down to get it. It'll be great to see Kent and Fiona. Yeah, that'd be a cool. Actually, Neil, let's make that happen.
Because what you could do.
Happen. Thank you, Neil. You're a gent, and I love you loads.
you could put the Complete Control 88 into the.
That's it. That's the one I've got.
Into the Kia, yeah, and then put the Kia into the boot of the Chrysler, and Fiona can drive you home.
Yeah,
looks very angry.
That actually is my little car. Yeah,
it's actually. I think it's
the
cute.
GT line.
It is
it's gorgeous.
Car,
It's a gorgeous car.
Yeah,
it's absolutely fab. I love it to bits.
Because a lot of little cars look awful, but this doesn't.
No, Kia got it absolutely right. It's fab to drive. It's nippy as fuck. Honestly, it goes like stink, and a lot of people sort of really underestimate. You can put your foot down. When you get to about 50 mile an hour, you run out of oomph. But that doesn't matter because you've left them behind. It's great. I love it. Right, me and my little one.
Doing well. How are you, Andy?
Good man. Good man.
It's my new rapper persona.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, MC Skid Marks. I don't know. Does that work? I don't know.
Canada represent.
I think it works here.
But it says Paris here, so I don't know. Oh fuck.
I love Paris, except for the dog shit.
Well, that's where the skid marks come from.
Actually, I saw a lot
Absolutely,
when
of
I was
course.
walking around Rio. I saw a bunch of dog shit. It's weird. There's no litter, but lots of dog shit.
Yeah, Montreal is the same. I mean, in the spring, it smells of dog shit everywhere. It's great.
Paris depresses me actually every time I'm there.
My back garden's very Parisian.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, like 25 million dogs.
Yeah.
And you.
And me, yeah. Although I go out when it's dark. Safe.
How's everybody doing?
Good. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I was kind of listening a little bit before, but yeah.
We're
Anyway.
très bien.
We're très bien, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Jean-Michel 80. You know, in a couple of weeks, it's going to be 1 year since Vangelis left.
Oh yes.
May
Yeah.
17.
Mhm.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I cried like a fucking baby when I learned about it. I cried for 3 people I've never met in my life when they passed away.
Yeah.
Gilles Villeneuve,
Uh-huh.
Vangelis, and Dominic. When I was watching the eulogies,
Yeah.
and when his wife spoke, I lost it.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
It's
I was
fucking
working too.
heartbreaking.
And I was fucking working, and I just put my phone on, turn off the phone, and I just bawled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. Some of us had the good fortune to have met him, and and spend a truly wonderful day. So we had a wonderful day at Gearfest. I mean, Robbie, you were there. And it was just a joyous day. Neil in the chat. Neil, you were there.
Yeah.
Jim Glue was there. Ian was there. We all met, and we all sort of met all at once in one place. It was delightful. It was lovely, and Dom was just this breath of fresh air. I met him again at Synthfest. He was busy that day because he was on the Soma stand. But yeah, it was just a delight to have known him. It's funny you talk about people crying about people you've never met. I mean, I had a proper good weep when I found out that Edgar Froese had passed away.
Yeah,
because
a
that
bad
to me
one too.
that to me was the end of Tangerine Dream.
Yeah.
You know, really, I mean, he was the only original member that was still there, and now it's sort of, yeah, they're crawling along, but it can't be the same unless Chris Franker and Peter Baumann went and joined back up with them again. But I can't see that happening.
Well, the good news is Thorsten was there when he was still in the band, so he did take the mantle.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
and he's a hell of a goddamn
right,
player. Thorsten's amazing.
Oh, he's brilliant. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and actually,
he is.
Yeah, and he was saying in an interview that Edgar gave him okay, so this Tangerine Dream is yours now, and you know, and he gave him everything about.
Yeah,
the
I can go
keys.
with that. It's a bequest in that sense, but yeah, wouldn't it have been amazing? I mean, I'd have loved it if Chris Franker, Edgar Froese, and Peter Baumann had got that as that classic Tangerine Dream nucleus. I mean, that to me was the best period of Tangerine Dream, and people will argue about it because there were some great albums that came out without them. I mean,
well, actually, ran to Paul Haslinger at NAMM, and I like some of the stuff he did with him, but a lot of people don't like it. It's a later period, but that guy's a hell of a musician as well. Holy shit!
I mean, Underwater Sunlight is just an amazing album.
Yes,
lovely.
it is. Yeah,
and the Canyon Dreams one.
Yeah, and the live ones, Poland. I mean, find me a better live album.
Even Optical Race, but not everyone likes that. There's a lot of DX7 on that one.
There's some good tracks.
Almost all DX. Yeah,
it's a bit twangy.
Yeah, but it's
sorry, Robbie.
Good.
But Live Miles. That's a Haslinger one.
It's a good one too.
Yeah.
I mean, they have 50 albums or whatever it is.
Countless bootlegs and countless of these ones. There's loads of the bootleg ones out on YouTube, which people have put out, which is
Tangerine Tree stuff. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. It's and you hear the concerts as they were, and because the concerts as they were don't actually sound like, say, Rubicon, which is a bit of a composite, really, and edited, and perhaps some bits were added in the studio. It's hard to tell what, but those raw concert recordings are really quite special, even if some of them sound dreadful.
Yeah. But just one thing about Dom. So I was watching his show on YouTube, and it was like, yeah, it's one of the people I've never met that I thought, shit, I never had a chance to meet him.
Yeah.
It's just like,
It put a smile on your face, that's for sure.
I'm sure. But I mean, I just watching his show, you just felt happy,
Yeah.
And he did so much good things also with mental health. Anyway.
Yeah, with Ollie, they were an interesting series.
Yeah. Anyway,
I wonder how old he is. I hope he's okay.
Didn't want to bring anyone down. Sorry, guys.
No.
Because I was writing something for the first time in a while, like months, and it was just it's so fucking Vangelis-y, or Vangelis. Because in French we say Vangelis, so because of but is it really Vangelis? I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Evangelos.
Oh, so that's where it came from, the French side.
But
blame Americans for saying Vangelis, but the French people said it first.
Yeah, but what counts is how he pronounced it.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it was Evangelos, right? I mean, that was his
Evangelos, yes.
Yeah.
Odysseus Evangelos Papatanasiou. Yeah. Learned that name a long time ago.
Robbie's knackered. Too many boxes, Robbie.
Yeah, and I've got to be up at 5. So,
whoa.
Yeah, I should be on my way. But at least I can go back to bed and then stay there for a bit.
One bit you said earlier, Robbie, is you said Dogma is a wonderful movie. I completely agree with you. Completely.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Fuck. And also Chasing Amy. Those are his top 2 movies.
Yeah.
Dogma was one of those movies that pissed off all the religious folks that never saw it.
Yeah.
Which is always a good thing.
Life of Brian.
But
exactly.
He went to picket with them against him, and
yeah,
they didn't recognize him. He was like fuck Kevin Smith or whatever.
He even had some funny anti-picketing stuff with the Westboro Baptist Church folks.
Yeah. That's
and he ended up being friends with one of the daughters who broke away from the family, and it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I went to 3 of his evenings with Kevin Smith. The first one in Toronto was fantastic, but it wasn't filmed. He filmed the second one, which was not as good.
Yeah.
But so it's evening harder. Yeah.
I've seen him here a few times when he has like a project out. He'll do a Q&A with Jay.
Yeah.
Or the Improv in San Jose or something like that. It's pretty fun.
That's always.
He's a good showman.
He is. Oh yeah. I mean, you give him a mic and that's it. He's gone for 3 hours.
One question, he goes on for an hour. So
yeah.
Can't really call it Q&A because it's like 2 questions or 3 questions. Yeah.
And someone said something in the audience. Someone asked a question or just said something about Alanis Morissette, and something like he called her a treacherous bitch, and then Kevin loved Alanis, and he just went on for 10 minutes, just bombing the guy with fucking insults, and it was glorious. It was wonderful. Yeah.
I like the George Carlin bit in Dogma.
Oh yeah.
It's just super.
I like George Carlin bit in Jay and Silent Valley Strike Back, The Book of the Road.
When he drives, yeah. Hey, Steve.
Morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Right. And on that note, I'm off to bed.
All right.
Hi, Wobby.
Good night, Roberto.
Hi, Robbie.
Hey, Robbie.
See you later.
I'll be there in a minute, Robert. All right.
Oh, nice. Remember the spoon.
Don't fork, just spoon.
Yeah.
Warm it up
No,
for me.
no
That's it,
forking. Yeah.
Ay.
Yeah. I've been here 3 seconds and already the tone has descended.
Oh, I don't know. It's just returned, I think is the word.
Yeah, you brought it back, Steve.
It's an ebb and flow. It's one of those.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
a
we
bit of
have
ebb
to
and a
pull
bit of
back
flow.
a bit now and again. So,
or ebb and flute, as that
yeah,
product is
indeed.
called.
In Canada, yeah. Well, actually, I've heard people say instead of outlook, they say outlook. I'm going, no. It's outlook.
Outlook.
Outlook, yeah, because look out.
Yeah, the
no,
Canadian
look
know.
out.
What
Like
about what a boot? What about
What a
this?
boot. Well,
Yeah,
that's
a boot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a boot is so that and that's a thing. And people say outlook. No. And I want to ask them to spell it for me. Yeah, no, it's not oot.
It's like listening to people pronounce the name of the furniture in IKEA.
Or trying to understand what I'm saying.
So, Jeff, maybe I asked you this before. Then, is your first language French or English? Then,
You know what? It's a fucked up. My actual first language is English.
okay.
For 5 years I grew up on a ship, just roaming around with my parents. But so I mean, yeah, English was the language spoken. And then at 5, I had to go to school, and my mother we went to to Quebec, to Rimouski, where she was from. And so I went to school in French, and I started kindergarten speaking English only. So that confused people because nobody spoke English there. And then I just lost all my English. And then,
interesting.
yeah.
Wow.
But I mean, it was easy to pick up because in high school you begin like English classes here, and then it was like so fucking easy. So because the memories.
So
there.
did it actually come back, or did you have to relearn it?
I kind of had to relearn a lot of it.
Okay.
But then I was watching The Price is Right, like everybody does, and you learn a lot by watching The Price is Right. Trust me, you do. And then thank you, Bob Barker. And sorry, Steve.
Somebody doesn't like the price.
So you French fellows are with us a second time.
Well, at least you learned that a fridge costs $2.99. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, so and that's it. I mean, I'm still stuck with a French accent, but it makes me cute, I guess.
Yeah, it's like kids used to laugh at me at school when I say feck instead of fuck.
Feck.
Yeah, feck. What? Yeah. Fecking thing. Because of me mum.
Well, in Dutch it's fick, right?
I'm German.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
German.
So can't have you any ties left in Ireland then, or?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of aunties and an uncle still out there,
Okay.
and a cousin. Although we've not that close anymore. Because there was when Mum got dementia, there was issues apparently. So yeah.
Yeah.
Because it took Mum a while to have her dementia actually properly come to the surface, because she had two types at the same time. She had frontal lobe and vascular,
Eesh.
and they were progressing at different speeds.
Oh wow.
So her personality changed. So she wasn't being diagnosed with Alzheimer's as such. She was being literally diagnosed as being a mean bitch. Guess how she was coming across.
Yeah.
She became really, really cantankerous and obtuse and all this sort of thing. And we thought, because we were going, why is Mum being like this? And she's going, being like what? But
Right.
it took another 2 or 3 years before actual recognizable symptoms of dementia started to show through. But in that interim, she managed to fuck off everybody she knew.
Sure.
Big time. I mean, big time. But to the family in Ireland, she did it to such a degree that even when I explained to them why she had been like that, that wasn't enough.
Yeah, there's no recovery from something.
Yeah. Which got my back up. So I didn't help matters even more after that. So yeah, they're out there, but wouldn't know. So I mean,
you wouldn't come over for a weekend, is what you mean?
No, do you know what? I'd love to go back. I'd love to go and climb up Sugarloaf Mountain again.
Oh yeah,
and just stare out.
Probably very changed a lot now. It's very built up over there.
Yeah, the only trouble. I mean, the last time I was in Arklow, because you remember they did that thing where they were encouraging companies to come in from America and Europe, and establish a company, so they, so that it would create employment, and to encourage them in, they go, right, you don't pay any tax for the first 5 years, and then literally within 10 minutes of the 5 years being up, the company's gone, and everybody's out of work again. But when we was out there, the last time I was out there, this American chemical factory had opened up. And it was right by the river. And the river coming out of Arklow had gone from clear to a bright yellow colour. And there was a constant smell in the village that was incredibly pungent. And if you drove past the actual gates of this factory, which was a couple of miles outside the town, all the trees were dead, and your eyes would sting if you got out of the car, kind of thing.
Oh wow!
And that was there for 5 years, and that's when I was out there last, and it was not nice out there. It was a bit stinky.
Yeah, Arklow had a big industrial boom in the 80s, 90s as well, probably before that too.
Yeah. So, but I did manage to go back to Waterford, where my mum was born. She was born in this, for want of a better word, it was a shack attached to the side of a railway station. Because my granddad out there was a train guard, stand on the line and do that. And they had little pigs, a little bit out the back for pigs and chickens and stuff like that. So we went back there to see, because she wanted me to see where where she had started with my sister. And it was a lovely place out there. It's it's ideal if you got a couple of quid in the bank. It's a lovely place to go and live. If you need to earn money, probably not so much now, obviously, with the internet and all the rest of it. But back then, it was a bit sort of like, you're on your own, mate.
Yeah, Ireland can be expensive. It is pricey where I live, and I'm in the West.
Yeah, my company had a laser manufacturing site in Ireland for a while.
Yeah. But it,
if you're when you're off, if you ever want a place, to crash as a base, like, you're more than welcome here. If you want to bring Fiona over to Ireland, it's not the East Coast. You might have to drive over a good bit. It's not that big a place.
Yeah, but it gets nicer the more over you drive, anyway. It gets more open again. Yeah, because you go to Dublin and it's like, fucking hell, it's like an extension of London around here.
So,
it's like all built up. Yeah, and it's all happening and everything like that. Except the people are a lot friendlier. But admittedly, because I remember when I was in Arklow, it wasn't, well, let's just say that there was no Good Friday agreement at the time when I was out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and going into a pub with my cousin. We'll go for a beer, because we were now old enough to go for a beer. And I went down and and he went up to the bar and he's gone, give us a half or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I said, I'll have exactly the same. Silence. Everybody turns like that. You know, expect a guy at the piano to start going bling 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 bling. Go for your gun. And it was literally like that. And he's going, no, it's all right, it's my cousin. He's like, and he'll carry it on again. I went, what the fuck was that?
Yeah,
Oh
there's a
my
few
God.
strongholds on the East Coast.
Yeah. And he used because he used to say, with me auntie walking down to the shops with me auntie, and she goes, see that Mercedes? He's RA. I go, what's he doing this side of the border then? He goes, well, they don't live up there. They come over, they come down here, then they go back when they're going to do some shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used to play a lot of music for it's called Cultus Kilter Éireann, which is the Irish music main association for Ireland, and I used to do concerts with them, which was at the time very unusual that they even had the foreigner, as part of the band. But I remember being briefed by a guy because he was the headquarters back in Dublin for the Cultus Kilter, but this guy was just pointing at different people in the in the pub, going, "All right, he's all right. Don't fuck with him. Definitely don't fuck with him." It was that kind of place back in the 90s.
Yeah, it's like that thing you used to do in Glasgow. They go, good guy, wank, wank, good guy, wank, good guy. Yeah. Yeah,
it's kind of gone. It's still kind of there, but most of it is gone at this stage. It's it's fizzled out.
Yeah. But I used to love it because my auntie used to get these biscuits. I think they do them here still. I'm trying to remember what they were called. It's the ones, because I don't like coconut, but these biscuits I could eat all day long. It's where you had the pink and the white sort of marshmallow with the jam in the middle.
Bobo.
And what the hell were they called out in Ireland?
I don't know what they're called there. Iced Bobos, they're called here.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called.
Because this was just like a pink and white marshmallow, like jam in the centre, coconut on the top, on a short cusp.
Yeah.
What are they called in Ireland?
I don't know.
No,
I know the ones you mean. Yeah.
I was eating these fuckers by the kilo. They're lovely. It was terrible. But what is it about Irish potatoes? Seriously.
Wow.
Why are they so deliciously fluffy? Fuck me. She's going. She goes, "Oh, you haven't had a potato until you had an Irish potato now. Now, be sitting yourself now. Now, try this with a little bit of butter on it. Try that." And you'll be going, "Holy fucking hell!" Wow.
I think it's all the
Potato
chemicals
crack.
in it.
Yeah.
The chemicals in the ground, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's the fresh spring water, whatever it is. But I tell you what, these potatoes, man. Why?
There's so many types as well. I mean, I've found myself with a plate you'd have a baked potato mash, chips, just everything. The whole plate is all potatoes. Yeah.
And for some reason, my auntie always used to emphasise the word potato when she's talking about dinner, and she goes, "So we're going to be having the darling corned beef and a potato." Why do you say it like that? What? She goes, "What?" They go, "Why do you say potato like that?" She goes, "I just say potato."
It's spuds first.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Potato Head started there. So many damn potatoes.
Probably why, there's must be something genetic because I'm Irish descent, second generation here. So, but I love potatoes.
Yeah. Yeah, potato and biscuits. I'm done, mate.
I'm gonna drop off here, lads. Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a good night.
All right, baby.
Or good morning.
Bye, Ollie.
Bye, Ollie.
See you soon.
Take care, sweetheart. Look after yourself.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I'm still like I say, even now I'm still reeling over the fact that 12 Krispy Kreme donuts is 20 quid. If you want an indication on inflation, there's one right there for you.
Dave.
I have to say the Krispy Kreme are some of the worst donuts.
Yeah.
Oh God.
They're so popular here, and they're just terrible.
Yeah,
they're so hyped, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's because they're so fucking sweet. I mean, you take
too
one,
sweet.
and I mean your teeth start rotting immediately.
Yeah, but you know, if you're eating one of the like the chocolate one with the chocolate filling and stuff like that, you can literally taste these weird chemicals in the back of your head. It goes,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, and you're going, yeah, but I don't care.
I used to work with this guy. He's like, "Oh, Krispy Kreme donuts are better than sex." I said, "You got to straighten your life out."
I don't know. Has he tried fucking a donut? I mean,
Yeah, we might have done like a
Yeah, did he?
American
Did he
Pie movie. You
understand?
know,
yeah.
Oh, the sugar! It would chafe. No, that'd be horrible.
well, it's
don't
warm.
miss-
What
So-
is?
Oh, my eyes are watering.
Wear a
After what
condom, it won't
happened, I
chafe.
can't even
We should
think
have asked
about
him
it.
to explain what sex means to him.
Yeah.
It might have been interesting,
Just yeah.
or not. It might not have been.
Sorry, Steve. We're going like below, like fucking donuts now. So sorry.
Sex
all right,
is
that's
not
fine.
fucking
I hope,
donuts.
I hope I didn't
Weird.
contribute to that. I hope
Well,
I'm.
there was a scene in 80s sex comedy where a guy was at a nudist facility, and he's walking around handing out drinks to people. And he goes, "Oh, would you also like a donut?" They go, "Oh, yes." And you go like, "Where is he keeping the donuts?"
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Americans have a strange relationship with food, don't they?
Oh yeah.
In movies,
American
like I'm
Pie.
thinking movies I can't probably say on here, but American Pie and things like that were just
American
for
Pie.
us. We can go low, as we can go as low as the rest of them, but that was just tawdry.
It
Absolutely.
was just dumb, actually. I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it wasn't that. Yeah, it wasn't that. Anyway.
But it wasn't clever. It was just preposterous.
No, it was stupid. I don't know.
I think like 3
found it
sequels.
stupid. I don't like that kind of humor a lot, but did
If
everybody?
you want a stupid movie, Canadian, it's Porky's Revenge. You've never
Oh,
seen it.
I didn't know Canadians did movies. It's cool.
Porky's Revenge is a fucking Canadian movie. Dave, don't get me started.
Come on,
Just
Dave.
the revenge?
Stargate, man. Come on.
Wait a minute. The Canadians did the revenge.
Well, I thought all the
Not
Porkies
the
were
original?
Canadian, weren't they?
Yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they had a lot of
Yeah.
Canadian actors in it.
Yeah.
So
I'm waiting for Sharknado 4.
What? On TV today, I didn't watch it, but it was Sharknado or Shark, whatever. Yeah, against.
Sharktopus.
No, but Sharktopus. Yeah. Sharktopus
Sharktopus.
against like something with a werewolf, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
Seriously. I started on that. No, not watching that. No. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, but Canada gave us Kids in the Hall.
Yes, and also
I
Saturday
gotcha.
Night Live.
Well, and
Gotcha.
all those like John Candy and all those actors, from
Yeah,
they're from
Rick
Canada.
Moranis
And William Shatner. Yeah, come
William
on.
Shatner. Yeah.
William Shatner.
Let's
You know,
try.
I mean,
Here's 10 fingers. Go ahead.
he's a fucking 90 years old now.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds.
We just don't acknowledge the good ones as Canadians.
Ryan Reynolds is the perfect emblem. I mean, we should have instead of the maple leaf, we should just have Ryan Reynolds' face,
Yeah.
because I mean he's the perfect Canadian.
Well,
Just
that
a
football
nice
club,
guy.
that football club he bought is doing really well now.
Wrexham, they
Yeah.
just got promoted. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it means that every Canadian is now a honorary Welsh. It's by law. It's
Yeah,
been
by law.
Yeah, it's been decreed.
Well, even I'm quarter Welsh. I mean, you can't get away from it around here. You really
Oh,
can't.
bloody hell.
I can't help it.
Right, on that cheerful cultural bloody note, I'm going.
He's such a happy fucker, isn't he? Eh?
Yeah, isn't he?
Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
Mr. Cherry.
And don't get me
Got
started.
a face that turned
Good
milk
night,
sour.
everybody. I'm going to go to bed because Inky told me to, so I'm going to bed now. Bye.
Oh, I see. Some
I'll
random
see you
woman,
all-
woman tells you to go to bed and off you go.
You,
I
you
don't know.
lovely. Nothing you said, babe. You lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Random
remember
woman said
that
go.
your lullaby is Sultan of Swing.
No, it most definitely isn't.
Come on, you don't even like that one? Sultans of Swing?
It's one of the best
Wow,
songs
the
ever.
artwork in there is amazing.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's
Holy
Dire
shit.
Straits.
He'll be
Right,
going to
I-
bed thinking of donuts.
I have
Yeah.
Maybe the guy with the
I have
totems
so
carrying
many
the
emotional
drinks and the
scars
donuts.
because of Dire Straits that no, even the sultanas of Ping
Sultans of
just
Swing. Holy moly.
just mad and
Yeah.
Sultanas of Ping.
I never
Yeah, that is
understood Dire
that's a song
Straits.
title.
I just didn't understand what happened there. It's like, what are they?
Shut up, Inky.
I'm with you, man. I don't know what the Sultans are.
No, honestly, it's just
Dire
tawdry.
Straits.
It's
Just
tawdry crap. It's just drivel. No, everything by Dire Straits should be burned and never listened to again.
Oh, no,
Right,
no.
I've had my rant. I
Wow.
know that most people disagree with me.
Not me. I just said I agreed. And you're
That's
still
what
Sultans of Swing.
well, you have to leave too, Dave.
agreed.
Bluesy as fuck.
Okay?
I'll tell you what, the next time Mark phones, I'll tell him.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy said that you're tawdry shite.
And so did Dave.
And I'm sure he'll be heavily influenced. So when he comes on the stream, I couldn't even. No, I just couldn't cope.
You're just going to go, oh, fuck no, click. It's better enough we have Jeff. We don't need him. Yeah.
There's so much teenage pain caused by Dire Straits that I can't. I just can't.
Were you abused by Mark Knopfler?
No.
I mean, I can see getting this mad at Justin Bieber, but not Dire Straits.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean,
oh, fuck off.
I know that's shit. No, that is shit.
Well, hold on, Bob Dylan sang like that too. So what do you think
I
of
know.
that?
That's why I can't buy Bob Dylan.
So it's the singing you don't like.
Yeah, no, Bob Dylan songs sung by other people are fine, but Bob Dylan when he's saying,
Agreed with you.
You want to be in Dire Straits?
Hey, Bob Dylan made it cool for people with asthma to sing.
I've got asthma.
There you go.
That's why I don't
So
sing.
you can sing like that.
Sorry, I just can't. I know it's self-opinionated crap, and I've got absolutely zero justification for any of it.
You can
makes
be
me
traumatized
cry.
by
I
a
am
full rotation
traumatized.
playlist.
Yeah. Maybe it's by association.
I was going to say lack of justification rarely stops people, so don't keep going.
Yeah, thanks, Andy.
True enough, yeah.
That's really.
Bye, man.
Hi, money. Bye, money. I'm going before I piss off 3
Money's not good.
I'll see you.
Bye.
Take care, darling.
Bye.
Love yourself. Bye.
It's funny. Speaking of Welsh, I read a book a while back. Technically, my last name's Joyce. It's Irish, but technically the Joyces started in Wales and migrated to Ireland to become one of the 12 tribes of Ireland. So technically, I'm both, I guess.
Ah.
As well as a heavily dose of Scandinavian, Norwegian kind of stuff.
I do too. I got a bunch of that shit.
Yeah.
No offense to me.
So what do you?
We're all mutts over here.
Yeah, no.
Oh
shit.
man, yeah.
I'm 3/4 Irish and 1/4 Greek. I mean, that's my genetic background. So
You got a lot of Irish too. Cleo, how about you?
I hope she's not Irish.
She's got 6 toes though. So that means she's cool. She's better than us. She knows.
Yes. Well, cats are, aren't they?
Definitely.
Just as a standard starting point, they're better than us.
How did you get talking about Dire Straits?
It's Brooksy's favorite topic.
Yeah.
It's like Ty's trigger word is Behringer, his is Dire Straits.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's when we're talking about the GS1.
Oh yeah.
GS1 downstairs is Mark Knopfler's.
Oh, he did have a GS1? I didn't know that.
No, that's his one downstairs.
What the fuck did he play that on?
I don't think he played it, but they do own it.
Oh.
Because technically, Straits is still together. Technically.
That's wild.
Yeah. So, and like, I was saying about he phones me up every now and again going, how's it going? It's not. Fuck off.
He doesn't go, how's it going?
Yeah. Did you get the RAM, poor boy?
Huge.
Hi, Ken. Did you get the RAM upgrade for all of this one?
It's got me wondering. I'm wondering whether that lyric, "the warning lights are flashing down at quality control," are really dedicated to Kent.
Almost definitely, my friend. Almost definitely. Yeah, no, it's just not a good situation to be in. When your job has left you nothing. There is nothing left. There's no empathy for the job or anything anymore.
Well, you have
It's time
toys to
have a
play
break.
with. That's something.
Yeah, this is why I'm having this break, because it's man.
Yeah.
I is done working 7 days a week for 30 years. Fuck off.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm done.
Sucks.
And I tell you what, the only time I get off is when I'm ill. Do you know what I mean? So,
No, it makes.
I've got COVID. Yay! I can have a sit down. And you're sitting there going, I wish I felt better. Oh, but that means I have to go to work. Oh, but I wish I felt better. So, yeah, it's a rock hard place kind of situation, isn't it?
Yeah, no shit.
So, yeah, no, we're done. Me and Fiona sat down, we worked out our finances, and we're going, yeah, we're on bread and water within about 3 months, but, fuck it. I can't keep doing this. Enough already.
Are you eventually going to revisit the whole anaglyph thing, or is that is that just too much?
Well, the thing is that even if it built it in its original realization, it would be just fucking ridiculous. It would be a stupid thing. I mean, people go, ooh, ah, but that's it.
Well, because you get all these other things coming out, like Baloran, the river, and all these other things, and they're doing. I don't know what they're doing, but people are coveting them. So
yeah, but take the river. I mean, the river's like a stylophone compared to the anaglyph.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, this is mental. It's got 128 fucking filters in it.
Or like a Schmidt, or any kind of custom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even the Schmidt. But as soon as you start going down a more digital control and sort of route, it becomes smaller and more compact, obviously. But it's such a fucking monster. You know? I should really be doing something that's a bit more
sophisticated.
It's sensible but cool. Yeah. Something with a little refinement.
We need another keytar in the market, Kent. Make another keytar.
Yeah.
What do we need?
Analog guitar. Yeah, that's what I need.
Liberation.
A microphone keyboard. It's got like 9,000 keys. You have to push 5 keys to get one note.
Somebody one day has to make a fleshlight controller, so
Oh, there you go, Andy.
Oh wow!
And you know what the tempo is, so.
Hey Kent, what about a wand?
Wow, that's a flashlight right there. Yeah, there we go.
Well, there you go.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. We'll put a flashlight. We'll still call it Andy's idea, even though I came up with it. But
yeah, but then I mean, with the flashlight, it how many octaves you have depends on your length, right? I go half an octave.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you have to sound like, are they Magnum size or are they?
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to my semi.
You could have little tickler things on the side of it. I mean, it could be multifunctional.
Yeah, you gotta have the French ticklers on there. That's perfect.
It would bring about the new expression "fuck that beat."
Can you imagine that? All the kids start using it's like a glow stick.
Can you imagine demonstrating it at NAMM?
Kind of get in there.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go, boys.
There was a recent meme where someone had taken all these pictures of these like DJs getting all ecstatic while they're playing, and the way they're standing next to their gear, and then they cut to a side view, and someone had photoshopped a fleshlight into it.
Oh dear, the knob controller.
Yeah, knobs for just one knob. Yeah.
Yeah. The extra control.
And 3 condoms per bushing.
You could have a little attachment on the end, like a
No, you
like a
can't.
wrench where you just put the filter and then you just go down and you twist the knob and it comes back and it's a flashlight.
Dave, you're still running with it, man. It's
Is it over?
He's all fired up. This is great.
You're still running with
Guys?
it. Yeah.
Oh, we,
See, this thing has legs. I'm telling you.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on. Can we get this? Can we get this to a development stage? Yeah.
And then they can have the real doll version, so it literally looks like a person. So
Yeah.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, there you go. You gotta get a nipples, and
Yeah.
Well, I think we have something here.
It's like that controller I told you I was going to make out of the mannequin. So.
Yep.
Oh my God.
The Bellotron. Yeah.
The Bellotron.
Set of bellows and a mannequin. And
plays through its body parts.
no, a wind controller out each end, and away you go. That's it. That's all you need.
Right.
That's right. Yeah, you'll be whistling
anybody made
Dixie in no time.
Yeah, the
Has anybody
urinator
made a
now
set
with
that has,
PB.
like,
It's the it'd be called the Queefatron. Is it?
The Queefatron.
Oh man.
No,
there's all sorts of ideas.
all bad ones too. That's fantastic.
But a lot of good ideas come out of bad ones. So
Yeah, I have to admit, I think there's
Yeah,
some,
try explaining that to Berenger.
You got to break a lot of eggs to make an omelet, right? So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can see what Berringer selling it to the kiddies for $50 each.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a price point.
There you go. So how much are flashlights bulk?
That's right. 40 million. Yeah.
Write it down.
Yeah, and they'll nothing will happen because they'll say they can't get the dicks for it.
and then there'll be like a red glue equivalent problem with it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Seriously,
recall.
Yeah, seriously, I get that checked out. Yeah.
Madam, the baby will never eat all that.
Or you get the problem that Arturia Mini Brute had, the stickiness over time, that it gets all sticky.
Yeah.
Oh, on the knobs.
The knobs and the case. This fucking case that
and the
Cody
case
they
as
put
well.
on there got all sticky.
And
Yeah.
it's the same on the Zoom. The Zoom, I think.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Zoom H6, the little handheld, it also gets sticky and you can't fix it. Yeah.
well, of course, because it's handheld. That's why it's.
It's like, what kind of chemical engineers are they hiring? They're just they don't test shit.
Well, the thing is if you dip, I'm trying to remember what it is. If you take all knobs off and dip it in this stuff, and they come out all nice and shiny and dry,
Yeah, it gets all
not
that
sticky anymore. It takes all that shit off. But I'm trying to remember for the life of me. I can't remember what it was you used.
Yeah, I've heard a couple things, but I don't
I
remember.
think,
saw
believe it or
mine.
not,
I
it's
just
something
got
like
rid of-
foam cleaner or something like that, and it'll just take all that shite off.
Yeah,
It's just so they look matte instead of shiny.
Yeah.
Because matte is cool, but it's not when they're sticky. And I mean, what was it? I'm trying to remember. It was a mixer.
I think Steve Elbow's right. I mean, I know a lot of people were saying isopropyl alcohol.
Yeah, I use
Yeah.
isopropyl to wipe my stuff down, but it takes
Yeah.
multiple applications.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
let
you're
them
telling
soak.
people. But this isn't probably what you're talking about.
Literally buy 5 litres and just throw everything in a bucket and leave it for about 2 days. But because I had a mixer that was like that, and all the knobs were all that sticky.
Then you go back in and the knobs are gone. It's all gone.
Yeah. And I'm not kidding you. This mixer
That didn't work.
started off black, and after about, I'd say, a month or so, it was white because it just had husky hair stuck all over this mixer. You just couldn't see the bloody thing for hair.
Oh wow!
Just dog hair stuck to it. It was,
You made such fun of us for the wood sides. Now.
It's kind of like me in the spring when I start to shed. It's hair everywhere.
I'll tell you what, it's been brilliant this week. There's been no husky hair. None at all. It's been great.
It was funny.
Unbelievable. But the woman down the groomer said, she goes, I filled the bin 3 times grooming him.
Wow.
Fucking yeah. I said, and we brush him and pluck lumps of hair out of him every single day. It's become almost therapeutic as he walks by. Clump, big handful of hair.
Just take all the
Put it in a
damn
bag.
energy to make that hair. They must be eating a ton to keep all that.
Oh, he does, especially
Yeah.
sausages. He had venison sausages
Oh,
last
wow.
weekend. Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
he was, mate. You've never seen. He dances literally. Can I have another sausage? I'm like this. Go, yes, you can, but only half of the sausage because you try to swallow them whole. You silly bastard.
Yeah, he's the living incarnation of Snuffles the dog.
Literally,
Where
yeah.
he hugs himself when he eats the treat.
Yeah. He does. He sings and he dances.
Was he called Snuffle in English? Really?
No, you've seen Snuffles the dog from Quick Draw McGraw?
Well, yeah, in French. I saw it in French,
And-
so he
and
had
when
a
he throws
totally
him-
different name.
Would you
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
no.
biscuit? And he goes,
Oh, yeah.
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 And he goes, hugs and he floats down when he
And
finishes.
he levitates. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, we get the Charlie tap dance where he does a pirouette and then goes like that with his front feet, with his front
That's so
paws.
cute. Yeah.
Yeah, and he goes, yes, all right, I'm getting up, but I'll give you a bit of sausage. God's sake. So, but Tiny brings him down all these finest sausages. Well, for the others as well, but mostly for Charlie because he makes the most fuss about it. The others go, oh, food, cool. Whereas, but with Charlie with sausages, it's a different dog. Literally. All he needs is a top hat and a cane. He'd be laughing. He'd be la. Sausages. Jazz hands.
That's
Jazz
funny.
paws. Yeah.
I
Do you know
love
what I
the,
mean?
the little dance is great.
Yeah.
The pirouette and the dance.
Yeah, a little pirouette and the dance. And then, so I'd like him to do it rhythmically, like some of those dogs you see on YouTube, you know, the ones that do this business.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's just like that,
Can
really
he
quick.
Can he get on his back legs and walk a bit like some dogs do?
He does. Yeah, he does do that. You hold a sausage up. Yeah, no problem. He's up. But he's a bit staggery, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's stuff getting knocked off shelves and stuff. He's not that coordinated up on his back legs. So, now Siri can do it. She can walk around the kitchen on her back legs. She looks quite funny when she does it as well. She looks like she's done something seriously wrong. When she's walking, she does that, makes that funny face.
Like a hop thing, kind of like a hop. Is it?
No, she walks.
Just walk, yeah.
Like that. But she looks like she's done something really wrong. Weird dog.
That's great.
Yeah. No, they're characters. They really are. Yeah. No, I think the fleshlight controller might have to go on the back burner. I think. So.
Yeah, it's a real think piece. You got to put some energy into it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can do a crowdfunding thing and see if it works.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I like to raise money. That's good.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Well, first things first, you
money,
can't use the real
yeah.
flashlight. You use the Chinese knockoff to save money. So.
It only has to work for a few weeks.
And you know Behringer's going to copy it, so you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're gonna have a 2-inch version.
Oh God.
Hey, you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, but the build quality, man, it'd be a bloody cardboard tube and a couple of pork chops or something. It looked like
Hey, you gotta
roadkill.
You gotta hide like a sausage or something there for the dog.
Yeah.
Rip it apart. That's our Easter egg.
With a creamy filling.
No.
Just imagine if you opened a synth one time and you found one of those in the synth.
Yeah, well.
Well, I mean, you found a brown shoe. You might find a flashlight.
Yeah.
It's the fourth oscillator.
Yeah.
You can put those McDonald's French fries in there and stay well.
Oh yeah.
4 or 5 years later, like
Yeah.
McDonald's French fries don't decompose. They are exactly the same.
Frozen
after 4 or 5
prawns.
years.
Frozen
Yeah.
prawns under the
Yeah.
and under the transformer. That's what.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, mate. Yeah, but I mean, synth is where plectrums go to die, as we all know. So,
As we all know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell it is with plectrums. I really don't.
Oh, the other thing too, while we're talking about it, you know that you have that remote session software now. You can share jams across the wire.
Yeah, yeah.
They have that thing already. They call it teledildonics. So you know you can you can hook up with your partner across the wire with your toys. So you can incorporate all that into your stuff. You know.
There is a system like that, isn't there?
Well,
Yeah, teledildonics.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Dildonics.
It's been around since the '90s. It's hilarious.
We're going to give Dave a little surprise now.
You're the beta tester, David.
Yeah. Yes.
Is this on Robert's
Yeah.
OnlyFans page?
Well, this is one of his little videos. Yeah.
Is this what this is? I don't know.
Yeah.
I may have missed it.
He called it a tech demo, but it was really just having fun. So.
Now, what would be really funny would be to have a booth at NAMM to sell the product, and all the girls are missing teeth.
Oh.
They have like three teeth.
No, just missing because they've chipped them all off.
Well, I mean, hey, you know what? You never say no to a gummer.
Oh man.
Oh God.
Now it's gotten darker.
Oh, it's getting
yeah. No, we're below every. Oh yeah.
We're taking on water now. Yeah.
The bilge pumps are failing. Help!
The bilge is gone. And we're just listing gradually, sort of like that. Yeah. It's a bit like the poop side down adventure, isn't it?
The what?
The poop side down adventure.
Poop side
down
down
adventure. Poop side down. Never mind. Yeah.
Well, they call it the poop
I'm
deck for a
French. I don't
reason.
get it.
Yeah.
They don't have an excuse. I'm French. Yeah.
That's true.
I'll try and I'll do a French joke next week. All right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Do it all in French with a clever pun.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
we-
What was the joke? He goes, "That's how I got banned from the cruise." That thing is very, very wrongly named.
Yep.
Actually, haven't been on a cruise. I wish I got banned from it. They're pretty awful.
Yeah.
I
They're
wouldn't
Terrible
go on a
food,
cruise.
annoying people. Just
and you can't get away from them.
yeah.
Well, that's it. You're with 5,000 people, and I mean, I like to be alone, so you know. Oh fuck no, that's a nightmare for me.
Yeah.
The COVID incubator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you get herpes and the clap and all of that. No.
Oh, do you? That wasn't on my.
That's one hell of a cruise. What's that's a Royal Caribbean?
Did you pay for that? Did you pay for that in advance?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's an add-on. It's an extra. Do you want to clap with that?
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
There's a kiddies menu. That's it.
Yeah, it's getting like Ryanair again, isn't it? You know.
You know, it's really sad of those Star Trek cruises, like the theme cruises.
Really?
Oh yeah, where you get to meet the cast, and they do activities, and they sign autographs, and it's like, can't you just go to a convention? And do you have to be on a cruise with them?
Yeah.
Well, and there's
I was
also
a bit
cruise.
confused. Yeah, I was a bit confused. They rebuilt the Enterprise D for the last of the Picard series.
Yeah.
As I recall, in 2001, in Las Vegas, in the basement of the Hilton,
Yeah, they had a
this
nice
backstage
set.
experience, and they actually had the set there. So
Yeah.
they didn't have to. Why didn't they just call up the Hilton and say, that old set you have, can we have it back? Thanks. It would have been simpler.
Yeah.
I don't know why they suddenly had to, they built one for the show, then they had one for the Star Trek experience at the Hilton in the early 2000s, and then they had to rebuild it again in 2023. You'd think there'd be an easier way to do business.
Might have been less expensive to rebuild it than to
Maybe store. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, possible.
It's all about money, right?
Well, they make enough, don't they, really, out of those franchises? But
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Must ask that question of somebody. Yeah, I don't know. Now, Michael Okuda and Denise Okuda, who did the design work for Star Trek, are on Twitter somewhere, so it might be a way to find out the answer. But anyway, but I think the if you had to bring a synthesizer product to market now, you'd be thinking twice about the economical feasibility of it all, wouldn't you? Really?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of stuff happening in the Arduino space and the Raspberry Pi space in terms of cheap production.
We got to look at Korg.
Well,
yeah. And also, I mean, so much VSTs now sound good or very good.
Oh, they sound amazing.
That I mean, you could. I mean, what is it? Oh fuck! What are they called? They sell their synths for like $35 or $39. Cherry Audio.
Cherry, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, they sound fucking good. And so okay, so I'm not gonna buy a $2,000 synth when I can have maybe something in the software version for $200, let's say. Well, you know, I mean,
yeah, you hit a limit, don't you? They've
Yeah.
saturated a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you could still sell something, but it's getting harder to. I mean, there's just a pile of them. I go, oh yeah, that's awesome. All of Quantum. Oh yeah, that's all. I go, I'm not buying any of them. But, you know, Polyblue.
Yeah.
There's a whole
there's
list
also
of them.
that
I'd
worry,
love
you
to
know.
have. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve?
If you work live and you play live, you don't want your screen to suddenly show a Windows update or an antivirus expiry message in the middle
Well,
of a
of
show. You
course,
know, that's my living nightmare. And
Yeah.
Well,
so I
you're-
think that if you love hardware, you play and you do it properly. And I think for me, yeah, look, I've used VSTIs, but they kind of sound a bit sort of samey after a while. I don't know whether they sound like Intel or they sound like something, but I find that you can get some good ones, but I'm just not convinced by it all. I just don't find them compelling to use. I just don't find the interactive experience is great. And I guess some of us
you're
want
right.
to,
Well, I mean,
some of us want to get that vicarious experience we had as kids walking into a music store and playing a new expensive synth we could never afford, and that for us was fun. And I think you kind of hanker after that experience and really touching the keys live. You can sequence stuff too. Sequence stuff all sounds a bit plasticky in the end. It sounds a bit too tight to be believable. There's no nuance in the performance, or it's very, very hard to get a nuance if you're superimposing MIDI commands over the top of your other MIDI commands to get the performance to sound semi-real.
But
And just stupid stuff like rel randos and Ritz and slowing down, speeding up, slight imperfections for synchronization. That's the good part.
Yeah.
That's probably the justification for modular. That's what it was all about, just on some level, But then again, good, Jeff.
No. How musical can you get with modular?
Very musical.
Well, listen to Wendy Carlos. Switched on Bach is all modular.
Yeah, but she fucking plays it.
Yeah, but it's
there's
modular patches and there's some sequence stuff in there too, a little bit.
Yeah, but still.
Well, the phrase I come out with that's been starting to catch on, well, at least Fiona's starting to use it now, which when people are using Eurorack, she calls it kitten tickling.
Well, I mean, I think the point was that's the other 100% tactile, right? You're even like, connecting things. Well, they're both got their place. I got the augmented brass by Arturia. I never.
Oh, you did? Yes.
I didn't. I've never really looked at that whole series, and it is really brilliant. And it's got those 7 macros, and I happen to have the Touche, which has like 8 macros you can assign, and then you're looking at it's got like 2. It's got the 2 layers, and it's got 2 cents per layer, and it's just really brilliant, And yeah, it's not something you take live, but boy, you can get lost in it really quick.
Yeah.
It's really a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the flip side. You've got like that stuff going on. And then, it's just really well thought out. And they've even got, the juxtaposition of the brass and then the synthesis, that whole image, and then it changes. It's really cool. I was really surprised. I'll be honest with you.
Well, the demos I've seen, it sounds amazing. Yeah.
But it is hard to kind of wrap your head around how you're going to use it. You know what I mean? Like, I listen to it and I go like, well, how am I gonna?
Well, the idea of it, I mean, they give you examples, but it's like in Contact, there's quite a few libraries that do this thing where you have two sounds, but you can change, what A's doing, what B's doing, and so you can tailor make what you want your expression change to do within whatever it is, that particular thing that you're playing.
You could also play like regular brass. I mean, Mark Isham was a brass player, but also does plenty of electronic stuff mixed with the brass.
Yeah, well, that's the whole concept, right? Is that it's taking brass. It's actually got it's got two parts, but it's got two parts per two parts. You know what I mean? It has an A and a B on one, and A and B on the other. But it's pretty well thought out. But I don't know. I will say for me right now, it feels a lot better to buy software because it's just nothing's coming in here. It feels really, feels kind of harmless.
Well, from a hardware point of view, now the only thing that has my interest at all is the Osmos.
Yeah.
There really isn't much else out there that I haven't already got covered or near to already, because there's only so much you can do.
Or the Terra. The Terra is very cool too.
The Terra is very, very cool, but also it's another one of those things where the sounds are probably obtainable on or something of an approximation of the sounds it does is available on other things.
They are, but not the way you perform them. That's
but the way you interact.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Which calls up the whole sort of like that could be sold as a dumb controller or a loaded instrument. So people who want to interact with the sounds the way that the Terra does, but just have it as a dumb controller and therefore be a lot cheaper.
Just like the Rolly. The Rolly by itself is a cool controller, but look at all the different libraries you have for different programs to work with it, and they all sound very different. So
yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how people keep track of all that stuff. I mean, I guess if you're doing it professionally all the time, every day, but I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's also a question of technique. I mean, you could spend 40 years trying to develop the dexterity to play a Rolly in a way that's conducive and reliable each time, and then habitate for all of the nuance, so you can reliably recreate a performance. So, I mean, it's I think the new interfaces like the Rolly and the other sort of polyphonic aftertouch synths are an interesting breed of device. I've yet to see anything that sort of floors me in terms of a performance for one, because I haven't seen many people over here performing with them.
Marco Parisi, he's the king.
Okay, but if you're in your studio, like for me, even the Continuum Mini and all those, I guess because I like the physicality of it, right?
Yeah.
I like anything that I can play, that's a little more physical and I can kind of react with it is very cool, right? But the point, would I go out live with it and play a set of songs that were, I don't know. But
you don't want to play an Osmos duet like those guys did at NAMM?
Yeah.
No, that's the thing, right?
With those dual Osmos guys, that was so funny today on Hendrik's show when I saw those two guys. I heard myself like physically remove those two guys.
Because it was kind of defeating the whole point of why the Osmos should exist.
They were bored at the booth and they wanted to do something. So
we were bored here and we wanted to do something.
We want to have a go.
Yeah.
We want to have a go on it.
Yeah, so I get the point of, for me, it's all this cool studio stuff, but I do think that's why a lot of people are just jamming live too, right? It's just lack of preparation, no time to prepare. A lot of instruments that, frankly, need more time to really master them.
Well, that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is the key.
So you just go out and have some fun with them. It's kind of where we're at, I think. You might get really lucky if you get a good show. That's been my experience in the past when I tried to pull all that stuff out, modular, or, it's more just very.
Because Osmos, I've seen a lot of really bad Osmos videos. It's like, These
Yeah,
guys
there
have
are
all this
some
capability in front of them, and like you're not doing anything unique with it, or even playing it like an Osmos. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
they don't get it exactly.
No.
They're not
Yeah.
sure yet.
Yeah, but there was a lot. There was a lot of videos coming out of people using the Osmos, but they were doing the same kind of thing where they have a pretty static hand down the bottom end,
Yeah.
and a monophonic wiggle up the
But they
top. They
can
go la 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 wiggle wiggle, la 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 wiggle wiggle, and holding down here, doing nothing much more than just holding notes down instead.
because they can pull that stuff off on another monosynth that comes out, right? And they come out.
The
And they've got
best demo
that-
was the preset demo they came out with. One of the last Osmos videos that came out. It was like a 7-minute video. That had some good players on it doing different things.
Yeah.
But
Well,
most of the videos are awful.
It's the same with the touche though, right? You watch
Yeah.
that one dude they've got that does the touche stuff. They got a couple of them. He's tearing it up.
Yeah.
Like I'm just watching him trying to figure out like, holy cow, how's he get? What is he doing with his right hand? You know, because it's a two hand instrument. Really, it's not just the touche you have to play, and
Well, it's also this distinction, isn't there, that between a performance, a product performance video, and a product demonstration performance video.
it's almost like a theremin, right? It's like
so
you're not going to get on a theremin probably, right? And
there will be times when if you're going to demonstrate an instrument and its capabilities, you have to play it in such a way where the person watching the video can see what is being done and what is creating what they're hearing.
Yeah.
And then when you got the performance demonstration where you just go, the sort of thing that Jordan Rudess does, like some new super duper workstation-y thing comes out, and he just shreds the living fuck out of it, so the screws are falling out at the end.
Although his Osmos demo at NAMM was pretty good. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, exactly. But but the thing is all you've got then to go on is what you're hearing, because in terms of what he may be doing on the keys, you can't even see,
Mm-hmm.
So you have to use a high-speed camera before you get to see exactly what he's doing, and that's fine. In terms of like this is what it can sound like, and then when you get the videos where people go, but this is how you use it to get what you're hearing, and those videos sometimes can be a bit samey.
Yeah.
And
Also, the Dr. Mix video is funny for that. Did you see that? Yeah.
God, yeah.
Because he played it pretty well, but you can see he's getting sour notes because he's not aware of the spread part. And his notes are drifting because he had to learn that technique of not to do that.
And you can see it in his face. He goes like, "Oh, the fuck is that?"
Yeah.
Yeah. But the Continue Mini's kind of like that, right? It's some of the patches are quantized, some of them aren't. And you find out really quick. And it's like I'm sure it's like playing a fretless bass or something. But I mean, you see kind of, and you're feeling pretty good, and then all of a sudden you kind of look over at something, and your finger just moves just a little bit.
Yeah.
You're like, you're like, what?
You know what? The fretless bass analogy is very good. I never thought about that, but that's any unfretted instrument, yeah.
Yeah, because this is when you discovered, like for instance, when you're doing a span, and you do something and a span occurs, the position of where your thumb is on the key on a normal keyboard, you got plenty of flex to get trying to reach up for that high key, and your thumb can move about so you can just about reach it. But when you do it on something like a fretless bass or on a Rolly, and suddenly it's like, what the fuck,
Yeah, that's why I mean, there's a few synths that really changed something for me. The Hydra synth, the Summit, native instrument, the Rolly, and then the Osmos. I'll never be able to play the Osmos, and I never want to learn to play the Rolly. I mean, those are the ones that, because we were talking earlier about things that it's all the same basically, right? So those are the four instruments that I see. Well, they've made something new. Because there's not a lot new.
But what I find funny, because I was talking to somebody a couple of weeks ago, I can't remember who it was, but somebody on Messenger, And I go, oh no, I wouldn't play the Roly. It's far too difficult to learn how to play that. I went, dude, you'd be able to give it enough time, you will be able to play it. However, if I then get you to play the Roly Grand, you go back to square one again, mate. You go back to the
Seaboard.
caveman, because the Seaboard Grand is like so unforgiving. It's unbelievable.
And I couldn't play that personally. I couldn't because of my fucked up right hand. But yeah.
But I mean, like you said, with all the, I mean, it is nice improvements. And as someone who's more in the studio right now, any of them are welcome to some extent, because I figure, if I'm just songwriting, I don't really care if I screw it up. I might think in my mind, oh, I just want to do something a little bit more expressive.
Dave, you know what you're missing though, right? You need something from Buffet Crampon.
Boom.
Someone had to take the table off.
That will be the name of the product, I think, the Crampon. I think we need to take that all the way with our interactive software-driven body experience. I think.
Sadly, Steve, it exists already.
Yes, but the Mark II obviously is going to have a lot of adherence.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can, you can blow in it. Well, you know what? We're back to.
Yep. And yet makes that $10,000 bassoon, that NAMM, look cheap, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the $5,000 saxophone.
Yeah.
But the guy was good.
Yeah,
and so nice. And his name was Jeffrey, so that's why he's nice.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Got a good tone on that.
It's a bit gay. Who said that?
No, but at least with the Roly, you've got that training wheel setting. So no matter what sound you're playing, you can have it in a much more, pitch friendly mode.
Yeah, you can make it a boring piano controller if you want to.
Yeah.
I think you can. You should with the Osmos too. Well, I guess you could take out, right? You could take out.
There's got to be curves. There'll be curve
Most
settings.
of them have it.
And you just flat them out, so it's very much when you push C, you get C.
That's the way.
And no matter what you do, you it doesn't drift. But I think what will happen is the drifting you're getting is actually that vibrato wiggle effect anyway. So if that's turned off, it will just play like normal keys.
I was noticing on the Touche. I know I'm talking about a lot just because I finally got it. I've been playing with it, but it's got a little pitch. One of the little knobs, and you just turn it off, and that's really cool because. But it's got a nice sensitivity thing, and I can just see why the Osmos will work. I'm just not ready for the Osmos. I'm just not ready. It's not the time.
But to be honest, any keyboard you get has a different feel. Yeah. So you need to adjust to everything, right?
I mean, you still got to learn to synth. I know what you're saying. Like, even for me, the Nord Wave, I don't really know it 100%. It still can do a lot of cool things. And maybe it's not. What happened? You were here. You're the one that got down.
She disagrees, so.
Well, I mean, weirdly, like when I play a Mark 1 Rhodes, it's a pleasurable experience, and I love playing it. But when I play a Mark II Rhodes, I sound like I'm building a fucking shed. It's awful.
What's the difference in the design?
Yeah.
The keys on the Mark 1 are wood. They're all wood, yeah. The Mark II is high density polystyrene. And it's a completely different feel.
There's no weight to it?
There is, but it's just an awful
The interaction's different. Yeah, the feel's
it's almost like it's got a different rock pivot, different pivot point on the keys almost. It's very... Yeah. And because you can get these nice soft chords on the Mark 1, but it's really difficult to achieve on the Mark 2. Which is why, they moved on very quickly after the Mark 2.
Is it like... oh my God, the piano CP70 and CP80, there was a difference between the two.
Yeah. I think that was.
Is it kind of that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's similar to that, but a lot worse. There was something a lot worse about it. It's very hard to put into words. It just felt very wrong compared
You-
with the Mark
right.
Ones.
Do you think we've gotten kind of in? I mean, like we're willing to sit and try to learn guitar, but now we're talking about the Osmos and learn a little bit new technique. And
Yeah,
I'm the first one going, "Oh God, I don't have time for that crap." You know, right now.
yeah.
But you know what I mean? It seems it's kind of. I feel that way. Like when I was watching one of the old Hawken things, and they're just like, "Yeah, you got to learn this. Like you're gonna have to invest the time and
Well, just to be a piano player takes a long time.
right." And I was thinking, it's funny because you can do a lot of cool things on the guitar or piano after a while, but can't necessarily do anywhere near what it's worth having
Yeah.
ultimately for, if you know what I mean. But it doesn't mean you can't express yourself with it. You just understand quickly what you can do, and then you kind of build stages over time, with your skill level, but it feels like with a lot of these synths, we're getting really impatient. Maybe we're just getting old.
I think resistance. I think there's a natural resistance. Like you spend 55 years honing your craft on a piano keyboard, and you turn around and see an Osmos or a Rolly, and you turn around and say, "Well, in another 55 years, I'll have mastered that too." And
Yeah.
it's
Right.
and so the instant gratification is an aspect of these demos that we don't really get off YouTube. We might get some if we played in a music store ourselves. We get some instant gratification, but some of that gratification is because of automation. Some of it's because of reverb. We can play sounds like more. So the onboard effects. I think a lot of the newer, since you take reverb out of the patch, and you're listening to something pretty mundane, and that strikes me as being a bit of emperor's new clothes about the latest generation of synthesizers, that they all have minus reverb. They're not much more interesting. I recall back, I think Korg released the MS-2000 synth, and it was pretty bland without some degree of effect over the top of it.
Yeah.
And there are other synths, of course, that have a bucket load of programmable effects, even Roland on the Gaia or those sort of machines. And of course, later ones. I noticed too that there's a lot of, I think on all of the Black Corporation synths, there's a lot of reverb and chorus available. Argon Ace has the reverb attached to it. So we're starting to see that the patch and the ABX8, of course, has a little bit of joy in it as well. But I think we're starting to see that all these effects are a stage in the synthesis engine. They're not just a bolt-on anymore.
Yeah.
Well, one of the cool ones was the Micro Freak when it came out, because it didn't have the effects, and yet it still sounded really good. Now it's sort of, what they did, they just tweaked and found some cool different patches, I guess you could almost say, different oscillator types, digital stuff. But oh yeah, I've seen it, and a lot of them I don't really know what I just kind of, I guess Kent was saying earlier, I just go, I don't know what this would add, honestly, other than just sheer curiosity for wanting to have something.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, we got this. You can have this innate fear of like you're going to end up being like a jack of all trades, master of none kind of scenario.
I've accepted that.
But the thing about the Osmos, you go like Steve says, he goes, you can spend 55 years mastering the piano. Maybe the point is that if you were suddenly presented with an Osmos, is you find a way to play it that works for you and got nothing to do with how good you are on a piano.
Mm-hmm.
And see if it takes you down a different road that you would never have gone down otherwise. Maybe
Well, that's the thing.
Be creative with
people always say, "Oh, synths are don't have enough expression. Why can't we get better things, better tweaks, better technology?" You finally get the technology. Oh, it's too hard to learn. I don't want to do it. Like, well, you stop bitching if you don't want to take the effort to do it, because here it is now, ready to go, and you just now the excuse is, "Oh, it's too much work. I don't want to do it," instead of "I can't do it."
Well, this is why Dave's analogy of comparing it with fretless bass is so it's so spot on. Because, you know, you give somebody a fretless bass and they're like, I can't get the right pitch. And then you give them one with frets and they go, oh, fuck me, yeah, this is much better. I like this.
Yeah, I played brass, but I never played trombone. Good luck figuring that out.
Yeah, because that's like trying to play a metal penny whistle, isn't it? I mean, it's like, freaking hell, it's all over the place. You know? So, and yet people do.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, Commander Riker and his trombone.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Because the trombone is kind of sexy because it goes. It's like that, right? Yeah.
Well, it's good for Portamento or good for glissando, but I think look, it's a good instrument, but it has to be written right, and it's also one that's in a really unusual range in terms of congesting everything else around it. So it has to be used. I mean, I don't mean just writing. When you write for trombone, you don't write it right at the bottom. You write it virtually like a third trumpet or a fourth trumpet. You sort of slot it into that area just above middle C, where it sounds best.
Yeah.
But it has a limited activity in the big band setting. I know.
My dad taught me that early on. He would try to explain. You know, you had to learn all the keys and ranges for these, and
it's funny. Speaking of Riker's trombone, he was invited by Fish to come play on one of their albums because he really does play the trombone. And apparently he did so poorly because he hadn't practiced in so long that they ended up using some of his recording in an outtake track on the CD.
Oh, that's cruel. That is cruel.
But he's still happy about it because he's still on the album. So, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Osmos, I guess I do like we're starting to see more macros and macro controllers.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's really a nice thing, at least nice feature. Even on the Mini Freak, I like being able just to assign a few things and then be able to work them live. It makes them a little bit better via, synths to use with yourself synth stuff too. But if you get too many, then it gets lost again. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're going to map it 100%.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, like where you've got the touche, you got that experience of you know, an Osmos, be it a single key, as it were, obviously with a bit more attached to it. But maybe an Osmos would be for you a waste of resources, and just the one key is enough, as it were. You know, in terms of the expression that you produce with just the one, as opposed to you don't need many. I just need one.
Especially if you're doing more percussive stuff.
Yeah.
You can really you can do some cool things where you're kind of doing triplets with your fingers, you know, and you're just playing. I was trying to almost do like polyrhythms, you know, with my fingers, you know, rhythmically, because you can just you know, and so you're not necessarily playing big chords. So yeah, trust me, I'm already looking at like, man, this thing would take years to really. But it's fun, you know what I mean? It is like picking up a guitar.
Yeah, it's like that ring controller I got, you know, that you wear on your finger, and it works like
you have the Genki.
Yeah, that thing, right? I really hadn't thought that one out because I thought, that'd be really brilliant because they'll be able to do.
They're cool, yeah.
Yeah, except when you're actually using it, because you'll play. Because if you're a two-handed player,
that's it.
Pick which finger you're going to put the ring on, so that you can move that finger. Go, well, no, hang on a minute. That's holding that note down. I can't start waving this finger about in the air all over the place because I'd lose the note of the particular chord or whatever I'm playing. Do you know what? I hadn't thought about that.
Useful for the 11th finger.
Exactly. That's what you got to make into like
dick size. So I have the Neova ring, and the cool thing about that is it's not just wiggling your finger; it's all the different axes. So you can have up to 4 things mapped to it.
Yeah.
So forget about the vibrato; it's also good for other stuff too.
Again, so you have 4 macros you can put. Essentially.
But if it happens to be on the finger that is pressing the key that is part of the chord that you're doing.
Although people do it, I've seen them do it. It's just practice.
But how did you? If the finger isn't holding the key down, how the hell?
The whole pedal.
I mean, it's a channel. It's applied to
hold?
the channel, right? So it's.
Shouldn't it be on your nose or somewhere?
It'd have to, yeah, you wear it as a hat.
Yeah.
On your tongue.
Yeah. Or just make it as a,
Or as Steve said, the 11th finger.
Somewhere else. Yeah.
yeah.
But then you need to have some kind of physical or visual stimulation.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
think after the Osmos, I'm not buying any more controllers. I don't think.
Well, just use the D-beam and use your head as the controller. So,
because I've been buying various controllers of different kinds and stuff for donkeys, and it's just not working out. I mean, it's like that virtual drum kit I got, where you wear the little sensors.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you play these invisible.
They
drums.
work. It's just a fiddly thing, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, because they're not physically there, it's very hard to, to get your rhythm. If you know.
There's no rebounds.
Well,
yeah,
actually,
there's no rebound. There's no physical contact.
Yeah.
So the Wii actually had a thing in that Wii Music Terrible program, but they had a secret drum kit mode in there.
Yeah.
And if you had the Wii balance board and the two controllers, there was a drum kit mode, and you just memorize when you're moving over to the right, you use the stick to the right. So you have to memorize a couple of finger positions while you're doing it, and you practice and you pretend you're doing it in the air. And I was doing some fun jamming on that thing.
Yeah.
And it's not really there. So it was kind of fun, actually.
Yeah, but I must admit, the only way I could get these virtual drumsticks to work reasonably was to actually have things there that I could actually hit. And
Some people are putting pillows out and stuff.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
and then I got to the point where I'm going, yeah, but if I have to have something there to hit to make it work so I can have it in rhythm, why don't I just buy myself a fucking electronic drum kit and be done with it?
Well, that's why I bought a TD-17 KVX. So.
Well, but it would be, to a drummer, it's almost like a piano, right? It's like, well, how are you going to get all your dynamics if you don't, have a stick and
if you had hologram keys.
I mean, that's the whole thing with a drum set is the imperfections, all those massive imperfections.
Oh, we're talking
that are
like
awesome.
Huge.
Even if you don't, I mean, everybody exaggerates them.
imperfections.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, huge imperfections, mate.
Yeah.
When I talk about
Even-
a bit of dragging a little bit, it's like fucking hell, mate.
Playing a little bit above, behind, front
Yeah.
of the beat, and
Yeah, it's everywhere.
There's so much, that beyond just what I was going to say is beyond that. We got to this exaggerated drum and bass grace notes, and you gotta have the grace notes. I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, you don't. We're not playing jazz here. You just need a real drummer, is what you keep telling me. It's like, or somebody that can. So that's why a lot of those things, I think, struggle. Where the Osmos is very logical, right? It's like, here's the same theory, but we're gonna put this, which basically finally every key has its own velocity, and sensitivity. That you can.
It was clever. I mean, I think it was, what was it, 29 quid? For this.
Free drum one, which one did you get?
Oh, God, don't ask me what one it was.
Because there's the Chinese one I tried. There's the one called Free Drum. There's a couple different ones out there.
Virtual drum kit.
He's pulling some shit out of us.
But if you want to work on rhythms and stuff, and you're in the middle of nowhere at lunchtime, you could practice some riffs, even though you're not touching anything.
Yeah.
I think it does help people.
But like I said, it was like 29 quid, and the thing was, I don't think it was quite as accurate as it was proclaiming, because you choose where your instruments are. So you got rototoms here, the snares here. The snares here. You got your crash over there. You got your hi hat here, and everything like that. And then you're trying it, and you go, "Well, where's the toms?" And you just stabbing blindly in the air.
Well, you have to calibrate. It depends which one
are
you bought, but they have the calibration mode where you can calibrate it, and
Yeah.
once you nail it, it's actually pretty good.
Well, like I say, I don't think the calibration mode on this was that wonderful, to be honest.
Yeah.
You got to sit on the floor next to the sofa, man. That's the only way.
Yeah, exactly.
You got your,
It's clever though, because it's a series of accelerometers and other sensors, audio sensors, like high speed audio sensors on your knees.
Yeah.
That track all that. It's pretty impressive tech, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it had different kinds of responses, I must admit, but I mean, the last time this was out of the box, I was trying it out again, and I sneezed, and it sounded like I'd fallen down the stairs.
Did the sticks vibrate when you hit the virtual drum?
No.
Okay, the one I have had that. That was even better. So haptic.
Yeah, but that clearly would cost more than 29 quid.
It did. Yeah, it was like probably $60 or something.
I mean, it was a giggle, but
yeah. Even the electronic kits, though, I was trying to record with it. I think I was saying it recently, and one of the little cables got a little loose or something, and you're just right in the middle, and then these weird spikes would happen. And I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
But
it still works. I love it. It.
The only antidote for me was to actually go out and get a Yamaha kit, and that for me is the most fun you'll have because it's all real and it's noisy, upsets the neighbours. That's the sort of thing you've got to do. I reckon that everything else, I know the drum synthesizers and the pads and everything have evolved just so far for the electronic kits, and they're getting very, very good, almost credible as a sound source and as a playable instrument. But I still have fun with the noisy one. I think that's far simpler to manage.
The real one's better for sure. Like I like playing hand drums a lot, and real hand drums are the best. But I have neighbor issues if I have noisy drums. Also, I want to do MIDI stuff. I want to fire off bird sounds with it and other weird shit that I can't do with acoustic drums. So
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Well, the one thing I was able to determine from because I used to have an Alesis kit as well, and that's when I discovered I'm not a drummer. I just really am not a drummer.
Well, I mean, it's
a skill set.
Most instruments, it's like, but like we were saying, if you can do a few things, it still can be really fun and really valuable in your recordings just to get the sticks and do some, very loose kind of playing in the background. So you can do all sorts of cool stuff.
Absolutely.
Because that's the way I feel especially about guitar. I just, if I try to measure myself against somebody who can really play, I almost don't ever want to pick it up, but it's kind of a shame.
But I think when you pick up a guitar and you think you're playing it well and you're getting maximum enjoyment out of it, if you go and then record that same piece and you listen back to it, you think, oh, my timing is everywhere. The technique is poor. It doesn't sound great.
You're not pushing the fret down enough on the, or whatever. Just
all those limitations. So I think what we really talk here is, do we have any shortcuts to overcome our physical limitations? And the answer is sadly that we can't find the right set of shortcuts to compensate for us at every point in our performance, because we are inherently flawed in our delivery and coordination, and judgment and decision making moment to moment.
You get lazy too, right? It takes a lot of time to put that quality into your playing. So,
I mean,
it does.
If you want to play Rachmaninoff on a piano, good luck. You're going to give up all your free time.
Yeah.
So.
But the cool thing about drums is there's a lot of rhythms you could play, and I almost wish some people would play them live versus use the drum machine just to give me a little, in their recordings. It's almost like it's like we either have great drummers, real live drummers, or we have drum machines, and we don't have people just, maybe to Steve's point, like get a kit and maybe you write something and say, I'm actually just going to play
have some fun with it. Yeah. Have some fun with it.
I can hear the difference, and it really, a lot of times, and it really feels good. You just like, that's nice.
If you've ever listened to any of the other John Bonham tracks from In Through the Outdoor or any of the ones, you'll hear a lot of imperfections in the timing, but it sort of has a shuffly groove. And then you've got that Ticket to Ride thing that Ringo does where he actually plays with his shoulder across, and it just defers by a few milliseconds that last tom hit, and it throws the whole rhythm out across the bar, but it is unique. And all of those nuances you don't get with a programmed drum pattern.
You can't. And and now we're going to get AI, right? And even more so. Trying to, AI
Although in
might.
modern kits, you had Jay Dilla, of course, and you have David Fingers Haynes, who's amazing on a MPC. Watch that
No,
guy's
I'm
guy.
not. Yeah,
Holy
no,
shit.
I'm not. No, I'm not ever shading anyone who decides to pick any instrument to master. I'm saying that I think we're maybe underappreciating our own skill and sometimes forgetting that, man, you could do some cool stuff. You could use this and play it, and it would add a lot. It's to the
It's a question
music.
of the fun threshold. At what point does it become listenable for the audience, and at what point does it become fun for the performer? And you've got to work at those 2 points.
Yeah.
It's a bit like
I would argue though that I think people are playing it too safe right now. You know, a lot of the stuff. I feel like people are so worried about being great producers in their studio, and you know that they're not taking enough chances. You know,
Well, when
personally,
it, come,
I
when
listen
it
to
comes to
people.
Yoko Ono, it's only ever fun for her. So
I'm not talking about
the vocal stuff.
going radical, but I mean taking some legitimate chances. You know.
Yeah, I think that it becomes very cookie cutter, that the whole process of creating commercial tunes and the whole ritual that is Pro Tools, or the ritual that is Logic, and then the
Yeah.
whole ritual of vocal performances from 80 tiny little fragments, like, paste confetti back together, until you've got a coherent book. I think all of those aspects tend to turn reasonable cheese into processed cheddar. And I think the whole notion of construction becoming its own art form basically violates what you see. When you see 5 jazz music in a room and that interaction, it's totally different to watching 5 lists trying to get the perfect takes on and having it quantized to the living daylights out of it on Pro Tools. I think we've lost that art of sitting in a room with 3 other guys and just enjoying the interaction, and then accepting the faults, and then refining as a group, and then all of those dynamics that seem to be missing from some of the later, more popular artists who just go into a studio and they auto-tune every breath.
Well, I think it starts at the top too. I think the labels, nobody's incentivizing them. You know what I mean? Nobody. We're just playing it safe across the board. Though on the other flip side, there's some there's some cool stuff going on. But I mean, it's a treasure trove right now. I'm just saying personally, when I listen, sometimes I wish I want people to, I like the musicians that have the studios with chimes and all sorts of weird shit, and aren't afraid to just kind of explore a little bit more, especially if I think enjoyment comes through a lot too in the music, and I'm struggling with being okay with hearing a note that's something that's just not perfect. It's to the point now where I'm tired of fixing it. I'm like, no, I'm just sick of this. This is getting ridiculous. Like, what are we doing here? And it's almost like we're training ourselves for perfection with some electronic music, and that bothers me a little bit. That it's losing some soul for sure.
Yeah, I think that the nuances of a live drummer and their physical limitations, and the nuances of a bass player and so forth, a guitarist, and then just addressing the keys on a keyboard in the right way to make it sound cohesive. I think all of those aspects tend to interact, and you get that those minor disparities between each player's sense of time and sense of rhythm and pitch, and that creates something totally different to what you get when you block out a MIDI orchestration and then play it perfectly synchronously through a bunch of synths. I think that it's always timing. I thought about it a lot. There's a guy called Paul Grabowski, who's a great pianist in Melbourne. Paul basically said, jazz is all about he calls it the frisson, but it's really that disparity between each player of time and that sort of discoordination, as it were, of the sense of time between all the players. He says that's what makes jazz. Jazz is only unique and different bands sound unique, and different lineups sound unique based on the combination of players and their individual sense of time and individual command of timing on their instrument.
Yeah. Well, I know. I think coming from being in bands for so long, and not necessarily brilliant bands, but just being in bands, I think maybe that's why I'm biased towards hearing some of that energy in the music. I think that's really what I'm missing. If I dumb it down, I think I'm just missing some of that band energy sometimes. And I mean, it's not to say bands are dead, because they're not. They're still out there. But I like that stuff, And oddly, I think what I found is, I think some of the attempts at field recordings and putting nature and different things in is really trying to create some life depth that you get naturally in a band. It just, the depth just, happens. You don't really struggle for the depth other than getting a good recording. Whereas when you're in studio by yourself, it's hard. I'm the first to admit it. I'll write stuff and it just doesn't. I got to get some life in this, other than just jacking the reverb.
Well, even with classical, the conductor is a huge part of the feel. It's not just straight off the sheet music. That's why you pick the conductor you want to listen to, not just a random piece of music.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. And it's true for. I know when I played, we rotated guitarists oddly in our band, and it was really fascinating to watch how the band changed with every guitar player that came in. Regardless if it was relatively the same type of song, their tones, their feel. We let them kind of have some freedom, but boy, it absolutely so different, different. And that's, so I'll always love collaborations, and that taught me a lot about just, how you create all that stuff. Like you said, the jazz players, it's, somebody else sits in, it's going to be different, and it's fun. And if you give them the freedom to express themselves, and they have, it's a really cool thing, so.
But even when the music is completely prescribed via orchestrations or charts, and they're meant to nail that part accurately, you'll still find that people who are familiar with the parts, if they swap parts or do something different, you get a different player in to play exactly the same part. There is a nuance to that is different. And so it's a bit like gestalts, that the sum of the individual differences is greater than the whole, that you get this effect which is greater than just prescribed on paper.
Well, you get, I remember when the drummer for REM left, and they brought in a pro, seasoned, and he admitted to struggling to play the parts like, he was trying to. I mean, you would think, well, this is REM. I mean, what, this isn't sophisticated, but every band has those nuances. Good bands, they are there. And
It's like a restaurant. When the chef changes, you know immediately, right?
Oh yeah. It's crazy though how nuanced we are as players. Honestly, it really, because people would say that, oh yeah, I liked when you came and played, and I'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it sucked, but I appreciate you being kind, But they were adamant, like, yeah, man, it sounded different. And then I started to realize that, okay, maybe they're right, but and that's context, right, of someone else, because I noticed it, like I said, when other players would come in. So I don't know, when I think about, and now we're trying to, I think that's the one thing, electronic music. I think that's why we love the Tangerine Dreams and all that, man. It just felt a little bit more band-like at times in a good way, but it could go south too, though. Don't get me wrong. You try to switch out a drummer. Yeah. You try to put a drummer in what the drum machine was doing. You can't do that either. So it's really hard. I'm not saying I have any answers.
Well, it's also tricky too. Is you want to get more into the piano and playing things better, and then you listen to Glenn Gould, who plays perfectly, and you're like, "Holy shit! How the hell does he do that?"
Yeah.
But I think that's just refinement, successive refinement and practice. I think
he was a savant. I mean, that guy was just amazing talent. Just.
But there are a lot of,
Absolutely.
I think Slatislav Richter was another one who played the Bach 48, and he was amazing in that context. And then you hear what Oscar Peterson can do on a keyboard, and that's amazing and different again. I think too, when you've got players in the band, I think everyone's got tempos that they notch too. So in other words, it's like having detentes in a slider that you might find that your natural tempi 92 BPM and then 98 BPM, and if you ask you to go faster, you go to 104. Meanwhile, your drummer's doing 97, 99, 103, and 115 as his comfortable tempos. And so you can have players who are all perfectly competent in their own right, but as a unit, they can never quite find a comfortable place to play in terms of the number of BPM on the track. And so that's an interesting phenomenon when you get multiple players in the room. If you get people who do lock in, and often you see it when you've got siblings in a band where they're playing in the rhythm section and they have the tempos lock far easier because they tend to genetically have a disposition to different BPM, beats per minute, in their own mental metronome. And I think often I've seen bands that just don't gel, and you can tell that everyone's working on different tempos, or the guitarists are slightly ahead. Or I mean, if you listen to them as drummers who always were happy to be behind the beat, like Charlie Watts was always happy to be that little bit late, and the Rolling Stones bass player, whoever it may be, now it's a bit more accurate with Daryl Jones, but prior to that, I think Wyman used to be a little bit ahead of the beat, so that gave a certain flavour to the ensemble.
Yeah,
And we don't have
AC/DC, they were slow. They kind of drudged it in a really nice way.
Yeah.
But you're right. No, there can, and so there are chemistry things just between players for, like you said, for BPM, for natural reasons. Just it. So it's not necessarily always better or worse. It's just finding, locking in at that right. I know. We all playing slow is just harder in general. And so I think. Now maybe for some people with low BPM, who play more in that, but I always found playing slow unforgiving. It's brutal. All
because
bass.
suddenly there's a lot of focus on each note and the exact timing of it. So it's easier to distinguish at slow tempos than it is at 130 BPM. And a lot of people use the speed of licks to hide a multitude of sins in terms of technique.
Yep.
So punk rock, right? That's the whole, just play it fast and hard,
And even Jordan Rudess. No, but I mean, he's brilliant, but
he's good, but he shreds too much. Yeah,
that's it. He just shreds too much. He's brilliant.
I dare say, if you took his playing and you slowed it to 50% speed, so play the 15 inch per second, master back at 7.5 inch per second, you would hear a precision there that is based on years and years of scales.
I think you're right.
And arpeggios.
If you watch his old Kurzweil 2600 videos, they're really impressive.
A lot of those shredders grew up, disciplining themselves to be able to shred at that speed with, with accuracy. So, I get
on that angle. I mean, we talk about the technique required for decent bass playing or guitar or keyboards, piano, and to study classical piano and do your Czerny ones and your scales and your arpeggios and your music theory, and then practice day in, day out, and country motion and then chromatic and all of those things. That gives you one set of chops. But I think if you had a rolly rise from the time you were 5 years of age, and we don't really have a commensurate set of exercises for the rolly rise that give you the same muscular and coordination skills that a Czerny 101 does. So we kind of we're in that infancy where the technology has arrived, that the technical angle on that hasn't caught up. And you think about other instruments that have evolved over time, like bone fingering for flutes or French horns that actually had fully chromatic range rather than having to use your hand to shorten the effective length of the tube on early French horns. Like Mozart French horns didn't play all the notes in the scale. They only had a subset of all the notes available, and they were written in that way. So instrument limitations have been overcome by technology. And then there's a catch-up effect in terms of and developing a reasonable technique on those instruments, and then having the right exercises transcribed so that you have a syllabus of skills to acquire.
Now, I joked when the Osmos came out that I wanted to put it upstairs like a modern piano for the kids, so that they would do what I did with the piano as a kid, but have to learn the Osmos. And and I probably won't do that, but unless they really have an urge to do it. But it was the same concept. Like, you're not going to get this right away. But wouldn't it be cool if at that 9 years old or 10, they started to pick up that sensitivity a little bit in the synth, and I bet they would develop some wicked technique,
Yeah, no, the whole evolution of their playing would change. But what would be interesting is that the emotional content and the evocative nature of their playing would develop anyway. It would develop in a way that you wouldn't ever expect to play.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna do a few. I'm gonna stay on here in case everybody else does.
There we go.
All right.
And now on our show.
No, yeah, obviously, Steve, you're an accomplished musician.
I've accomplished some disasters in my time. Yes, that's
yeah, me too. But but
I think. No, but I mean, most kids who play piano start out with classical piano because the little old lady who lives 2 doors down teaches, and you go along with your book, and then you don't practice every week, and you get shown up for that, and you learn the discipline of it. And I think really a lot of instrumentation is. A lot of instrument learning is really about learning a discipline and learning that some goals take years to achieve, not just 15 minutes on YouTube.
Yeah.
And
you're absolutely right.
So I think it's that attention span thing that parents are hoping the kids are going to get out of it. And you think about the academics who schools say who also played an instrument rather well. And I can think of several at my school, going back to high school or even university, where those guys were stellar at an instrument as well as being stellar academics. Not that some of them had good pedigrees on instruments. And I think it also, every kid who's home practicing Bach or Beethoven or scales or whatever, Chopin, is not in an alleyway somewhere sticking a needle in his arm or spray painting a fence or stealing a vehicle. Those kids have got to focus and they know they've got to knuckle down and work. So it's sort of a safety angle on your kids' upbringing. It's an insurance policy for their future well-being by keeping them out of harm's way and in front of a keyboard. But I'm not that accomplished. No, look, I did the hard yards, but I did the hard yards. But and I've had a lot of good experiences, but I've also played a lot of bad gigs. So I think, and there are people in my hometown who eclipse me. I can name probably 15 or 20 keyboard players who are all masterful at their craft and way better first call than I would be on a gig.
Well, fair enough, but I mean, you can transcribe stuff. I mean, you know everything about the theory about the music, right? Which is not known by most people now. I mean, I've never learned music in school. Everything I know, I learned by myself. And then it took 20 years before I learned about different modes. I mean, I started playing keyboards. I was 16, and it's in my mid 30s. Like, what? Oh, modes? What are those? So I'm like 20 years behind anyone.
You know, the Depeche Mode, that mode. So.
Yeah, that mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
However, go ahead. Yeah.
I think, but the way I learned about modes, and I didn't understand them either. We were all diatonic, and it was either major or minor. And a lot of kids get to 16 or 17 on the piano, 17 years of age, and they still think in terms of major and minor. And sometimes things are chromatic, and sometimes things are contemporary, but they can't tell you why Scriabin sounds a bit oblique compared to Beethoven or Mozart or Bach. So all of these, I was taught by a jazz guitarist, all the modes and the way that works. And the first port of call was the Dorian mode on Miles Davis's album Kind of Blue.
Yeah.
So you listen to tracks like Impressions or So What, or those even Freddie the Freeloader all had a specific mode, and that was our introduction to those particular ways of playing in those different series of notes within the scale that you would lean towards in the context of a sound or a sonority to a particular piece. And then even that wasn't described well for us. You know, we'd sort of flounder along and say, oh, yeah, that's kind of Dorian sounding, or that's kind of Mixolydian sounding, or that sounds a bit flamenco, so it might be Lyd, you know, all of those, or Locrian. And even now I don't have a good grasp of that, because that doesn't help me, you know, play a commercial tune in a piano bar. It doesn't help me with improvising. Not, yeah. You don't tend to think in that. If I'm writing something to formula and it's prescribed, I'll go back and brush up on it. But most of the time you're just reaching for noises that fit underneath your hands. And I think that's a very valid way of doing things. I think in your own case, there's a bit of pretension and snobbery about people who've been trained classically and so forth. But because they tend to think that they're superior, you know, and really I've heard some brilliant musicians who could never read or write a note. And the best one was Lionel Bart. Now, Lionel Bart wrote for Cliff Richard. He wrote the theme from James Bond, From Russia with Love.
Right.
He wrote the musical Oliver, and he couldn't read or write music. He used to whistle and sing into a dictaphone, and then he would hand those tapes to a commercial orchestrator, someone like Don Black, and Don would hand him back the finished orchestrations, the piano vocal charts, and the whole thing properly structured in dots. So Lionel Bart made a good living in the music industry and never actually had the skill of reading and writing music. So, and whilst that's unusual, it's a good story. It's a good case in point that really there is no invalid way of making music. All ways and all techniques and skill sets are valid. It's a question of how far they're developed and what is the next appropriate trigger for a kid or a student to develop that next angle on creativity.
Right. No, I mean, music is a language, and you, like any language, you can speak it, but never know how to read or write it, right? So as long as you have the skills to speak the language, you can dictate a Shakespearean novel, but not write a fucking word. And yeah, so it's the same thing, right? Yeah, music is not about the theory, but a theory can certainly help. That's what I learned after 20 years.
The theory is overcoming obstacles. The theory is for overcoming obstacles. That when you get stuck with an idea, or I'm sounding the same, what can I do to break away from the patterns that I've learnt? Then you go to theory or go to some other patterns to try and give yourself some more in the repertoire.
Yeah, no, because I remember talking with a classical pianist, not world famous, but a classical pianist, and I mean. I could improvise in front of him. He goes, wow, I can't do that. And I go, well, I can't read what you're playing, because he needed every fucking note written in front of him. Yeah. And it was amazing. He never seen this chart. Yeah, he's going to play it and it's perfect. If I have a musical chart in front of me, I need to write the notes. And then I go, okay, it's this and this. It's totally two different worlds. And we kind of had an admiration between us, because you can do that and I can't. And vice versa. So yeah, it's the theory can be an obstacle, but not knowing enough about a theory is also an obstacle. I can give you an example. My nephew, he's got a band, and it's like thrash metal, and it's good for what he does. But and he goes, "Oh, can you do like organ on this song?" And I go, "Yeah, sure." I go, "What key are you playing?" He goes, "Minor." I said, "Minor what?" He went, I don't know. All right, okay, I'll figure it out. Have a good year, I'll figure it out. But like, I said, you need to learn your scales because he plays bass. Like, no, you need to learn your scales at least. You got 24 to learn. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not that
basic
hard.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, hey, nice to see your face, Andy.
I had to get some fresh air.
Well, there we go.
View inside was pretty unpleasant, so I thought I'd come outside and get some air.
Yeah, you just can't. I mean, at one point you just fart too much and the air is unbreathable. Yeah, I know.
Well, part of the time I was feeding my face. That doesn't make good camera material. So
there's that.
Unless you're on a gluttony stream, so
I think all the rules have been broken here already today. I don't think there's anything you could do to upset the audience any more than we already have.
Not so much upset. It's just it's one thing to have the bar drop, but sometimes the visuals could be better. So
now, are there still people watching? I don't know. I should take a look.
Yeah, a few, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there are both of them are left, I think. Yeah. They're here to see Kent, so it's just after 9 o'clock in the morning here on Sunday morning in Melbourne.
Really, like 7:06 p.m. here.
Yeah.
Andy, you're 3 hours behind me, right?
Exactly. Yep. That's why it's a nice sunny day with a slight breeze.
Oh, shut up. It's always a nice sunny day in SoCal. So,
I mean,
not really.
I'm in the Bay Area, but basically the weather's been weird lately. So we've been lucky last couple weeks, but we had some crazy rain and some really damn cold weather for this area, at least. I mean, when the weather gets in the 40s here and it's not winter, that's a little
40s,
weird.
40s
40s Fahrenheit.
Yeah. What is it in Celsius?
About 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah, or
okay.
below.
Right.
Sometimes it gets colder. It's like, this is the wrong season for that. We had some freezing weather, I think it was last year in August or a year before. And some crazy lightning storms. I actually documented one of them in one of my videos. And it's just freak lightning storms. And that was the year we had all the fires. So it was actually causing fires locally as well, the lightning strikes. So it's like, Jesus. And this area is not known for lightning. We don't have the kind of weather that typically gets lightning here.
Well, it's like here a few weeks or 3 weeks ago. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. We had the. Sorry?
You got Steve. Don't know where Dave. I don't know where Dave is.
Oh, Dave went away. He had something to do. He's going to be back, he said. But yeah, no, like 3 weeks ago we had a ice storm, like freezing rain. Hey, Fiona's gone. Okay. And then I lost power for 3 days. The whole island of Montreal, we were out of power.
Oh, wow.
And then no cable or internet for 5 days.
I didn't know Montreal's an island. It's an island, really?
It is an island. Yeah, Montreal is an island. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Robert.
Hey.
Hello. I'm having a great time.
Carcass.
So yeah, it was 2 degrees and it freezes at 0. So yeah.
Yeah.
3 days I was freezing my ass.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, no shit.
I just decided on the thing I received from Vimeo a few days ago. I should remove one of those lovely cadmium batteries before.
Wait a minute. Where's the A6?
Where the wall it used to lean against, it's leaning against again.
Oh, okay. I thought it was sold. Because I'm like every week I look, where's the A6?
No, it's still here. It's now just taking up away more space.
Okay, €100 you pay for shipping, and eventually we'll meet somewhere.
Oh, speaking of rip-off prices, so I had to get a part for something. So when I bought the SY99 from that guy in LA, which is actually a killer deal, it just needs battery replacement stuff. But either I did something weird when I loaded it in the car, or he just didn't tell me, and I didn't have time to check everything. The top key, the top G, is funky, right? So I'm like, I'll just replace the top key. Right? So I go online to order it. Most places to order it, $45 for that fucking key.
Really?
Yeah, I finally found a place I got it for 16. But even that seems a lot for a fucking key. $16? What do you think, Kent?
Yeah, that's pretty pricey.
$45 though?
Yeah, I know.
And then it was shipping from Europe, so it was like, and for one key, shipping from Europe was like $30 or $40. I'm like, oh my god, just for one key,
Yeah.
I've seen that before, time and time again. That you have the odd. I think people, when they part out a synth, they tend to try and recoup quickly.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's not a rare key. Apparently, it's on. According to the thing I read, it was at least 10 or 12 keyboards out there, maybe more. So it's not super rare. But so I have to take it apart anyway to do the battery. I'll take it apart and fix the key. No big deal, So unless it's hard to change those keys. I don't know. Are those keys hard to change, Kent?
What was it on?
SY99.
No, relatively straightforward. I think there's a lot of stripping down to do though.
Aren't those keyboards slightly slimmer than like the keys are slightly thinner than on a normal keyboard on the 77 and 99, I think.
Didn't look like it, but I didn't measure.
No, there is. So it looks totally fine until you put it directly next to another normal keyboard, and you've just like, the spacing is slightly slimmer.
Well, it didn't look that long of a key bed for a 76 key, so that does make sense, I guess, because my EX5 is huge.
It's definitely one of them more custom keyboards rather than a standard one. It's definitely not a DX7 keyboard they put in there.
I think the SY55 is a standard width keyboard. I know that isn't narrow at all. It's pretty much standard, because you check that if you've ever played a lot of keyboards, you'll know which ones are smaller just by their physical handling.
Yeah. But the SY99 is a very nice synth.
Very good.
Yeah, so the 77. I mean, I have that too. I got to replace the screen on that though, because that's going out. So
yeah,
repairs.
Yeah.
Actually, Osio had wanted carpet. So how about the entry mat that's all worn out? There's your carpet there.
More carpet shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if I can call this up. Now you're asking. Let's see if I can show you that. It's just been hit up. It's on here, I think.
Talking about keyboards, this is a Fatah Poly Aftertouch keyboard. If you want to guess the synth, have fun.
And it's attached to what?
Well, at the moment, I am attaching it to the synth it is from. I am putting
Which
it back
is?
Like the very cryptic nature of
Yeah,
it.
no,
That's
yeah.
the point. The point is to guess what synth has a Fatah Poly Aftertouch
Oh yes. Wait,
keyboard.
what synth has white and black keys?
No.
SQ80, ESQ1.
I mean, they are technically Fatah, but it's not a Fatah design.
Okay.
You've seen this?
Yeah.
How much?
3.5.
What, for that system?
Yeah.
I mean, that is not too silly, but is it real or is it fake?
Well, it's up on the ProSynth Network site right now.
Better be real.
Just seems a little, what's the word? Keenly priced.
I've just gone through the process of acquiring 13 of those modules on the racks for them, and it's been a very, very expensive endeavour.
Yeah.
Especially on the reverb prices. But I just wanted to put one of those together quickly for a specific project, so I didn't have a lot of time to mess with modular. It was a case of getting something that I could understand pretty quickly and then do some.
You just need to ask Hans. He has like 1 million of those modules and doesn't use them.
He has a few, doesn't he?
It's got a huge number. And Alex Ball was using a system which was very, very nicely equipped with about 20 such modules. But I think too, it's a lot to pay for a monophonic synth in the end, and without memory. And so that is the. However, in terms of flexibility and sound design,
I mean, they're not very flexible and have that many options, though. It's just. It's surprisingly limited. I mean, it sounds amazing, but it's surprisingly limited, sadly.
They have a sonority and some of the interesting bleeps and bloops you can do.
Or even then, it just sounds like a good Roland.
Yeah, but they do haul back. They do hail back. I mean, they give you that sense of an SH5 or an SH7 in terms of the thickness and sounds of it.
But the 7 and 5 are both very unique. Well, if you use like the bandpass filter on the 5 for its special thing, obviously the 100M doesn't have any. Well, it only has low pass filter. Of course, you can just.
No, I've got a. There's an aftermarket.
I mean, yeah, or you could
filter that you can get for it, which I've got, which is going to help. Yeah.
Or you can just make a high pass with a VCA inverting, using one of the inverting mixers actually to put use the low pass inverted as a high pass. Or I think there's some people who also modify the modules to do that. Just put an extra op amp inside, or reuse one of the spare channels. I can't remember.
And there are other. You can still use external effects on them to get those sort of things. So you could use a
just use Unirac with them.
Yeah.
But that's probably one of the most appealing things, it being a 3.5 mil.
Yeah, look, it's something I wasn't going to get into, but most of the prices in Australia were around about the 10,000 mark on the few systems that were set up with 5 modules on reverb. I went about it a different way. I sort of managed to I got the modules before I got the power supply rack for them to go in. So that took a little while to acquire. They were very expensive, but I had money to throw at the project, and I had a time constraint, so I had to get about it quickly. And I'm not a modular fan. I really just don't have much time for that degree of complexity.
Well, clearly, this is the correct stuff. It's so expensive. Actually, Buchla, that's the way. It's just it's so expensive that it's not going to ever be modular. Really, you just can't afford it. So you're just going to have a small modular. How keep your modular small? Making it bloody expensive.
Yeah, well, I think it's for us kids who called the realistic 6-foot-long submarines as children on the back of the comics. They used to advertise them. And we always wanted the control panel and the type of stuff we saw in Batman, Batcaves, or similar. And I think subconsciously, at 6 years of age, we were indoctrinated to require modular in our 60s. I think that's the way it works. Kid, I'll tell you, fish with the 100M I've got, and I'll pack it all into boxes and send it over to you. You can have it for Christmas, all right?
Yeah, go on in.
All right.
I'm tempted.
No, I'll just send it to you. It'll be far simpler. It'll save a lot of grief.
Oh, man.
It'll save me grief. It'll save you grief.
Yeah, they can be a bit troublesome, can't they?
Yeah, I suppose, but only in terms of approval for the price tag.
Yeah.
When the Minister for Finance finds out, you always have an issue.
Oh, mate. Yeah, but it's always been the same. I mean, I did a 20 module system a few years ago, and it was. It went for so much money. It was just
I remember that
mental.
picture you put up. That was cool.
Yeah. I mean, basically, it was sold through the RL Music website, but it went up for some astronomical amount of money, and it was like snapped up like that.
It is
Still a
fun.
lot
It gets a
cheaper
bad
than a
rap, but it's
700.
a lot of fun to do modular stuff. It's just takes some time.
Yeah, but it's a good size to work with, I must admit. You know, it's fun. It's a fun size, shall we say?
But 700, that's the best size of all.
Sizes for proper people, for men.
For manly men.
Yeah, for manly men. It's like the
For manly
Texan bar,
men.
isn't it?
But like, not just by looks, I think it's probably the most beautiful modular ever made.
Oh God, yeah. Country
They look great. They do look great.
I mean,
It's just everything feels amazing,
Yeah.
and it's just the everything on the separate metal boards. It's just the jacks being completely flush and everything. It's just they're so beautifully manufactured.
It's nice, but I do like the booklet nerdy scientific aesthetic. It's quite nice.
What the toy like Rogan RB knobs.
And all the little the way they write on it, the little labels, and I don't know. It's just interesting. It's very nerdy, which is funny because he was a hippie, so you know.
Yeah. I mean, a hippie, but also a scientist.
Oh sure,
The
but I mean, just when you meet the guy who's very unassuming, super nice guy, soft spoken, you know. They made some whacked out looking modules, you know.
Yeah, well, it's all that LSD.
Yeah,
exactly what I was about to say.
Well, he did make a set for Ken Kesey, who was on the Magic Bus.
Yeah. One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
It's definitely the synth that Timothy Leary would choose.
Yeah.
But that was all part of the 60s in San Francisco, wasn't it, really? That
Yeah,
whole
the Tape Center, San Francisco Tape Center and all that.
And Berkeley and all of those Tower. I love San Francisco Tower Records. I remember quite well going in there and buying records we couldn't get here, like Dixie Dregs and those sort of unusual American bands that were never actually available in America.
Well, Tower Records in the 80s was the part head shop.
Yeah.
So it was a crazy place. They had like an 18 plus section I couldn't go into when I was a kid.
I just looked at the this is going back to 83, 84 when I was in San Francisco as a tourist. And I used to love just walking towards on the scale of it. We had nothing like that here.
Yeah. They hired a lot of artist people too. So they used to make custom album covers as giant posters on the walls. So when you walked in there, it was almost like a museum too. It was kind of a fun place, you know. And they had proper sections too. You go to the classical section, you get isolated music only. It's classical. You go into the, the standard section. It was mixed rock and pop. And you go into the video section, and they would play R-rated movies. They didn't care. It was fun.
But that was the end of the fun decades, right? 60s,
It was
70s, 80s.
Yeah, 70s, mid to late 70s, 80s to the 90s, early 90s when they started changing a lot.
Yeah, because everything went like unplug, fuck everything that existed, but wasn't replaced by anything else.
Yeah.
Except grunge, which anyway.
Well, Nirvana was cool and Alice in Chains and stuff. I like that stuff.
Yeah, but they killed my music. They killed the music I made. I mean, when everything went unplugged and you're a keyboard player, even fucking Howard Jones went and played the piano. I mean, that said something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we were just starting to make it with our album, right? We're just like, you could smell it. We were opening for big bands on tours, and then nope, unplug everything. Fuck keyboards. I was like, All right, well, we're done.
However, give me the worst stuff of the '90s over the shit that's out today. It's just ugh.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. But I mean, but that what I'm saying is that yeah, that's when creativity died in the early '90s. After that, it's just bullshit. I mean, you could listen to the radio in the '80s. You'd have Madonna and then Metallica on the same fucking station, right? So I don't know. Just
Oh, echo.
here's whatever.
So I can go. This isn't going to work at all.
It's not.
No. Oh, what about now? Oh, that's better. Right. I'm trying to get it to do something that it's not doing.
But yeah, I mean, Andy, what you're talking about right now, I mean, I meet people who are, they call themselves producers because,
Yeah, it's a new term. Yeah, it's
yeah, I mean, they don't, at least they have the decency not to call themselves musicians because what they do is the equivalent of doing a jigsaw puzzle.
But now
They
everyone wants
just
to call musicians
samples
producers.
together. I'm sorry?
Now everybody wants to call musicians producers too. So you know.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Yeah, well.
I'm a producer, but I'm also a musician.
Yeah.
I do both.
Well, I've the sort of habit. Anybody who calls them has the term mastering engineer in it when they're not doing that full time as their only job. I just ignore the person professionally. It's just like, no, you're not a fucking mastering engineer. Like,
You use ozone.
if you or whatever, or you're competent to put a compressor on or a final limiter on something, it's like no, like if you have the audacity to put the term mastering engineer on something, I just fuck off.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, but I mean, yeah,
Although it's-
music.
Click some buttons in Ozone, and you're a mastering guy, right?
Well, there you go. You see, yeah. I have ozone 9. I'm fine. You know.
Yeah, I always worry when the mastering engineer uses Audacity.
They have the audacity to use that. Oh my god.
It's like the old web pages that made fun of said made with notepad.txt.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Notepad.exe.
Making fun of the made with a Mac things they always put at the bottom of web pages and stuff. So.
Takes me back. Takes me way back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes me long for CompuServe again.
Oh god, I hated CompuServe. The stupid names with the commas. That it's all numbers and commas. What a terrible system that was.
1-000-36-1353. I think that was.
Oh, the BBS. Yeah, it's like the BBS services from the 80s. Yeah. I remember that.
I mean, I still use the Usenet a lot. I love the Usenet. It's never going to die.
I was thinking the other day, it's just like a parallel to this, but I used to make music with a Atari STF, 1 megabyte. It had 1 megabyte. Did all my music on that. I have 32 gigs on this laptop, and sometimes
That's what my Mac Plus had. Yeah.
Sorry.
My Mac Plus had a 8 megahertz processor, 1 megabyte of RAM. So.
Well, there you go. The one thing I hated about the
Alchemy on that for my Emacs 2 of all things.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
But the one thing I hated with it's like the disc, because you had to save everything to disk. Then I wrote an epic 20-minute song, and while I was saving it, there was an earthquake, and it got corrupted because the computer was shaking.
Oh man.
That's hilarious. I mean, when you think about it, just like one thing. I just pushed save at the same time as it began, and
well, it's funny you mentioned earthquake because when I first bought my magneto optical drive, the 5 1/4 full height drive had a huge mechanism in it, and every time it wrote or seeked, it did a little it would shake a bit, right? Because it had a lot of inertia.
Yeah.
And on my friend's table, we had so many random earthquakes on different years. Sometimes I think, are we having an earthquake? Or is that my drive again? Well, I can't tell the difference. It was weird.
Man.
But yeah, I mean, Well, and then going back to the 1 meg thing, I remember reading something from not Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, saying nobody will ever need anything more than 64K on their
Right.
computers. Like, right, and then he came out with Windows. Yeah,
The same geniuses that made the Y2K issue happen, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't need more digits. What are you talking about?
I mean, what do you mean about the Naval Observatory that went to 19,100 instead of 2,000?
Or it could be
What do you
super
mean?
arrogant and like on the Mac, when the battery would die and your clock would reset, it would reset to Steve Jobs' birthday.
Yeah, it could be Voss's birthday, really.
Exactly, but that's the way it went.
Yeah.
Be right back. I need a refill on my something.
On your something. Ooh.
Either this or this.
The glass.
Dave, you are a genius.
Meow.
Wow, cat's going crazy.
Oh man, it's bad.
It's like you pet her. What else does she want?
Well, it's that, yeah, their food's over there. And a couple of them are going to start screaming.
Yeah.
Just howling. The other ones, yeah, it's bad.
How many cats do you have?
4.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but you have dogs as well, don't you, Dave?
Yeah, you have a menagerie.
Yeah, just 2 dogs. Might as well get some chickens too.
Hey, get some eggs.
I would love some chickens. Actually.
Isn't one of them an infamous husky?
Yes.
Yes.
The one that pees on the carpet in the
You have
basement.
one of those tan huskies, right? There's like a tan color.
Yeah, it's a tan one.
Yeah. Nice.
She's cool. She's cool. She's a little insane, but she's all right.
I think they're all insane, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one I ever met that wasn't totally insane was our mix. We had a German Shepherd Husky mix.
Mm-hmm.
That was the coolest dog we ever owned. It had the best temperament.
Oh, yeah.
Super nice dog, but
smart.
Smart.
Well,
just
smart, but
yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't shed as much as a real husky.
I just feel like my husky messes.
Bonus.
Yeah.
I feel like she messes with me a lot. She just kind of looks at me, and I know she knows what's going on, but it's like.
I'll have to send. I have to find some pictures. I have some pictures I found recently of the dog. Beautiful dog.
She is gorgeous. You're gorgeous too, Cleo. Just relax.
I miss having a dog.
Yeah, they're the best.
Can't live in a condo. Can't have dogs.
You can if they allow, but they just need to be out all the time. You got to give them a lot of attention, and
yeah, no, it's hard.
They get bored. They destroy stuff, and
That's what. She's more like that at her age and everything now. She gets very stressed and bored. Which I get stressed. I don't know if I get bored, but maybe we're a good mix. I don't know.
My dog used to dig up the yard all the time. Was bored.
That's what she's doing out in the back. I gave up on the back. I stopped using it. We have those in-ground sprinklers. I don't even turn them on anymore. It's just such a racket. It's just they break. You're just spending all this money, and everybody's like, "Oh," and then you got to turn them off or they'll freeze.
Yeah.
The ground. You get the water in the lines. I just stopped using them. Got a sprinkler again. Went old school. And that's how I can afford synthesizers. Personally, I've got the hose that has a hole in it, so when you spray it, you got to be careful because it fires from. If you move, like it might hit you. So, but I feel like that's more real life. Like we got it too easy. So it's funny though because I'll be watering. There's like a hole shooting up, or I'll line it up. So that little pinhole, like if I want to water an area, and I'll just do a big stream in the yard.
We used to get a lot of lawnmowers chopping sprinkler heads off all the time. So you had these geysers everywhere.
Well, we ran over one.
Yeah.
Backed up. That's what I'm saying. You just piss away $50 to $100.
Yeah.
And then they get messed up, and they're not watering evenly. It's just. And then you realize that just that simple oscillating one is way more effective. Well, you have to go out there and turn it on and off.
Yeah.
Or you got to move it. Get those ones that are like the big fan that goes up and down like that.
Yeah.
Keep moving around the yard.
I love those.
That's funky.
And then you can, if you want to get the dogs, you pick them up and you can just fire at them. You could just like.
Robert, you succeeded.
What do you got there? Yeah, Robert.
It's a General Music S2.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
aftertouch.
I have the S2R. That's cool.
Which has a FATAR keypad with a custom poly aftertouch sensor below it that they got to make, and it actually feels quite nice. Now I just need to work out why either the keyboard isn't working or...
Doesn't it have a display that's about a foot away from the screen? From the glass?
I wouldn't say a foot, only like half a foot.
Oh, half a foot, okay.
No, but this is probably an inch at least.
That keyboard has some epic presets on it. It's very, very like O&W like, very nice presets.
Yeah. Yeah, the Gem S2 was one of those keyboards that had poly aftertouch, but they didn't shout about it very much.
Also, you need to select it in every part, and so far, any of the performances is just set to channel aftertouch in every part, so probably nobody knew about it anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's like interesting. I was spending a lot of time looking through global settings to try and find where I set it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh no, it's in the part settings. Because of course, where else would you find it?
Yeah.
Although the menu system's a little funky with those side buttons, I think the WSA one does it better.
I mean, the WSA1 has a massive screen.
But also, this way they integrate the buttons works better, I think.
Yeah.
Who makes it? Who makes it, Robert?
It was General Music.
Gem, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an Italian company.
I have one of their Arabic keyboards too. It's really cool. Has all kinds of Arabic stuff on it with the 220 power supply.
Because they ended up owning Elka as well, didn't
they? Yeah, they ended up Elka and some other Italian brands.
Yeah.
I had the rights for a while. Kruma.
Kruma, yeah. What was the other one they picked up? Did they manage to get hold of Farfisa towards the end?
No idea what Farfisa ever got. I mean, quite possible.
Yeah, because I mean they ended up being one of the biggest music manufacturers out in Italy, weren't they?
Yeah.
Until the banks shut the factory down.
I mean, it's actually it's a really nice FATAR keyboard, and it has poly aftertouch.
Yeah. One of the little forgotten gems, as it were.
Oh, thou are so witty today, good sir.
Wah, 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 wah.
Come on, play something, please. Robert.
Well, as I said, I don't know whether it's just unhappy or whether I haven't plugged it in properly. I mean, that's also an option.
Yeah, play some of those presets if you can. They're amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need to work out why it's unhappy. Or I might have fucked the RAM a bit, but it was technically earthed, so it should have been fine, right?
It booted up. That's 90% of the process there.
Was it solved with issues, or you found the issues?
I think technically it said no issues. However, well, looking before at it, it did say that you need to replace the battery. Oh, now it's a blank screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Exciting.
It shouldn't.
Well, I mean, I've already got one boat.
Battery.
I've got,
I don't think it would be critical about the battery, would it?
No, I mean,
I know there's some. I can't remember which keyboard it was, but it would lock you out if the battery was flat. It would just lock you out. And you go, no, until you put another CR2032 in it, I'm not doing nothing, mate.
Hmm.
But I can't remember which machine that was.
I mean, the only thing here is it's a nickel cadmium, which of course was also leaking.
Oh, great. Yeah, because the bugger about that is it's not so much where the acid leaks to, but also where the fumes get to as well. They actually eat dry joints and fires out, which is not fun.
Kent, you should probably present your flashlight idea to Robert. See what he thinks.
What have I missed?
Oh,
Actually,
a lot.
I think it was Andy's.
A lot and
actually.
nothing.
It was Andy's, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Andy.
Yeah, I'm
We
gonna have
just
to take
fleshed
credit
it.
for that. Sorry about that. So
Yeah, we just fleshed it out.
There's some enhancements to it.
Yeah.
We got a couple different directions we can go
Well,
with.
we could do the ads for it on your OnlyFans, Robert, because it's not censored. So
Yeah, you can sell it on your OnlyFans page.
you do testimonials and everything.
Oh man. Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, first you can ask Ty for his opinions.
Yeah, well.
We can also do blind testing. So
I kind of still want a polybrute, you know? Now I'm looking at it here. I want a polybrute. I think that's the one synth I'd like to get. So, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Hilton would like to get a polybrute.
I thought he went to Trigon.
Oh, as well.
Yeah.
But you know, that's just on a wish list. Whether he actually would.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, it's just a wish list here too.
Yeah, yeah.
Wish list. Uh-oh, we're talking about Dire Straits again.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to have as well.
Really, polyroot?
What Dire
Yeah.
Straits?
The Dire Straits, yeah. The Dire Straits Polybrute, yeah.
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 the Dire Straits GS1, that's what he wants.
Welcome to it.
In the state it's in right now,
Yeah. As long as it's not in my bleeding front room, I'm happy.
What has caught fire on it now?
Oh, nothing. I'm waiting for this RAM upgrade to turn up. Apparently, it
Uh-huh.
landed 2 weeks ago in London at Heathrow. And now
I
they
mean,
don't know where it is.
Two they actually lost it.
Yeah, they don't seem to know where the hell it is now. They said, oh, it hasn't been handed over to the Royal Mail, and the Royal Mail have gone. Has what been handed over yet?
Look, even if shipping happens in your company, I had a thing coming from our Italy office in Monza the other day. And I had tracking emails for it, or loose tracking. It wasn't that specific, but it said, it's on your way, it's on your way, it's on the way. So I'm like, okay, well, it should be there by now. It's been several weeks. I went by shipping the other day, and like a whole Indiana Jones thing, going through all the dregs of the shipping department.
Yeah.
Still couldn't find it. I said, it's a big, heavy box. You guys can't miss it. And all of a sudden the guy goes, oh, what's this little pile here? It's like a pile of junk in the corner. And it was under all that.
Oh,
And the box was filthy. It had been like, got wet and like looks like somebody shat on it. And it was just like, what a mess the shipping process is.
Yeah, but there seems to be a lot of that now.
Yeah.
But I bet if you order a flashlight, it comes in a day.
Oh yeah, that's priority, man.
That's a good point.
Sorry.
So
I make my own jokes up here now.
What does it not come in a fully discreet brown paper bag?
I don't know. Ask Andy.
So they
I don't
claim,
know.
yeah.
The thing is, I want the opposite. I want a sex shop where I can order stuff where it says in the most biggest letters on it, just clearly so you can order it for some friends.
You want
That's
pictures of
in
a
a-
nude
in a glass-
Miko on the cover? Is it the?
In a
Yeah,
glass
yeah.
box, you know.
Yeah, you just want so that everybody knows what this person is getting.
Yeah, essentially.
getting a flashlight.
Yeah.
Or a latex doll or something. Yeah. Doll, DOLL.
Used as a flashlight controller. Used.
Flashlight controller. It has a nice ring to it, though.
Look, it's comfortable.
No,
it's
no, that's the arse
multi-purpose.
light.
You know, it's
No, it's not sexy enough. It's a little more sexy.
and you control the tempo
haven't been in
yourself,
market.
right?
Well,
You
that's it,
control
right?
your own.
Exactly.
Absolute.
You start at 60 BPM and then you end
Yeah.
up at 140. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and the tempo's all over the map, right? So
You control your own sensations.
Oh,
No, that
Hey,
doesn't.
dude, stop speeding up.
slow down.
and if you start to chafe, you got to slow down a little bit. That's all.
Well, it comes with a 45-gallon drum of KY.
Oh dear.
Okay, why did I get this?
Who needs KY when you just have silicon oil around?
Yeah.
The beauty is, but silicon oil, unless something water-based, doesn't wipe off with water. Perfect for slightly damper environments.
No.
You need that rubberized.
Slightly damp.
You know?
Really?
Oi.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's what Kent's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's ordering like, flashlights and
He's getting the parts right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you need to do market research first, right?
Well, yeah, you got to make sure that each one is the right type.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know. Here we go.
There you go.
There you go. Sounds just like the Andromeda.
I mean, you're getting it through his microphone, but it's
No, I don't know whether it's a candle on my desk or one of the adapters that I managed to. I don't think it's this cable. It might be. No. Might be this candle on the desk. Let's just go mono instead.
It sounds good.
Hmm.
Now I want one.
I know. We all want one now.
But it's got poly aftertouch too.
I know. That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was a coup d'etat, whatever you say. I don't know. We might not be.
Now I just need to find where I can
That is
enable it
cool
again
that
for
it has
this part.
poly aftertouch.
Does that one have the upgrade so you can process samples on board directly?
Yeah, this is a turbo.
Yeah, because I have the rack does that automatically. It's really cool. It
And,
reads other format sample disks, and you can also convert
can't you load in custom samples of a sample dump?
that too. Yeah, right.
Yeah, if you have.
But it reads the Kai samples. It reads other stuff too, which is cool.
But yeah, if you have like half a year, you can with a sample dump load
Mini sample dump,
however much RAM it has.
Yeah. I always did RS 422 on the Emacs to the Mac. It's actually pretty quick.
I mean, the amount of data you can even send over 485 is amazing. It is obviously over longer lengths, your data integrity will become a bit shit and you need to slow down.
I want a new synthesizer.
Well, anyway, gents. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll be fucking up. Dinner time.
Oh, you got a flashlight too?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I got my flashlight's at the door. I need to go to.
Okay.
I
You're
need to
busy.
test it.
Okay, we get it.
Market research, that's what it's called.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So,
See you, Jack.
nice,
Take care.
nice seeing you
Hey,
guys.
Jeff.
Have a
Lovely
good
seeing
day,
you.
evening, whatever it is. Bye bye.
Take care, buds.
Where's your hair coming out? You got a big bald spot, Boober. What the heck is going on here? You fighting that? All right. Heck on, colleague. Check that out. I can't move spur there. All right, I'm gonna bump my shot. Oh, what time is it there? You guys are 1.
Yeah, it's coming up to about 1.
Yeah.
I should probably go to bed at some point soon, but I want to work out again where I enable poly after talk. I just can't remember.
God, it's a horrible situation to be in. Well, I know that. I know I'm ready to hit it.
Oh.
Yeah, I gotta take off.
I've got this bloody CS80 to get sorted out tomorrow morning as well. Really? The bane of my life is where you get a machine come in and they go, oh, it's got this problem. You're like, cool. And you fire it up and you find
Then
it's got
everything's broken.
these problems. Yeah. They go, oh, it's perfectly all right when I dropped it off. No, it couldn't have been, mate.
Maybe you shouldn't drop it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know where I went wrong. I turned it on. Ah, that's what did it.
Why do you do that, Kent?
I don't know. Got to hear it. Because, I mean, no, one of the things he said there was 2 voices gone down. When I initially ran the test, it was actually 3 voices gone down, but it was the same 2 voices on each bank. So it sounded like 1 voice down, but it wasn't, it was 2. So already it's escalated. And then the power supply threw a wobbly, and it's like, oh God, here we go.
Good start to the day.
Yeah, so.
All right. Well, I'll be the first one. Say good night.
All right. Oh, man.
I'll have to look at Robertson's more next time.
Well, I really need to go to bed as well, so I think, yeah, good idea to just shut it down.
Yeah.
Good fun, guys.
All right. Well, I'll see everybody later. Take care.
Catch you
See
later.
you whenever.
Everybody look after themselves.
See everybody in the chat too.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
All stay well and cool.